right. A very good morning, everybody, from the flight deck. Hello once again, and welcome back to the stream with Captain Nabs. Just doing a quick little look there. Yes, and the audio does look good, so I think we are good to go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be trying to get going pretty quickly today because today is the mega stream. Today we are doing the long haul leg that is the conclusion of season 9 of my Pilot's Life streams here on Twitch. So for 9 separate seasons, I've been streaming here about, on average, 10 episodes a piece. Some I think were 12 to 14, some were 8, but on average about 10 episodes. So I've done around 90 episodes where I have streamed live streamed an entire flight here on Twitch and posted it eventually on my YouTube channel as well. So it's been a lot of fun, and we're gonna keep on going with it. I do enjoy it. It's a great way to kind of spend my day. This one is longer than I like, though. So today's flight, for those of you that don't know or haven't read the stream title down there below, today we are doing Alaska Flight 72, which is from San Francisco all the way to New York's JFK Kennedy Airport. That's a long flight. It's 2,200 miles, I believe. Where does it have the mileage here? There it is, 2,246 miles. It's a long flight, so we got to get going because I only have a set amount of time in the day to get this done. And yeah, so we're going to get this going pretty quickly here, and we'll have lots of time to talk once we get en route because we're going to have almost 5 hours. We're about 4 hours and 40 minutes in the air according to the latest flight plan I just looked at. So it's a long flight. Let's get this going, and once we get going, we can chat about all sorts of things. So welcome to the stream, everybody. Let's hop in the flight deck, and let's get this show on the road. So my intention had been to get this flight off the gate at about quarter to the hour. That's not going to happen now. It's half past now, so in 15 minutes, I'm good. I'm not that good.
Refueling truck is on its way.
So we're going to do our best to get this going here.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives
as quickly as
and
we can. I
played
played with some of the volume levels because I noticed yesterday when I was flying around just in the sim just for fun, the volume levels were a little bit off. GSX especially seemed very loud in the sim yesterday, so I've turned it down. If it's too quiet, if anything's too quiet, let me know. I also had to turn down my VATSIM because I found my V-Pilot was quite loud yesterday. But anyways, let's get this going here. Let's get some battery power going. We should have a GPU. We do. I should give me some stuff here, and then I can turn up some panel lighting here so I can see what I'm actually doing here. It's just the sun is just coming up on the west coast here in San Francisco this morning, so it should be a very nice day for flying for the most part. It'll just be a little bit dark while we get going here, so I may even just put the dome light on just for a little while, just to sort of give us some additional light. And of course, carefully, 2 clicks only. I've done so many times lately. I've done 3 clicks. It goes into attitude mode, and it takes forever to get it reset back into proper nav mode. So sometimes using the scroll wheel on the mouse, it's a little sensitive anyways. Alright, these are normal, oxygen's good. Alright. And everything is booting up here, and while that's just getting ready to go here, what I should do is, let's start setting up. Roger. I'm going to change that. So I was having fun playing with my voice test. I'm going to change it. LNAV.
Checked.
Alright, so today we're going to have Nikki as our FO. Alright. So let's get the FMC. There it is. Everything's starting to boot up here. Very nice. And let's go ahead and grab our GPS coordinates and get ready to go here. Now, once again, I can use my PDF. I can use my SimBrief panel today. I think I'm going to use SimBrief panel. And let's see if we can just sort of put these together so they play nicely side by side. Fetch the flight plan from SimBrief. And there we go. So today's flight plan, Alaska 72, 737-800, San Francisco, JFK. Alternate is Dulles. It's quite a long way for an alternate. Usually Boston, a little closer, but anyways. The important thing is we've got the fuel to do it. So we're going to go to the raw flight plan here just for the setting up of our flight plan. So position is initialized using the GPS location, and we are going today from KSFO.
Fuel truck is in position. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck. Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
JFK. And flight number today, again, Alaska 72. Fuel truck is here. And if you guys, probably just check, make sure you guys can hear me. Yeah, no, it sounds good. Just a quick volume check from my other computer. And you know what I realized, of course, is that I forgot myself, as I always do. So I always start off with just the airplane view, and I forget to put myself in there. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream, everybody. And we're going to have some fun today. We got some stuff to talk about.
Desired fuel quantity.
All right, now I can start fueling the airplane. So the desired fuel quantities for today's flight is 37,000 pounds, 37,014. That gives us a little bit of extra fuel. So let's see here. Let's see if I can do 37,200. I'm not even sure what the maximum fuel capacity of the 800. That's still only 80% fuel capacity. So you could take 45,000, I guess. I didn't realize it was that much. I knew it was a lot. I didn't realize it was that much. Anyway. Yeah, departing San Francisco today. Let's have a quick look. So we are, as always, logged into the VATSIM network. I'm just going to check the weather here. Just have to lean over to type on my keyboard. It's kind of just off to the side here. There we go. San Francisco weather here. So there's my V-Pilot window. San Francisco weather, 280 at 5, 10 miles, view at 1,500, view at 3,000, 8 degrees, 5 degrees, 3018 on the meter. So we're going to be departing west. Or at least, sorry, we would probably arrive west. Most likely San Francisco real world, I would imagine, is departing north with a little 5-knot wind like that. I do have as well an ATIS app on my phone that I can actually pull up the ATIS for any American airport that has a digital ATIS, which is basically all the American airports. And what really bugs me is that other countries haven't gotten behind this yet.
I'm out for the walk around.
San Francisco, runway 1 right, 19 left close, 19 right close. Departing runway 28 left and 28 right, okay. That is not expected, but it's still early in the morning, so it might be just a case of just opening up soon. But we're going to plan 28 left for now, and I believe we're on the Truckin 2 departure. Go down a little farther, we'll find our whole route here. There it is. Truckin 2, as far as tip 3, and I can't really highlight it. I wish it'd be nice to would be like a highlight option here, but the SimBrief panel is very simple, but it works. It works very well, and especially for anyone who's using VR, great to kind of get your flight plan directly in the sim as a panel in the sim. So it seems like a very sensible kind of way to do it. You know, I don't mind having it on the tablet, having it on another screen. I don't mind that sort of thing. But Q126, come on. Q126 to Garrett. Alright, and then direct to KU 60 Quebec, 60 Quebec. I would love to know why, like when I touch so many of these buttons, I get the scrolling arrows all the time here around the edges of all these buttons. I would love someone at Sobo to explain to me what I am scrolling around constantly, that I have to find a good spot on every button. Nelson, Demoy. So I did have to play with the route. I almost took the default SimBrief route, but then I played with it a little bit, and I'm going to show you why in a second here. I'll probably wait till we get going, but I did actually do some self-dispatching. I did customize SimBrief a little bit, and I'll show you why in a little bit. So this is almost the default route. This is almost the shortest route, but just with a slight aberration, just to help get us there. That's what's there in Lendy 8. 3-1 left for arrival. I guess. It's a long time from now. We'll have a long time to route program, so we'll just do Lendy 8. And that should do it. So J70 Lendy 8, that all looks good. We can activate and execute the flight plan and begin the performance initialization. So ZFW, scroll down here. 27.1. 127.1 reserves, go back up here. Okay, so final res plus alternate 7.199, so 7.2. And cost index. Today I programmed it at a solid cost index of 100. The airline's not going to like me today, but we just have to bloody get there. It's going to be a long flight. We need to get there. We got a good tailwind behind us here. 264 at 58.
Hi, the security and safety checks are all done. Can we start boarding now?
Go for it.
Thanks.
I'm also going to change my cabin crew because been listening to her with the New Zealand accent for a while. I want to change to something different. All right, so we got the wind in there. Outside air temperature at altitude is 1 degree below standard. So slash. Sorry, it's not slash. It's just a minus 51. Fahrenheit is provided just for information. All we can change is the Celsius value. We can execute that. Let's get a takeoff calculation for the 737-800. Imperial units. KSFO. Runway 28 left. Full length. Dry runway. Winds 280 at 5. Outside air temperature is 8 degrees and the QNH is 30.18. Let's do a flap 5 departure. Air conditioning on, anti-ice off. We do takeoff. We're going to have a heavy weight today, so this might be an issue. Let's go back to the init page for a second and just figure out what the takeoff weight, 164.4. See if it'll do it with a takeoff one. It won't even do it with a takeoff one. Wow, we have to do full takeoff. We do get a flex temp of 13 degrees. Wow, we are going almost full power here to get this bird off the ground today. She's a heavy bird. Alright, so N1 limit, 13 degrees. If we get to 13 degrees, we're going to have to recalculate here. Takeoff, climb. And we are planned at flaps 5. We'll just use CFG 23.1 that the PMPG has guessed here. 42.44.50. And I'm going to go with these slightly more accurate values, I think. 47.48.56, but we should be able to get off with the light flex, 13 degrees. We're almost doing a full power takeoff today. She's a heavy bird. We got a lot of people and we're going a long way. A lot of fuel. Like 12, 17, 18 tons of fuel. That's a lot of fuel. All right, so we got that all set up. Let's go ahead and swing through this. How about you call for boarding? So I should tell GSX to board.
Boarding requested.
I do like the Phoenix because it has integrated that stuff together now, and I really wish that PMPG would kind of integrate stuff a little bit more between GSX and the aircraft. GSX is such a popular add-on, and I'm not saying you have to. Don't go crazy trying to support it, but I think there's a lot to be said for supporting other add-ons and allowing people to at least, work with these different add-ons. Emergency lights. And fueling is fueling done. I can't see if the fuel truck is still out there. Somebody's taxiing around. Like the truck is going on.
Do you want to board crew?
Sure, board everybody.
Pilots boarding starting.
Alright, so we can put the seatbelt sign on. And let's just check the temperature in the ducts here. That's duct pressure. We're looking for temperature. Cold in the cabin. Let's get that AP started. Alright, we're going to start that AP right now because they were done fueling us and it's cold in the cabin. We need our passengers to be cold.
I'm back. No issues on the walk around.
Thank you.
Crew boarding starting.
Alright, 156. We're going to V2 speed of 156. Let's do that. And I'll get the altitude in a minute here. I'll send it on the heading. Figure out some stuff on the charts here in a minute for the guidance panel. What the can't turn on traffic. Yeah, I can get the altimeter 3018. Set up my E50 and get some guidance panel. 3018. Alright, test the lights.
Your crew has boarded. Passengers boarding starting.
We had a kid show up in the flight deck, and the captain had the bright idea to turn on the test all the annunciator lights. It's like, oh, you know, that's a really kind of a half-decent idea because it makes it look extremely busy. You can see everything that's going on in the flight deck. Normally, especially in the Airbus, it's a dark flight deck. There's no lights on. The screens are on, but there's no lights on unless something's going wrong or something's disconnected. But if you go and put the test light on, then all the lights in the flight deck come on. It actually makes it a little bit more, like stuff is happening, a little bit more interesting for a kid to come and watch. So. All right.
Hi, here's the fuel slip.
Thanks.
Welcome. Have a nice flight.
No ATC yet in San Francisco, but I'm hoping as we go west we will get some ATC eventually here. It's going to be a nice long day, so we should have hopefully a chance to get some ATC maybe in New York by the time we get there with the en route sectors. We head that way. We should also check. All right. Pre-flight checklist.
Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen.
Tested 100%.
Tested 100%. Navigation transfer and display switches. Normal auto. Windows heat on. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Flight instruments.
Heading 263, altimeter 3018.
Heading 263. Altimeter 3018. Parking brake.
Set.
Engine start levers.
Cut off.
Pre-flight checklist completed.
I don't know why I like this audio. But anyway,
Checked.
we'll go with-
Checked.
Be quiet. It's a little clunky. Actually, the editing doesn't sound really great on it. Alright, so how's the temperature in the cabin doing? Okay, now it's getting up to 60. It's starting to warm up back there, so that's good. That's good. Should be good by the time we depart here. Everyone's boarding, so we can start doing a briefing. So, are you ready
Stand
for
by.
the departure brief?
Go ahead.
Cancel checklist. Cancel checklist.
We got a door light here.
Okay, I'm... started doing some before start checklist for some reason. Why? Take that off. Don't need that. I don't know what else she played with. Okay, anywho. Get my nav graph charts up here, get ready to go. Thinking slowly but surely. Here's our Portland to San Francisco was the last time I looked at it in the sim. I usually tend to look at it on my tablet, but obviously that's not going to work for showing you guys what I want to talk about while we're streaming. Thinking about it. There it is. Alright, so. Today we're going to be departing runway 28 left here in San Francisco, California. We're parked over here at gate Delta 7 or 8, I believe. So we're going to taxi out. I guess we're just going to probably push tail south and then do a taxi down Foxtrot. Cross runway both ones to get to runway 28 left for departure. And today's departure is the Truckin 2 RNAV departure, plate 10-3 Mike. No special note to the plan speed restriction, 28 left and right, do not exceed 210 knots until leaving 520 feet. So, do not exceed 210 until 520 feet. And it is 520 feet, text here, yeah. climb heading 2A4. Heading up there as well. We're at it. We can probably do this as well. Get the flight directors on. L now. Alright, so we got LNAV, VNAV, ARC. Alright, so 2A right, heading 2A4 to 520 feet. And then at or below 210 knots, then right turn, direct truck in. Top altitude, flight level 190. No ATC to amend that for now, so 190 is what we're going with. Come on, you can do it. There you go, 190. And then after trucking, so it's 520 feet, right turn, direct truck in. And from truck in, we go to Tippery, so Cosmic Tippery. And that's it. So it's a very simple start, or it's a very simple sit today. Terrain is a bit of an issue. There is some high terrain west of the field, so we do have to make this turn at the appropriate time, 520 feet. If we have an engine failure, we're probably going to have to continue with a slight right turn up the valley between the two hills there. Once we get turned eastbound across San Francisco Bay, we do eventually hit the mountains, but we have lots of time to actually get up there, so it shouldn't be an issue. Weather looks like a beautiful VFR morning here. A little bit mist hanging out in the morning here, but otherwise looks like a beautiful day. And operational. I've got no MELs in the aircraft. Everything is functional right now. As always, if we get a bunch of people watching, I will put the failures up. So make sure to tell your friends to come and watch. And if we get enough failures on there, we'll start. If we get enough people watching, we'll start throwing some failures on there. As far as NOTAMs are concerned, I'll have to scroll down the list here. Have a quick look for departure out of San Francisco here. So airport ending here, shoulder mark on standard, Alpha 1, Alpha 2 closed. Looking mostly for Foxtrot, Alpha and Foxtrot. Foxtrot centerline markings, that's fine. Centerline markings, I don't care about. I'll make sure stuff I need is not closed. Don't see anything really here. Runways, one to the left, 19 right, closed for the time being. SIDS, waiting for the trucking departure. It's a little bit hard to read. This is nice to have this panel, but I find it a little harder to read than a straight up PDF. I don't see anything in there that affects our departure process today. Any questions?
No questions.
Alright, perfect. So let's just check and see if Sim boarding passengers now. Pushback and departure once the passengers are boarded. That's basically it. We're just waiting for the passengers now. We're just trying to figure out exactly what she did and how to reset the timing on this because she stopped all the time for her before start check. So I'm not going to get told when passengers are complete by the flight attendant because the timing will stop. FS2 crew, I generally love you, but sometimes you just make life a little bit annoying. You just change things just a little bit too much. Oh well. Anywho. Let's see. Did I start my FS2IPC? I honestly can't remember. It is running pretty quick. Alright, so yeah, so let's have a little look-see here. It does say flight simulators can act as stage pre-flight. It does know what we're doing. It's got the aircraft type we're on here. We are going to do this B738. Won't pack too much anyways. It's fine. Alright, just waiting for GSX to finish boarding, and then we're going to get going. So, as I said, we're not going to get going quite at quarter two, like I said. That was about 9 minutes ago. About 9 minutes behind schedule so far. Not entirely surprising. I think my original plan was a little bit ambitious. No, bridge is going away. So it is starting the pushback process. Perfect. All right, good.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Before start checklist. Before start checklist.
Before start checklist. Flight deck door closed and locked. MCP.
Departure check
Got a door light
completed.
there still.
Bypass pin inserted.
FS actions, doors. Close that one. We're at it also. Take away the ground power.
San Francisco traffic, Alaska 1940s, taxiing to runway 28 left for departure.
All right, that should be closed hopefully in a second now.
Locking gear.
Why the door open still? Stay open. Close the door. Okay, it is closed. All right, there we go. V2156 heading 284, altitude 19,000.
Takeoff speeds.
Release parking brakes.
V1147, VR148, V2156.
CDU pre-flight.
Completed.
Rudder and aileron trim.
3 and 0.
Taxi and takeoff briefing.
Completed.
Anti-collision light on. Before start checklist completed.
And before I go any further, we're just going to make sure that we actually have the correct C of G in here, so we would have gotten our final numbers. ZFW according to PMDG is actually 124.8, so it's a little bit lower than the plan. That'll change our takeoff numbers as well slightly. 124.8, verified takeoff speed, that's fine. Alright, so 124.8, so that gives us a takeoff weight of 162,100, especially being this tight to our maximum weights.
Release
We
parking
would
brakes.
recalculate the takeoff performance to make sure we're getting the maximum, the best performance, and also the lowest power setting that will get us safely airborne. So now we can do a flex of 17 degrees, so it went a little higher, and our takeoff speeds are now going to be 45, 47, and 55, which might require a slight adjustment there. There we go, that's adjusted. Now we got the final things in there. They're ready for our brake release.
Commencing push.
Brakes are off.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Starts.
Check.
Start sequence is 2, then 1.
Check.
Start engine 2.
Starting engine 2. Oil pressure.
Now again, guys, let me know what you think of the volume balance here, because I feel like the engines are a little bit quiet today. Maybe I need to turn them up, but maybe it's okay. Audio is right where it should be. There's 25%. Let's just get the engines running and see how it sounds. I don't want. It's such a fine line. You want to hear the engines and then the background noise, but you don't want it to muffle me so much that you can't hear what I'm also trying to say on the stream. So it's kind of it's always a balance I'm trying to strike, and I play with the settings in between flights because depending on the circumstances, you know, the other flights, other games I may be playing, I may need a different balance. That is a weird place to push. I would have thought tail left, right there.
Set parking brake.
Cockpit to ground.
Brakes are
We
set.
have good engines. Start. You can disconnect.
Starter cut out.
Francisco traffic, Alaska 1940s, taking off 128 left.
Number 2, stable.
Start engine 1.
Starting engine 1. Oil pressure.
This guy's gonna take off right past us.
Unlocking
Here.
gear.
25%.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Starter cut out. Number 1, stable.
See him go by. He must have gone by when I was heads down there. Alright, there they go. She's got the pin. Flaps 5. Flight control check.
Ready.
Full left. Full right. Centered. Full up. Full down. Centered. Full left. Full right. Center. Flight control check complete. Before taxi checklist.
Before taxi checklist. Generators on. Probe heat on. Anti-ice off. Isolation valve auto. Engine start switches continuous. Recall
Checked.
checked. Auto brake RTO. Engine start levers.
Idle D10.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Ground equipment.
Clear.
Clear. Before taxi checklist completed.
Somebody's waiting for me.
Pack isolated.
Clear left. San Francisco traffic, Alaska 72, taxiing Alpha Foxtrot for departure 28 left. Somebody's waiting for me there. Didn't mean to hold up the line too long there. Alright, so this should be Foxtrot that just parallels the other runway right here.
San Francisco traffic. Delta 103, same traffic.
It's a very confusing kind of spot right here on the airport, right near the intersection of runways. It is a hot spot on the taxi chart, so you've got to make sure you do understand where you're going, you do know where you're going. Alright. We are heading the right way. This does appear to be Foxtrot on the sign right there. It does say we have to cross runway 1 left, which is exactly what we need to see. Taxi light on. Set taxi light on.
Taxi light on.
Set strobes on.
Strobes coming on.
Clear left.
Clear right.
And one more check here just to make sure. It does look like it has us tracking here as we're departing here. Taxi out. Okay. Just want to make sure that it is tracking. It's a long flight. I don't want to redo it. Alright, we'll probably give it a little more power to get going here. Alright, so we're going to keep going down Foxtrot. It's going to bear to the right, and that'll take us right to the threshold 28 left. I am somewhat familiar with this airport now. I've flown here enough times in Sim. I do know the most basic routes anyways. I don't know this airport like the back of my hand, but I do know the basic routes. Normal departures are usually on 1 left and right. So you take Alpha down there or Bravo down there, but 28 left is also very common for departure, depending on how the winds and configuration are. So yeah, I know how to get there on Foxtrot as well. So it's an airport that I'm somewhat familiar with. I don't know it like I know Toronto. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I know the more common taxi routes in and out of San Francisco anyways. Good morning, Nuclear Jet. Welcome. Just on our taxi out here. We left less than 15 minutes late. We're actually not doing too badly, I think, considered here. I guess the airplane must have been late arriving or something from wherever it came in from. It sounds like the background. It's funny. In my headset, the background audio sounds very quiet, but just looking at the levels here on the streaming software. Is that you just behind me? All right, perfect. Love it. Welcome. Nice to have somebody with me. I'm going to turn these levels down just a little
Flight
bit
deck.
here.
Okay, thanks. Captain, the cabin is secure.
All right, so hopefully that's a nice level where we can have a decent dialogue between the two of us, but it's not not too loud, not too quiet. I'm always trying to strike that balance, and I'm paranoid about it, especially as the stream begins. Like, as the stream goes on, I give up on it. But before takeoff checklist.
Before takeoff checklist. Flaps.
Flaps 5, green light.
Stabilizer trim.
.4 units.
Before takeoff checklist completed.
Set strobes off.
Strobes going off.
I'm going to turn them off after I cross the runway, because I'm just that kind of person. I forget these things. We're all humans. We all forget things. That's the trouble. Like, flying is such a dynamic world. There's so many little things to remember. It's very easy to forget one or two little things. You know, it's one thing if you do the exact same thing in the exact same order in the exact same location every single time, but every day is different. Every day is different when you go flying, and that's what really kind of, I think, makes flying one of the biggest, the most challenging things about flying, is that every day is a little bit different. Not crazy different, but usually just a little bit, just enough. San Francisco traffic, Alaska 72, taking position, runway 28 left for departure, right turn out on the truck and departure. Runway entry procedure.
Okay. Cabin crew, take your seats. Clear on the approach.
Roger.
Checked. Ready to go.
Takeoff.
Thrust set. 80 knots.
V1.
V1, rotate. Positive rate.
Gear up.
Gear up. .400 feet.
LNAV, VNAV speed.
Checked.
N1.
Checked. Autopilot on.
Check. Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1 set.
Flaps up.
Speed checked. Flaps up set.
After takeoff checklist.
After takeoff checklist. Engine bleeds on. Packs. Auto. Landing gear. Up and off. Flaps. Up. No lights. After takeoff checklist complete. Happy to release the cabin crew.
Go for it.
Okay.
Not that they necessarily need to get up in a hurry today because it's a long way. They got a long time to do their services today. Away we go off to the East Coast. JFK, here we come.
San Francisco traffic. Delta 103, taking off runway. 28 left, left turn on departure. San Francisco traffic.
I'll have to post the route that I actually filed in there. Because if you picked one of the ones on SimBrief, chances are you're going to diverge from my route just a little bit. You can always reprogram en route. It was only just a couple of waypoints in the middle that I changed from the basic route. I like the basic route that SimBrief gave me, except for one issue with it. Just going to get to 10,000 feet here. We'll start accelerating and we'll have a quick look at it. Alright, stop sightseeing. Focus on the job. Focus on the job. Alright, chances are I would have gone from NorCal to Oakland Center by now. And clear to our initial cruise of 33. So there is 33 set right there. Alright, and here comes 10,000 for flight level 330.
10,000.
Get the lights.
Happy to release the cabin.
Go for it.
Okay.
It's like a thin, wispy cloud here. We're just sort of flying through. I don't think we need the anti-ice on
Portable
this.
electronic devices may now be used, with the exception of TVs.
Through it in a second anyways.
Transmitters.
The one thing we do need to do as well is make sure we get guards up on number 2.
Navigation systems.
21.5 should always be whenever you're en route, unless you specifically are trying to talk to somebody else on another frequency, like you're calling a company to give them an updated ETA at the destination or whatever. Unless you're doing something specific with number 2, you should always be defaulting to listening on 21.5. And let's actually make sure we're listening on all these. And pressurization here. Let's have a quick check. Pressurization check. So the cabin altitude is just passing through about 1,000 right now. The differential's at 4.4, which is fine. It's got a slight climb going to it right now. It's not climbing out of control, and here comes the climb now, starting to increase a little bit. So we're getting to the point where we're starting to schedule a climb now. It just takes a few minutes to get to that point. Usually around 10,000 feet. You should be around 1,000 to 2,000 foot cabin altitude. And you should be starting to see a positive cabin climb. And there's our positive cabin climb there, 400 feet. Just to check, we do have the packs are on auto, which is of course a mistake we made a couple of flights ago. It was quite a number of flights ago now, but the packs were not on, and thus the cabin never pressurized. Yeah, we almost got to the point where we needed to do a packs off departure just to get extra power out of the engines for that departure. Not straining, but it was definitely it was close to a maximum performance takeoff. The other day I did a maximum performance. You got it from the pre-file? Okay, perfect. And I did do a maximum performance takeoff in the 320 the other day, but not because of any performance loading issues, but because there was some gusty winds and potential wind shear that we did a departure. We did a TOGA takeoff with a relatively lightly loaded airplane. It was only probably about 7, no, it might have been 10 tons of fuel in the airplane, relatively lightly loaded. Wow, just feeling the acceleration of a TOGA takeoff when the plane is not fully loaded, when you don't need it for like, climb performance requirements, but because you put it on there as an option just to mitigate the threat of wind shear. Wow, it really kind of presses you into your seat noticeably more than usual. You don't think it's going to make that much of a difference with TOGA thrust versus flex thrust. It makes a difference. Yeah, so let's have a quick look at SimBrief here. So I'm going to show you exactly what I was thinking. So I kind of looked at it last night, and then I had another look at it this morning, and this is so let's have a look at why I chose the route that I did, because I had a couple different routes to choose from. They were mostly all about the same, but the real reason comes down to this. As I dial up the weather, is this pocket right here. So the original route that was filed took us through, let's see, right now it's going through Des Moines. It went through Badger. It went through something like Cedar Rapids or something, and through Badger. So it was just a little bit more north. It was just gonna, this was about an hour or two ago, was kind of hanging down here. If I can play the, even if I just go back. Yeah, you can see it was hanging down a little bit more. So I specifically took the original route was just a little farther north. I took this route specifically. I looked for a VOR, something that kind of got me just around to the south of it. So stick to most of the routes. I liked it. It's pretty efficient. It's pretty direct for the most part, but just to get around this weather, I specified one more waypoint. I removed the 2 middle waypoints and I put Des Moines in there instead. And as this weather tracks eastward here, and here's where it is right now, it is also tracking northward, but as it tracks eastward, we may need to deviate to get to KG75 Mike or Pullman here. So it's something we'll have to look at. But that was the reason why. I went with the default route, but then I had a quick look at the weather and I said, you know what, this is a long route. It doesn't take a lot of effort to go 50 miles off course. And especially if you do it early on, and you just sort of like from way back here, you just do a very slight divergence from the original route and then merge back onto it again. You'll only add, 1% to your mileage, as opposed to wait until you get close to it and then doing like a very sudden deviation 9 degrees to the right. Well, maybe not 9 degrees, 60 degrees to the right and back to the left to try and get back on course again. Very inefficient. So, and that's one thing that dispatchers will look at, of course, is looking at whether can we avoid significant weather en route. If you're on a short flight, to use the example of a Toronto to New York flight, an hour something flight, there's a standard route, and you're pretty much always going to fly that standard route no matter what the weather is. But ATC will deviate, and there's no point in really filing anything very different, because any different route to get to the next arrival into JFK, you're going to have to go so far out of your way, you're going to add 50% to your mileage. But when you're dealing with something this far, you've got a lot of options. You can just deviate just a little bit on your flight plan and go around that weather. So that's why I chose the route that I did, just to get us around the south edge of this weather. Hopefully we won't have to deal with it at all. That should be transition, standard. Standard is set and cross-checked. Well, it certainly is a beautiful day out here, but as we go west across the mountains, eventually we'll see what we see. But, need some coffee to keep me going here. It's a tiring day already. So even as we get going here, let's just have a quick look. So we do have a step climb set up for Des Moines, so we're going to step up to 350 when we get to Des Moines. In the meantime, let's have a look at our frog page here and see what it says. So it's estimating landing in JFK at 1843 Zulu. So that is 4.5 hours from now. That is a long flight today. And we will keep it right at cost index 100. We'll see how it works out. I don't think I actually loaded winds. Let's see here. I don't even remember how to do that in this aircraft, if I can load winds for multiple legs. Winds request, that's how you do it. I'm not sure if it actually works in this aircraft. I don't think I've done a winds request for a long time. It's just got our average wind right now. It's probably not going to work, and I didn't download the flight plan, so I may have to put in some manual winds, and we've got time today. That's the thing. We've got lots of time. So putting in manual winds is definitely not a problem, and it will give us a more realistic ETA if I can put in some manual winds. So I don't even necessarily need to do every single... Oh, cruise wind uplink ready. Let's load it up and see what it's got here. So I don't even remember if I did link my PMDG to my data config invalid, data link config invalid. Yeah, that's what I thought. I have not properly set this up, so that's okay. We'll put it in the old-fashioned way here. All right, so it's going to be easier if I use the SimBrief panel really quickly here. Get to the nav log, and we should have winds for all of our waypoints here. See them right up this middle column here. Now we got a lot of waypoints. I don't necessarily need winds on every single waypoint. So Airbus has a great rule of thumb. So let's see. Tipperary is the first one. Rayleigh is going to be the first one we're at level. So we'll do that one. 289 at 92. So Rayleigh 289 at 92. But Airbus has a great rule of thumb. It's not worth putting in another wind if the change is less than 30 degrees or less than 30 knots. So if you have a substantial change, very much worth it. Something flying past us here. TCAS. How close are they? Well, they're actually about 18 miles off in that direction, so they're not as close as they look when you're zoomed out a long way. All right. But yeah, so if you change the direction or the velocity more than 30 degrees to 30 knots, then it's worth putting in another wind. So 289 at 92. Yeah, if we go down to TOs here, 278 at 79 is the next one that's probably worth even looking at. That's the Airbus rule of thumb. I imagine it's going to work out somewhat similar. If the changes are so small, it's not really worth talking about them. It's not worth the effort to even type them in. So 278 at 79. And then 242 at 76 at Nelson. So now it's starting to shift a fair bit of direction. 242 at 76. At KG75 Mike 242 at 48. 42 at 48. We start to lose that tailwind after Nimoy. It's nice keeping these as I go through here. 290 at 54. CFGFT 290 at 54. Jamestown 308 at 63. So I'm just taking the ones where there's a significant enough change. I'm not quite using the 30 and 30 rule because it seems like it's a fairly consistent wind. I almost wouldn't change the whole flight for that rule. And maybe Sten 314 at 80. 314 at 80. And 303 at 62. 3 at 62 at Wilkes-Barre. And then that's it. Alright, so that should give us an even more realistic 1439. It didn't adjust it too much because the average wind was probably pretty close, and over the course of this whole flight probably ended up with a pretty accurate value. But all right, leaving the Central Valley of California, already coming up to the leave the Cascade Mountains of the first range here on our journey eastward. And no ATC in sight yet. No surprise there. What are you gonna do? For some reason my VATSPI does not want to download anymore. Why does it not want to download? I had to look at the VAT map. There it is. Now I got it. Now it seems to be working okay. Alright. No ATC yet anywhere. There is actually, there is ground and tower out in JFK right now. I feel like these guys are not going to be there by the time we get there. They've already been on for about 45 minutes to an hour already. These guys are just hanging out on tower, and that's fine. But I'm optimistic that we will get some ATC at some point today. It's a long flight, and it's going to be mid-afternoon by the time we get to New York, so that's a good time to kind of cash in on some ATC. So I'm expecting we will get ATC by the time we get done here. It's just a matter of getting this flight, getting far enough down this whole flight. So what can we talk about today? Because we got a long time to kill. We got lots of stuff to talk about. I will take a little break at some point because I can't sit here and talk for I can't sit here and talk for 4 hours, 5 hours straight. I have to take a little break. My voice will need a break by about an hour, 2 or 3, and I will probably need a meal break as well. So at some point halfway through this day, I am going to hop out and go have a meal break probably. But I'll try to keep here as much as possible, keep engaged with you guys as much as possible. So if you got questions you want to talk about, anything you want to talk about, please do. There's all sorts of interesting news. First of all, just this week, the WestJet Pilots here in Canada voted an overwhelming majority for a strike mandate that will go into effect in about a month's time. So right now they're in the midst of some conciliation negotiations with the airline. They're also going to have a 3-week cooling period, but if nothing happens after that 3-week cooling period, and if no tentative agreement is reached, then there is a potential that before the end of May, the WestJet Pilots could go out on strike. And Yeah, and it's interesting to see that we've reached this point now, and you know, it seems a little bit crazy, like just coming out of the pandemic and getting flying going again for the pilots to be doing this. But this is something that's been building up for a while. This is not something that was caused by the pandemic. It was exacerbated by the pandemic. This was coming before the pandemic. WestJet is not the warm and fuzzy place it used to be. It used to be a great place where the employees were owners, and they took pride in their airline, and they wanted their airline to succeed, and they got rewarded when the airline did succeed. And then the airline went, I believe it was Onyx bought them, and there's an organization that has very little respect for labor, and it just tries to sponge as much money out of the companies that they own as possible, and that's exactly what they've been doing to WestJet for quite a few years now, slowly cutting things back, you know, double crossing the pilots, like Swoop here coming in as a discount brand under the WestJet banner. It's like, well, you know, it's all going to be WestJet pilots. They're going to be doing the same thing, but then all of a sudden now we're not going to pay them as much. They're going to be doing the same job in the same airplanes, but we're just not going to pay them as much. There's been a lot of animosity building in the pilot group for a while. The management at WestJet has not treated any of the employee groups for the last 5 years with much respect, and now they're going to start reaping the rewards for that. You know, you don't treat your employee groups with respect, then they're not going to want to knuckle down and work harder for nothing. Do the same job for even less than they did last week. It may take a little while for labor to kind of wake up and get organized, and this is the thing, like company management is often, even pretty big companies can be pretty agile like that, can change stuff pretty quickly. It takes a little while for resentment to build. For a long time, WestJet was a great place to work. Pilots loved working there. All the employees loved working there. It was a place that took care of its employees, and its employees took care of its customers, and the business was good. But then the attitude shifted. The employees stopped getting cared for, and then they stopped caring for the customers as much. It's a downward spiral.
1,000 to level.
Check 32 for 33. It's a downward spiral from there. So it's something that's been kind of coming for a while, but it's about to rear its ugly head. And WestJet has said they'd rather park airplanes than pay a pilot more. And I think that's very short-sighted. What am I trying to say here? Short-sighted outlook, anyways. Just watching the level off here. It's coming. There's 32,000 or 33,000.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments we'll begin our meal service for the flight. Please refer to the menu given to you on boarding for the 2 meal choices and your beverage choices available. We request that you keep the aisles clear to assist the flight attendants to serve you efficiently and also for your own safety.
FMC, VNAV path. Level off at 10 feet, pretty accurate. There we go. What was I saying? Yeah, so it's been a little while in coming. The WestJet pilots have been slowly had their conditions, their working conditions have been slowly worsened over time, and because they were not unionized, they really had no say in it. They could complain, but the company was under zero obligation to listen to them, and so in most cases it chose not to. Which again, it works for a little while and it gets a lot of shareholder value back in the short term, but in the long term, you start to build up a lot of resentment in the labor groups. It's going to cost you in a bunch of different ways. You're going to have unsatisfied labor is not going to work efficiently. They're not going to help the company save money when they can, and eventually they're going to unionize, and they're going to come looking for a contract with wage and working condition improvements. So in the long run, unhappy labor. Delta is very much taking the opposite approach. They are still very proactive on the labor front. They would prefer, most of their employee groups do not unionize. So hence they've been treating certain employee groups, especially their flight attendants, who are always sort of. The last little while, there's been a lot of aggressive campaigning to try and get the Delta flight attendants to unionize. It's something that Delta sees coming, and they're trying to avoid as much as possible. So they're giving their flight attendants one of the sweetest deals in the entire industry now. Delta flight attendants get something almost no other flight attendant get, which is boarding pay. They actually get paid while the airplane is boarding, because most flight attendants and most airlines are paid just like the pilots. They only get paid from the time the parking brake is released to start the flight till the time the parking brake is set at the end of the flight. All the time they spend boarding and helping passengers load their bags, find their seats, all that stuff that happens before the plane actually leaves the gate, flight attendants do not get paid for it, just like the pilots. The pilots don't get paid for any of the stuff they do before the plane actually leaves the gate. So all the flight planning, walk around, setting up the aircraft, the pilots don't technically get paid for any of that. They get paid only for the time the airplane is moving, and same with the flight attendants. So Delta has now changed that, and they've started actually paying flight attendants while the airplane is boarding. And that can be a substantial, depending on how much you get paid and how they work it out, but that could be a substantial amount of money, because depending on the type of aircraft you're operating a wide body, it can take an hour to board the bloody thing. It's an extra hour of pay in your day. So it could definitely be worthwhile. So Delta has gotten very much out in front of the unions and tried to make sure that the flight attendants have some of the best working conditions to begin with, so that they do not want to unionize. Whereas WestJet, which sort of took the opposite, took the same approach before, has now switched very much to the opposite end of the spectrum, treating their labor like a disposable resource, and hoping that it will still run efficiently and effectively. And it tends to work that way for a little while, but then eventually it builds up, and people start to resent the company that they work for if they feel like they're not getting respect, and it shows up in their work ethic, in their attitude towards their customers, in all sorts of different ways. So the WestJet management is reaping what they sow right now, and it's unfortunate, and it could have a big impact on a lot of people, because just as we start to get into the summer travel season, in what will be maybe the second real summer post-pandemic, WestJet could have a strike on their hands, which could screw up a lot of vacation plans, and it could cost the airline a lot of revenue, not to mention a lot of reputation. They could take a big hit on the reputation as well if they end up having to cancel a lot of flights because they get into a protracted strike. I don't think they will, but the possibility nevertheless exists. The strike mandate was quite overwhelming too. This was not some fickle decision either. I can't remember which of the stats were which. There was 97% and 92%. So I think it was 92% of the pilots voted, and 97% of those who voted were in favor of a strike, or maybe it was the other way around. But either way, 90% of WestJet pilots voted in favor of going on strike. That is an overwhelming mandate. Very seldom does any kind of election win at a 90% plus rate. Like to get 90% of the people to agree to something means that they are all convinced. So after years of sort of suffering, and obviously COVID and the pandemic did not help the airline industry at all, and created a lot of animosity, and not animosity, but created a lot of hardship within the industry. And a lot of the employees bore the brunt of this for a long time. It's time to kind of return a little bit of the it's time to return a little bit of the profit to the employees who helped make it. So anyway, I 100% support these guys going out on strike. They've been they've really gotten the short end of the stick. It used to be a great place to work, and over the years, with the creation of Encore and Swoop and all the other little subdivisions within WestJet, they've slowly nickel and dimed everybody away until it's become a very unpleasant place to work, and a lot of people don't like to work there. A lot of people are leaving WestJet, which is something that used to not happen very much. People who worked at WestJet, a lot of them were lifers, especially the pilots. They were lifers. They were going to be there until they retired. And there's a lot of people looking around and saying, this ain't such a good deal anymore. It's time to get out. I'm going to go somewhere else. And the fact that people are leaving, experienced pilots are leaving to go work for other airlines, speaks volumes to the kind of, to whether they see a future or not. Leaving an airline to go work at another airline is not something any pilot ever does on a whim. You invest a lot in an airline when you go to work there. You spend a lot of time training on the aircraft, and you get your seniority number. And seniority is key to everything in life as an airline pilot. It controls your pay rates. It controls when you're going to get vacation, days off, what your schedule is going to look like. Your entire life is controlled by your seniority number. So to give up your seniority number, which may be decent at one airline, to go start at the bottom of another airline, it's not an easy choice. Things have got to be pretty bad for you to go and do that. You've got to perceive there's going to be some very big gains for you to give up seniority at one company and go to another company. So whether it be you're expecting a big pay bump, whether you're thinking that the working conditions are going to be better, whether you're suspicious that maybe your airline is going to go under, that it may not be around in 5 years, and so your seniority number may be worthless in 5 years anyways. There's a lot of stuff. there's a lot of potential reasons, but it's not something that anyone in this business takes lightly. Pilots do not leave one job to go to another job easily. They'd much rather improve the working conditions in the company where they're at, because we've invested time. As pilots, we've always invested time in the company we work at. We want to believe that the company we work at is going to succeed, and when they succeed, we succeed, and vice versa. So relationships between airline management and pilot labor never have to be confrontational. Everybody wants the company to succeed. Everyone wants to fly the airplanes, make a good amount of money out of flying the airplanes. But it needs to be a cooperative relationship, and so often it feels like sometimes it's not a cooperative relationship. One thing I've got to do here as well as we go is I've just got to make sure I am doing some checks here. So I think we just passed Rayleigh. What happened to my... Did I unpause it? Pause it too many times here? Son of a bugger. All right. Check here. I may have screwed it up by trying to unpause it and pause it 20 times. So as we passed Rayleigh at 1434, where is it here? 1434, and we had 31.9 fuel in the tank, so we had a little bit more fuel than planned, which is good. All right, let's do a quick. Let's see here, 1439. Let's just fill this out. Make sure we know exactly where we're going to be at each point here. When we should be at each point here. 1446. 1453. And I'm sorry, I'm doing it over on my other screen here. You guys can't even see what I'm doing here. 1500. 1518. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my thing here. Oh, there we go. Now I figured it out. Might be able to lose connection in there. 1522. The wires are very small. 1528. That's a very long time from Nelson to Des Moines here. So 46 minutes. Maybe 1608, 16. 14. And then 30 minutes will put us in 44, 43. Nowadays, we usually some of the tablets have an app on their EFB that will actually, like, you'll put in one time and it'll have all these time intervals and it'll automatically populate all of these things. This is how we used to have to do it. Is we just sit here and do the math tests. It's such an easy math test. You're just adding like 4s and 5s, and like most of the time you're not adding a whole lot. Sometimes you just sit there and stare at the number and you're like, what? I'm having one of those mornings. We stayed up a little bit late last night doing another flight. And, it was lots of fun, but I'm feeling it a little bit this morning now. The time I had to get up, I'm like, I drank myself a little bit through this day, I think. 14, 18, 20. Should more or less match the time. That's in the FMS there. One thing that I said it before, like, it just astounds me at how accurate the calculations can be in SimBrief here. 1844. Yeah, it's pretty close. We said 1839 right now, 1840. So, yeah, very much within reason there. So keep an eye on all that, but it should be pretty good. Anywho, what else can we talk about, guys? Let's see here. There is some other good news in the flight sim world, of course. Lots of good airports coming out now. Not so much aircraft-wise, although there are some interesting aircraft. Nothing like crazy right now. PMVG, I think, is slowly toiling away on their 747. The Aerosoft A330, actually, that's one that's kind of it's getting there. It's getting there. It's not there yet, but it's on the cusp. There's been a lot of screenshots kind of shared with them for the 330 lately, so it definitely looks like it's getting kind of close right now, which is great. That's another great airplane that I am looking forward to flying in sometime soon. Nice to have a long hauler. It's a pretty straightforward airplane, especially if you're used to the bus at all. Fairly straightforward to operate. Very similar to the 320 family. Just gives you a little bit more range. So it'll be nice to see some quality long haulers in the sim, because we've got the narrow body market basically covered. The only thing I would really like to see in the narrow body market, really, besides getting that Embraer kind of finished up from FSIM Studios, is I would love to see Phoenix launch the 321. That is, the 320 is a great airplane. I find that I like the 321 more. I enjoy the 321. I don't know what it is. It's something about it. It's bigger. It's heavier. But it gives it more stability to the platform. I don't mind a heavy airplane. A heavy airplane is a good thing in a lot of ways, especially when you're on approach. I find the 319 a lot, the 320 a little bit. They can be squirrely on approach. The 321, it's so much heavier. It's just like a dump truck. It just keeps going. Nothing moves. A gust of wind does not even touch it. It just keeps on trucking towards the runway. I find it's a very nice airplane like that. It's very stable. So I'm looking forward to Phoenix one day hopefully releasing the 321 as a variant of their 320, because the 320 is very nice and it wouldn't take a whole lot of effort. It would, but it wouldn't. There is quite a lot of differences obviously with the 321 in terms of things just being a bit bigger, so the reaction of the airplane obviously needs to be tweaked to represent the heavier aircraft, but in terms of the systems itself, the flight deck, you wouldn't even know what you're flying in. It's still a flight deck. The flight deck of the 320 and the 321 identical. That being said, of course, the variations in the 320 flight deck are hilarious sometimes, how many different variations they are. This is a plane that's been in production now for 40 years. 40 years? 30 years? 30 years, I guess, really. 30, 35 years it's been in production for. There's so many variations, little things that have changed over the years, improvements that Airbus has made that they've looked at and said, oh, we can do that better. Some of them substantial, some of them not. GPS didn't exist, certainly not in a publicly usable form when the 320 was designed. So the 320 was not designed with GPS in mind, but of course GPS was then something that was retrofitted to pretty much almost every aircraft, though some of them were not retrofitted until like the last 5 to 10 years. 10 years ago there were still plenty of Airbuses flying around there without GPS that relied on VOR, DME, and the FMS, the IRS to keep to track your location. So GPS is still a relatively new technology to the Airbus in a lot of ways. And they slowly tweak things over the years. They've replaced the old CRT screens with LCDs, but you still have lots of airplanes with these old CRT screens in them. All sorts of stuff got tweaked over the years. Software got improved. They're adding TCAS, autopilot flown TCAS resolution advisories now, so you'll just, if you get a TCAS RA, you won't even take the autopilot off, you'll just watch it. It's like, yep, it's climbing, exactly what it's supposed to do. But all sorts of stuff. Airbus is, that's the funny thing about the 320 platform, is Airbus didn't just put it out there and sort of left it. They have spent decades now tweaking that platform, making it better, taking operator suggestions and improving it, and it shows. The only trouble with that, of course, is that over time the airplanes have evolved a whole bunch of differences. So, airlines may have a whole bunch of 320s, but there may be so many variations of the 320s. We get 320s from the early batches that maybe didn't have this, hadn't have that, and then all sorts of differences, different speed limits, different altitude limits. Just so many variations to the 320 family. It's frustrating sometimes to deal with it as a pilot, because you won't even know what airplane you're in. You have to go pull out a card that says, hey, so what's different about this one? Oh, the steering's on the yellow system on this one. That's unusual. Or it has the lower turbulence penetration recommended turbulence penetration speeds, or it's got a different set of weights from the other 320s. Even though they're all 320s, the weights have changed over the years. So it can be frustrating to sometimes deal with a fleet like that, where there's so much evolution that your aircraft are are all a little bit different. The first airline I worked at, the airplanes were almost identical. All the airplanes were pretty much almost identical. They were all ordered in one batch, except for then they ordered a handful more a bunch of years later. But almost all the airplanes, they were pretty much identical. There was no difference between them. One airplane was the same as any other. There was no noticeable difference between any of them. And then the second airline I worked at had one fleet of airplanes. They were mostly consistent, but they were bought from a few different places. So there were kind of about 3 different groups of airplanes with 3 kind of different, slightly different. And it was only minor stuff. It was things like freeze protection kits that were different, video surveillance systems, things like that. The style of cockpit door that was installed was a little bit different. Those were the kind of things that were different. But the majority of the airplane, when you're sitting in the front facing forward, looked exactly the same. It was only minor little things usually behind you somewhere that were different. And then I got onto the 320 fleet. And the 320 fleet is just like, oh my god, the differences between them is just insane. You never know what you're going to get. Some of them don't make the auto callouts. Some of them don't make callouts as you're approaching minimums. Some of them do. Which one is it going to be? Do I need to make the callouts? Do I not need to make the callouts? I have to listen for it. I have to be ready to make the call out. And sometimes I'll start saying the call out, and the airplane will say it, cut me off halfway through. So it's frustrating when there's just a lot of differences, and you try to get used to one thing, and then something's a little bit different. Some airplanes have brake fans. Some airplanes have I don't even know. I'm trying to think of some of the things that annoy me, like things that are available on one airplane but not on the next. And you're like, is it going to work? Is it not going to work? Is it available? You're sitting there trying to remember what airplane you're on that particular day. And then you switch airplanes twice in the day to go to do a different flight. You're like, what airplane are we on now? What affects this airplane? Anyways, not a whole lot of interesting airplanes. Another one that I'm interested in, though, is the PC-12. I think that's going to be a fun little airplane. I think it's SimSkunkWorks is producing the PC-12, and there's a great little airplane. Very versatile. You can get into all sorts of really small strips. You can do like a pretty crazy short field landing on that airplane and land in a pretty small strip. You can land on unimproved. You can land on gravel runways, grass runways. There's lots of great airplanes. There's a lot of great places you can slide that in, but you can also keep up a pretty good cruise speed on a single engine. So the PC-12, and it's got a very modern flight deck, depending on which version they're doing. I think they're doing the slant. I think they're doing the NG. Hayden UK, good morning. I think SimSkunkWorks is modeling their PC-12 on the 47 NG, so the next generation. So it has like a Primus Epic, like full-on FMS system in it. I used to fly the slant 45s, and they were good airplanes too. Don't get me wrong. They were a little bit older. They still had like a mechanical altimeter, but they did have like a digital attitude indicator, a digital HSI. There's a lot of ergonomics. It was a fairly modern airplane, so there was a lot of ergonomics to the design. It was a very well designed airplane, very well laid out flight deck. Everything was very logical. I won't say simple, but you know, we had like not so much like this one, but like the Airbus where there's diagrammatic panels on the overhead panel. Like the electrical panel was all diagrammatic, and then you can press the buttons for the batteries and the generators and everything on the overhead panel. I have to say the PC-12 was a well designed airplane, very ergonomic, very pilot friendly. There was a lot of time spent on the man-machine interface in the PC-12, and it made for a very pleasant airplane to fly. It also had the trailing link landing gear. American gecko lover. Welcome. Yeah, the PC-12 was a very pleasant airplane to fly. And the trailing link landing gear was also just a dream in that airplane for someone who was just sort of upgrading to their first like decent sized aircraft. Trailing link landing gear really is a great it's a great system because it makes almost every landing a nice soft smooth landing. So let me show you what trailing link landing gear is for anybody who doesn't know. But basically, oh my gosh, we got ATC. Call him in just a second, but basically what trailing link landing gear is if I can, of course there you go, the PC-12 is right there. But trailing link landing gear, instead of having like a straight up and down strut like you do in like the airliner where the wheel is directly in line with the strut and it's just connected directly there, trailing link landing gear uses a hinge point and to help absorb the shock, and it tends to make all the landings very smooth. So instead of having this kind of straight up and down oleo strut like you see in this one here, where it's where all the shocks of landing are directly absorbed in the fuselage, by having this bend in the landing gear and then having the shock strut absorb the shock through the bend, it tends to absorb the shock and you tend to feel a lot less of a shock. So the PC-12 had that. I don't know how well you can see that in this picture here, but you can see there is a shock strut, but there's also like a bend to absorb a lot of the force, and it tends to make for a lot smoother landings. Almost every landing in a PC-12 is a smooth landing. All right, who we got? Oh, it's not LAX. Somebody else is just messaging me. Morning, ND Silence. How you doing? I thought it was ATC, but it's not. Although LAX Center is on behind us. Too bad we're moving away from LAX, but that's okay. But yeah, so I think the PC-12 is going to be a great airplane as well. And the other one that I'm also looking forward to seeing, obviously in the long run, is the Dash 8 from Majestic. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But the ATR, I think, will also be a fun airplane. In the same vein that the Dash 8 is a fun airplane. Again, it's a bit of a bigger airplane, transport category airplane, but you can get into smaller airports. It makes more sense to operate that to some of the secondary, tertiary airports. You know, it feels weird taking a 737 or 320 out to Timmins. It's done, but it feels weird. But you feel perfectly fine taking something a la, Dash 8 or ATR out there. So, and again, from what a lot of simmers are doing short flights. They're not doing the long flight like we're doing this morning. They're doing short flights. So when they do these, when you have aircraft that are comfortable and feel natural to do these short flights, it just makes sense to have a lot of them out there. As much as I'm looking forward to some of these long haulers, I think in general for the sim market, short haulers are the way to go. And regional jets are the way to go. I think the Embraer is going to be a fantastic airplane when FSIM Studios gets it done. But there's also been lots of great scenery news too. Lots of airports that I'm really looking forward to. Dallas Love, Houston Hobby. These are two airports that I think have never gotten much love in the P3D world. And it's good to see them finally out there. Dallas Love especially. Everyone loves flying for Southwest. Southwest is a very popular airline. And if you like flying the 737, Southwest is the airline to fly for. So here's Dallas, their biggest hub. Never really had a good model in the P3D world. Never until now had one in the MSFS world. Bill Womack finally released his version of Dallas Love. I'm looking forward to that. Flight Sim Studios, it says Calgary's release is imminent, which is great. That's a beautiful airport, big busy airport. Great scenery around there too. You can see the mountains from the airport. It's like Denver. You can just see the mountains off in the distance from there. So it's another great airport that tons of great scenery, lots of great destinations within a short range. It'll be really good to see a good quality model of that scenery as well. FSIM Studios said they're also going to work on Winnipeg, which is another airport that doesn't get a whole lot of love because it's just one of those airports that's just sort of there. People go to it, but it's not something people think of immediately. Then people think of romantic destinations. Winnipeg is not up high on the list, unfortunately. But it's an important airport in Canada. It's a connection to a lot of northern points, so it'll be good to see a good model of that. What other airports? JFK, I&I Builds announced that they're, I think they've released it, or did they just announce it? I can't remember if they actually released it yet or not, but KJFK, which is another airport that, again, there was a decent model through the default scenery in MSFS, and it was decent, but there were a lot of problems with it. Gate labeling was one of my biggest issues. The gate labels that Asobo had applied did not in any way resemble the real world. It just seemed like they just randomly put some numbers on different gates. It is released, thank you. So it's good to see that somebody did actually release that. So I did not pick it up for this flight. We are going to be flying to default scenery, unfortunately, so we're going to have to just find a gate and hope that we know where we're going. Because the trouble with that is, like, when you're using something like GSX, where you can select the gate ahead of time and say, I want to taxi up to this gate. If the gate numbers make no sense, if they don't relate to any map or chart, there's no point in having GSX at all. So it is an airport that I'm interested in getting in the long run. I just have to save up some pennies, I think, to do it. What other airports were announced recently? I'm just trying to think. I&I Builds announced some of the stuff they were working on. I can't even remember what they announced. When JFK was released, they talked about what's coming up next for them, and I honestly don't remember. There was at least one or two ones that interested me out of stuff that was coming out with them. And it's Canada, I have to say, has gotten a lot of love in the MSFS world, thanks in a large part to Flight Sim Studios. I got to differentiate between Flight Sim Studios and FSIM Studios. Almost all the major airports in Canada are covered. The one that is really kind of an outlier right now, and it's a bit disappointing, is Montreal. One of the bigger airports in Canada that has no good scenery, and I think a lot of people are kind of sitting on it because Fly Tampa has, I hate to say the domain on it, because first one out oftentimes sells the most, but Fly Tampa's model for P3D was fantastic. Fly Tampa is not known for doing things quickly. They do things well, they don't do things quickly. So I am curious to see if and when Fly Tampa releases theirs. That'll really kind of almost, I won't say complete Canada, but it really will cover all of the major airports in Canada: Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, even the East Coast has got Halifax, Moncton. I think there's a St. John's out there. Like there's lots. There's lots of East Coast airports out there. So it's Montreal's one that's surprising that no one has released it yet. Let's see here. I'm just looking for INI builds just to see if there's anything. Just trying to find if there's any other airport, because I feel like there was one other airport they had announced that I was also eager to. And there's lots of good airports out there that have not yet been covered in the MSFS world. DFW is one. Houston's one, actually. Houston Intercontinental, George Bush, is another one that is surprising that nobody has kind of reached out and done that one yet. Can't seem to find what I'm looking for. You can never find what you're looking for after the fact. And I tend to start making show notes now. And the other day, the free one on... Yeah, well, the free one's okay, but a lot of these free ones, they often will use just default, stock model textures. And they really don't do a good job. Yeah, for Montreal. Yes, yeah. And I have that one. And it's not bad. It has issues. The gate numbering, again, on that one, on the default one, is a bit of an issue. Yeah, the gate numbering on that one is a bit of an issue. There's big problems. It looks good. The guy did customized models, and it does look really good. The Montreal freeware on FlightSim.to is a pretty good freeware, all things considered. For freeware, I like it a lot. My biggest issue with it is just the gate modeling. The gate numbers are all wrong, and I don't know how someone who actually kind of is from the Montreal area got this stuff so wrong. I mean, maybe they didn't modify maybe they just did the modeling and they didn't modify the gates, but it's a little bit frustrating to use. I can't find it. Anyways, I was just trying to look it up. I tend to make notes of stuff to talk about in between episodes of my streams here, and I did have one yesterday, and I closed it without saving it yesterday by accident. So I lost all the notes that I had made yesterday about stuff that I was going to talk about today, which is a little bit unfortunate and frustrating. So there are a few topics that I do know I want to talk about, but I have to go and kind of look them up again. I had links saved and everything ready to go, and then I closed the file without saving it by mistake. I was like, ugh, what a stupid. And then I had to go to bed, get up and do this. So, well. Let's see how we're doing here. So we're already kind of crossing across the Rockies here. Another 45 minutes and we'll be across most of the Rockies. We'll probably be into Wyoming. And we'll be onto this long leg here. And we'll have to start looking for the weather. You can start to see a little bit of cloud build up ahead. It's probably a little bit far out really to see that weather that's building up near the Great Lakes. But we'll definitely have to watch that as we get a little closer in. Let's see here. So, the one topic that Travis had asked me to talk about. Let's see if I can find it here, because again, I took notes and then I closed it. So, he did want me to comment on this ATR crash that happened in, it's ATR, right? Yeah, ATR 72 that happened in Nepal. It was, there's a preliminary report that's been published. It's not, terribly detailed. It's not a whole lot of analysis. It's very factual because it's a preliminary report. But yeah, the gist of the story here is operating a scheduled flight. Flight was operated by two captains. One captain in process of obtaining aerodrome familiarization for Pokhara, which is the place that they were landing, and the other captain was the captain in the right seat was a trainer who was basically providing orientation for this airport that the captain was being checked out for. Everything was pretty normal until they did their approach to the runway. Let's see here. So while they were on approach here, they called for flaps 15. Everything was normal. The flaps 15 was selected. Then the pilot flying, who was the captain who was being checked out, called for flaps 30, and the pilot monitoring replied flaps 30 and descending. And what happened was that the FDR did not record any flap surface movement or selection, but instead the propeller speed of both engines decreased simultaneously to less than 25%. So what happened somehow, and I don't know the layout of the ATR flight deck, so I don't know exactly how it works, but it appears, based on the preliminary report, that the PM grabbed the wrong lever and possibly feathered the propellers instead of selecting flaps 30. The biggest issue with this is that nobody realized what was happening. So the propeller speed decreased to less than 25%, and the torque on both engines started decreasing towards 0, which is consistent with both propellers going into a feathered condition. And nobody realized this happened. They started to realize the aircraft was sinking faster and faster, but they couldn't figure out what happened here. It's a little bit hard to visualize when things aren't going wrong, going the way you're expecting them to. You kind of look around and see. And I don't know what the flight deck of the ATR looks like. You know, I have Google at my disposal here. Let's have a look at what the ATR flight deck looks like here. See if I can find a picture of it. Show me the flight deck. Alright, so yeah, so here is the condition levers, and here is the flap lever. It's not the best angle here, but they are side by side. Absolutely, they are side by side. However, they do have a different feel to them. And let's see if I can find a better maybe side view here. I don't know how big this. Yeah, I can show you that. There, ATR 72 cockpit. Again, and ATR has gone with this principle that a lot of modern flight decks go with, where making certain levers look or feel a certain way. So the landing gear lever is always a wheel, and the flap lever on a lot of airplanes these days is shaped a bit like a flap. So you grab it, it feels like a wing. You know what you're grabbing. So wheels, flap. It's got a very different shape and texture from the prop lever. So I find it not unfathomable, but very hard to understand how someone would grab both prop levers and move them thinking it was a flap lever. It's one thing if they kind of are similar shape and size, but to grab two levers instead of one and move them both, that's what really kind of blows my mind, is that they did that. And I don't want to I hate to second guess, but there's a reason why the levers are different. There's a reason why the thrust levers are a different shape than the condition levers. So when you grab the thrust levers, they're nice and round. There's no bumps on the top. You know that it's the thrust levers. The condition levers are kind of a sort of a triangular shape with bumps on the top. They would feel very different from the flap lever. The fact that he grabbed both of them and moved them back, and it really kind of blows my mind. And I hate to second guess people and the second guess what people are doing, but it was not a bad day. It was a VFR day. There was nothing wrong with the aircraft per se until the pilots did something that they weren't supposed to do. There was nothing wrong with the aircraft. There was no emergency. There was no reason to rush anything. It was a nice day. So yeah, very, very, very hard for me to fathom grabbing the wrong lever. I can fathom grabbing the wrong lever, but then feeling it and saying to yourself something's not right, especially the person in the right seat was a training pilot. I don't know if they listed here experience level. No, they don't have the experience level in the report here, but one would assume the training pilots got quite a number of hours. They're not new to the airplane. Something should have felt off when he grabbed the wrong lever, and I've grabbed the wrong lever in my day. I gladly say I've grabbed the wrong lever. I usually, if something feels off or something feels a little weird, I look down. I'm like, nope, that is not right. Yeah, and there's another great accident report I'll talk about a little bit later that sort of brings up some of these things as well. Yeah. So when both propellers were feathered, the investigation team observed both engines were running flight idle condition during the event flight to prevent over torque. All the recorded parameters related to engines did not show any anomaly. When the radio altitude call up for 500 feet was enunciated, another click sound was heard. The aircraft reached maximum bank 30 degrees, and the recorded propeller speed and torque remained invalid. The yaw damper disconnected 4 seconds later. The PM consulted the PM on whether to continue the left turn. The PM replied, continue the turn. When ATC gave the clearance for landing, PF mentioned twice that there was no power coming from the engines. Power levers were advanced first to 62 degrees, then to the maximum power position, followed by a click. 1 second after the click, the aircraft was at the initiation of its last turn of 368 feet AGL. The high pressure turbine of both engines increased from 73 to 77%. So they could sense something was wrong, but they couldn't quite diagnose what was wrong, why they weren't getting any power. Of course, the propellers were fed that they were in a position where they could not actually push any air back. They could turn, but they couldn't push any more air back, so they were not getting any thrust. And then at 10:57, 20 seconds, so 13 seconds later, the PM. Oh, okay, so the PF handed control over to the PM, and the PM, who was previously PF, so the guy in the left seat, the guy who was originally flying the approach and the handed control to the instructor, repeated again, there's no power from the engines. Eventually they get the stick shaker, and the aircraft banked abruptly left. Thereafter, the radio altitude alert for 200 feet was enunciated, and sound of impact was heard on the CDR. The CDR stopped recording. So the PF recognized that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. And it doesn't say the PM said much. It really doesn't say if the PM said anything at all. I don't have an actual full CVR script here. That's basically the preliminary report. So the PF knew something was wrong. There was something not right. The engines were not generating power. He didn't know why. I didn't understand why that wasn't generating power. And the PM, it doesn't say if they acknowledged that at all or what they might have done. So there's a lot of interesting things in this accident report. But first of all, the fact that you can put the propellers into feather and not have it set off some kind of put the propellers into feather in the flight deck, both of them simultaneously, and not have any kind of an alarm or system on the flight deck. This was something that was also an issue with the Dash 8, and they actually, what was it, AUIPCs? This is taking me way back now, but this is also an issue with the Dash 8 where somebody at some point in the certification process looked at it and said, well, what if you're an idiot and you put both in feather at the same time? Is there any way to recover the aircraft? And what they actually did was they created a system where if you feathered the propeller while there was still torque on it, it would counteract the feather command and actually still allow you to get power from the engine. So somebody, when they were designing the Dash 8, looked at this and said that's a potential threat. Someone could feather the propeller in flight accidentally while you're still commanding thrust. And if that happens, then the engine is supposed to actually not feather the propeller and still continue to command thrust. So, again, without knowing the design of the ATR, I don't know if there's any kind of warning there. You would think there should be a warning. The PF was able to see what the problem was, but he couldn't diagnose what had caused the problem, and didn't have enough time to do it. They were on approach. They were only several hundred feet above the ground. Knew something was wrong. They didn't have power coming from the engine, but didn't know why, and said it several times, but couldn't figure out why. Whether or not the PM knew the reason why, he doesn't say if he acknowledged in any way, shape, or form. So, unacknowledged communications, a lack of a shared mental model. These are issues in the flight deck. If both pilots are not on the same page and don't have the same understanding of what's going on, that can lead to all sorts of problems. And that was the case here. The PF knew something was wrong, but was unable to communicate to the PM, or the PM refused to acknowledge it and believe it because they didn't think that something could be wrong, and that this was something, maybe it was a little bit of a disbelief, because again, it didn't fit their mental model. We should be generating power, therefore we must be generating power. Why are we not generating power? I've got the thrust levers forward, the engines are turning, we should be generating power. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Would more time have done it? Was it also just a factor of where they were? 500, 700, 800 feet on approach, feather both engines. Neither pilot realizes it for 60 seconds, 90 seconds. That's all the time they had left before they hit the ground with no thrust. Sometimes time is what you need to kind of diagnose a problem, and they didn't have time because they were on approach in this case. There's lots of issues. I don't really want to spend too much time kind of second guessing why or clucking my tongue and wagging my finger at the pilots, because I don't know what situation they were in. It was a beautiful day. They weren't having an emergency, but there was a breakdown in communication, there was a breakdown in the shared mental model. You know, regardless of whether somebody made a mistake and flipped the wrong switch, somebody else should have caught that. And really, in a flight deck, nothing should happen in this flight deck that both pilots are not aware of. The simplest thing you do, you turn the taxi light on and off. You should usually tell the other guy what you're doing. And I see that, and I do that all the time. When I see someone's hand go up here and do something, and then they don't say anything about what they did, I immediately go up there and look myself and say, what did you do? If you don't tell me what you did, I'm going to want to find out what you did. Like, and admit, okay, maybe you turned the temperature knob down. Fine, cool, no big deal. But let me know what you're doing. When you're playing with any switch in this flight deck, there should be no secrets in this flight deck between two pilots. Anything that you do on one side of the flight deck should be verbalized to the other person so that they know what's going on. It comes down to shared mental model. We both need to understand what's going on in the flight deck, and nothing should be touched without the other pilot knowing what's been touched. If you leave the flight deck to go to the bathroom and come back and sit down again, the pilot who stayed here should brief you on anything and everything that they did while you were gone, just so that you 100% have the same idea about what's going on in the flight deck as the other person. And you see that. You see people like, oh, it's nothing. It's just the taxi light, or I'm just adjusting the temperature. I'm like, you're right. It is nothing. But I need to know that it's nothing. I need to know what you've done just in case maybe you did something wrong. I've done it before. I've grabbed the wrong knob and started to turn it, and then realized like I've grabbed the heading knob when I meant to grab the speed knob, and vice versa. Everybody's done it. So it's important to kind of enunciate what we're trying to do, because then the other person can look and say, yep, that's exactly what you're doing. It's working out exactly right. Or, hold on, wait, you're trying to adjust the speed? That's the heading button. Don't touch that one. Touch the other one. And it's not that we're trying to get anybody in trouble or prove that we know better. It's that we're trying to make sure that the stuff gets done properly. And And again, even things like, setting the flap lever. I asked for flap 5 while we're in final. Okay, speed check, flaps 5. I should at least take a second to glance down and make sure that is set to flap 5, and maybe not left at flap 2 or moved to flap 10 without me realizing it. Anything that happens in the flight deck, both people should verify it. And some of the most critical items, it's an SOP that it has to. There's a few critical items in most flight decks that have to be absolutely 100% verified before you move them. So typical examples kind of are anything that's really irreversible in flight. So engine shutdown process, usually everything is confirmed by the other pilot. So thrust lever 1 idle, and the other guy will look and say confirmed idle, and then the PM will move it to idle. Engines start lever 1 cut off, and the other guy will confirm, and the other guy will look and say confirmed and engine 1 start lever cut off. So you'll touch it, and the other guy will make sure you're touching the right things. Anything that's irreversible in the flight deck especially usually gets that. So things like IDG disconnects especially. IDG 1 disconnect confirm, and the other guy will look up and say confirmed IDG 1 disconnect. Make sure you're touching the correct one you think you're touching, because some of these things, like disconnecting IDGs, are not reversible in flight. Once you take it out, that's it, you're done. And it has happened. There was an incident at a company I worked for where they had a generator fault of some kind. They had like a generator oil overheat, I think, or something like that. Anyways, they were required to disconnect the IDG, and they disconnected the wrong one. So now they had one IDG that's failing, and they disconnected the good one by mistake, and now they had no IDGs. Now they had no electrical power source. They had to start the APU to get an electrical power source for the airplane. It can happen. You rush through things. You can make a mistake, and it's important for both people to confirm that the right action is being taken. It's a double check for the guy who's taking the action, and a double check for the guy who is confirming the action. All right. What else we got? Yeah. Nothing should happen to this flight deck that both people don't know about. That is one of the golden rules of aviation. And it's a hard thing to learn to do when you're new to a multi-crew flight deck. For people who are used to kind of flying by themselves and doing everything themselves and knowing everything themselves, it can be hard to break that habit. It can be very hard to start including that second person, and it feels sometimes like you're a bit of an idiot, or like you're treating them like a child because you're saying everything you're doing. It's not because you're a child. It's not because you don't know and they don't know how to do stuff. It's just because what can I say? It's just because they're what am I trying to say here? It's just because you want to make sure that everyone's aware of what's going on. 72 is what that's at 72. All right. So we'll do another check here when we get to KU60 Quebec. We are slowly making our way across the Rockies here. Still snowy there. Good snowpack this year. Whether or not this is just an aberration in the climate, though. The trouble with the climate is you don't know. The climate is the long-term average, and you don't know the long-term average until you've seen all the short-term values. So you know, we got a lot of snowpack this year. Everyone's talking about, well, the drought's over because we got all the snowpack this year. But the ground in general is so parched, and the groundwater supplies are so, the water levels are so low. The water tables in so many areas are so low that even with all this excess snow and excess rain that California and the West Coast has gotten over the course of the last month or so, there's at such a deficit that even this huge influx is not enough to alleviate the deficit, and at most it just sort of staves off the emergency for another year. But if we go back to a drought type of situation after this year again, they'll be right back where they were. This year will be fine, but after this year it could get bad again. Turn off all the panel lighting because it's daylight here. Go. Turn off this one as well. Seatbelts, yeah, we're just cruising along. KU600 Quebec will be there in about 2 minutes. Yeah. What else can we talk about? If you guys got any questions, as always, my standing policy is we will set up failures based on the number of people watching. There's not all that many people watching right now, so I'm not going to set up any failures right now. I'm just going to make sure we do have service-based failures turned on. Should. Alright, service-based failures, yes, we do have service-based failures. Random failures, we got nothing right now. We've only got a handful of people watching. So we're only going to put on a handful of events right now. Might create some interest at least. The odds of any one thing happening on this flight right now are pretty slim. But we'll put some stuff on there. Hopefully something will happen, and hopefully we'll get a few more people watching, and we'll actually get a number of watching. Hopefully we'll get some kind of interest later on. Let's turn off that AFCS flood because that's distracting. There we go. The other thing I haven't been doing in this flight is kind of keeping track of where we are. Let's see here. Fix. So there's Denver. So different pilots will have different techniques, but generally just to sort of keep a sense of where you are. There we go. So that's Denver, that's Salt Lake City. If anything happened right now, the safest thing is to turn around and go back to Salt Lake City. However, in a few minutes we're going to pass our equal time point, and we'll be closer to Denver than Salt Lake City. So and there's our waypoint there. So let's do a quick time and position check here. I can find what I do is my flight plan. There it is. Alright. So we just passed over KU60 Quebec, time of 15:19. We're just 1 minute behind schedule here, and we've got 27.6 tons. We're still up 600 pounds on the gas. So we got lots of gas. We're a minute behind. That's not so bad in the grand scheme of things. We'll keep an eye on that, but the important thing is that the gas is fine right now. Let's see here. What other incidents can we talk about here? Because there were some fun incidents here. And I was... There was another really great incident here that I was reading about, if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. TSB report 20A21 Whiskey 0098. This was another one I was reading just this last week. It was very, you can find out all sorts of interesting stuff. The TSB is constantly publishing reports, and you can search their database of all the reports that have been published since 1990. So any report that they've written since 1990, you can find in their database. So it's interesting to go in here sometimes and look at the reports they published. There's some interesting stuff. This one that I found was one of the more interesting ones, and again, speaks to a lot of human factors more than anything. There were some issues with this flight, but human factors was a big issue in this one. So A21W0098 was a fuel starvation incident that happened to an Air Tindi Twin Otter in the Northwest Territories on 1 November 2021. So this was a relatively recent report. Actually, it was only published in the last couple of months, I believe. I can't remember the exact date, but yeah, basically the gist of it is that if I can find the map, there was an Air Tindi Twin Otter that was flying a regular service back and forth between Yellowknife and Fort Simpson. They had done 3 flights that day, or this was the 3rd flight. Anyways, they'd gone to Fort Simpson and back a couple times, and they were landed in Yellowknife, turned around, unloaded, loaded up, and we're going to head back to Fort Simpson. And as they were loading up and getting ready to go, the captain saw that a fuel slip had slipped into the door, so he thought that the aircraft had been fueled, when in fact it had not actually been fueled. No fuel truck actually showed up to the aircraft during their stopover in Yellowknife, but he found a fuel receipt. It turns out that the fuel receipt he found was actually from 3 days earlier, but he found it jammed in the door after he came back from flight planning, so he assumed that the aircraft had been fueled, there's a whole bunch of human factors incidents that kind of go into this. So they took off from Yellowknife. They got about a third of the way to Fort Simpson and realized that they would not have enough fuel to make it. In fact, they only had like 8 or 10 minutes of fuel left on board. So they made a decision to try and divert to Fort Providence. However, due to some mismanagement with the fuel system, they actually, shortly after they started their diversion, they shut down one engine. However, they made a mistake with the fuel system, and they ended up transferring fuel into the wrong tank, and so the second engine flamed out before they made it. And they actually did have enough fuel to just barely make it to Fort Providence, but they did not actually make it because they lost their last engine and ended up crashing in doing a forced landing into a swamp, just a handful of miles. I think it was like 10 or 12 miles short of the runway. But there was a number of issues here. They found that the Twin Otter generated some technical issues, but the biggest issues here were the human factor issues, and there's a lot of interesting stuff that kind of comes from this, and things that you can sort of wonder if you can apply to yourself, and in some cases probably can apply to yourself. So what happened here? So there are checks to see that the fuel's been loaded properly. However, there were distractions, and there was a convention in the company to not often do the checklists from the written checklist, but to just do them by memory. And this was something that had happened in the company for a little while here. The investigation was unable to confirm whether the flight crew had requested fuel from the flight coordinator for the occurrence flight. However, the flight coordinator did not call the fuel company with a fuel order, so they don't even know if any fuel was ordered. Everyone just assumed. They'd done the flight a bunch of times. They knew how much fuel was required for the flight. Everybody kind of assumed somebody else had done it. And first officer went to the pre-flight inspection. The captain had gone to somewhere, probably to go get the passengers perhaps, and return to the flight deck. So nobody actually observed the plane being fueled. As I said, captain observed a fuel receipt in the door map pocket, assumed it was for the fuel he thought he had ordered for the flight to Fort Simpson, when in fact it did not. It was from 3 days earlier, so they departed with about 500 pounds remaining, with 2,500 pounds was what was required for the flight. Geographic flows to start the aircraft. There's also checklists, though. There's a before start checklist. So at 1740, passengers finished boarding, cargo and load. The first officer briefed the passengers of flight. The first officer then sat down in the cockpit and asked the captain if he'd like to commence the before start checks. The captain declined and started the engines. So he did the before start checks as a geographic flow, and he did it all from memory. And he also had a conversation with a passenger who he knew at that point in time while he was doing the checklist. So he got distracted at that point in time. So when the fuel normally would have been checked, he got distracted at that moment by talking to somebody and never came back to it. It's there again on I think the taxi check to check or the after start check again to check the fuel. But unlike the first few flights of the day, the ensuing after start taxi and line checks were completed by captain from memory only, and this was apparently a pretty common thing at the company. A lot of captains got used to the idea of just doing the checklist from memory, so it was not they didn't pull out the checklist and read it, they just simply did it from memory. That's not a terrible idea, but it is. I understand why people go down that road. I've done it 100 times. I know the checklist off by heart. There's only 9 items in the checklist. I know them all 100%. I'm not going to miss anything on it. I do the same thing every day. It defeats the purpose of having a checklist. Yes, you're a human being. Yes, you know how to do stuff without. When you do the same thing over and over again, you learn it. And you start to memorize it. That's human nature. That's the way human beings work. But we also can get distracted, and this is probably one of the biggest reasons why checklists exist, is because if there is a distraction, something unusual happens on your flight, and I talked about this at the beginning with the dynamic environment of flight, something's different this time. It may trigger you to get out of your routine, and you may do things weird. And I'll be the first to admit this, like I've memorized pretty much all the checklists of all the aircraft I've ever flown. Not on purpose, just from doing them. 5 times, 10 times, 100 times, I've done the same checklist over and over again. I know the checklist off by heart without reading it because I've done it so many times. And then the flip side of that too is when somebody reads you a checklist and something's not right, immediately you know. When you've heard it 100 times and then they skip something or something's not in the right order, you're like, wait, what? Something's not right there. Start again. But that's one of the reasons why we have a checklist, is to make sure that things don't get missed. It's easy to miss stuff, especially when you're distracted. And it says it right here. So the after takeoff and cruise checks were completed by the first officer without reference to the checklist. By this time, in a typical flight, the flight crew would have been directed by the Air Twin Otter cockpit checklist on 3 separate occasions to observe the fuel quantity. So 3 separate occasions. By the time they got in a cruise flight, they should have observed the fuel quantity, and they did not, because they did it from memory. Maybe they even looked at the fuel, but they saw what they expected to see. The needle's not pointing at 0. It's fine. Without a lot of mental thought about what it should actually be pointing at. And we've all, again, fallen victim to that. And again, it goes with the dynamic environment of flight. Every flight's different. The fuel quantity required might be different on every flight. So really, we should be checking it against the flight plan. But we're so used to sort of just, we got some fuel. It's easy to kind of see how people fall into that trap. So there's a lot of human factors issues that played into this. At 1750, the fuel company at Yellowknife called the Air 10 flight coordinator to ask whether the occurrence aircraft needed fuel, and the flight coordinator informed the fueling company the aircraft was already airported on its way to Fort Simpson. So another chance for someone to have kind of perked up and said, wait a minute, what's going on? How did they get airborne without fuel? And the flight coordinator, when you get in these smaller companies, the dispatchers are not necessarily as highly trained as they are in a major airline. They'll often be doing multiple jobs, and they'll be listening and making sure they know where the plane is to some degree, but they'll assume that they left, that they must know what they're doing. They must know how much fuel they have. Fuel is not as carefully tracked in the smaller company and smaller aircraft as it would be in these large aircraft. But like, how did you depart if you didn't get any fuel? So they did an analysis. They said the low-level fuel caution light would have illuminated about 1813, which is about 30 minutes after engine start, with 60 gallons left in the aircraft. So approximately halfway, the crew noticed the eliminated low-level fuel caution light. So this light wouldn't have triggered a master caution. Probably just a light that came on somewhere in the flight deck. It would have been another 13 minutes later, 38 minutes after takeoff, when the crew would have noticed that when the crew first noticed that this light came on. So the light had likely been on for 10 to 13 minutes before they even noticed it was on, and immediately realized what they had done. So they made the decision to divert. They turned southbound, and then relayed their situation to the dispatcher, the flight coordinator. Flight coordinator relayed a suggestion from the chief pilot to consider shutting down one engine to conserve fuel. Pilot agreed, so they did agree to this. They thought about it. They said, yeah, okay, so we've got 2 engines that are burning gas. We only have a limited amount of gas. If we shut down one engine and use all the remaining fuel in the other engine, we should be able to sustain flight at a lower speed, but certainly cut our fuel burn by half. That should help make sure we have enough to get there. So they shut down the engine. What happened, however, next was that they misconfigured the engine. So I was trying to understand this, and I don't really understand the aircraft all that way, but they misconfigured the fuel system. So instead of transferring fuel to the main tanks where it could be drawn by the other engine, they transferred it into the other wing tank and didn't realize what they were doing. So there's a picture somewhere here of the fuel switches. So normally you should have the fuel feeding from the wing tanks into the engine. However, what they did by mistake, instead of trying to cross-feed the fuel, was they ended up going into the refuel position, which transferred the fuel into the auxiliary tank instead of the wing tank. So the fuel that they were trying to save from the engine that they shut down was not being transferred to the tank where the other engine could use it, but was being transferred to the auxiliary tank, and nobody realized this in the time until the engine flamed out. So this was part of the investigation, was that the fuel system was perhaps a little bit complicated. It's a 3-position switch, and instead of switching it from the top to the middle position, they accidentally switched it all the way to the bottom position, thinking they had moved it to the middle position. So there was some issues here with the design of the aircraft as well, but mostly there's a lot of human factors issues on this one, and it goes right to flight discipline, doing things the right way, regardless of the outcome. And the company culture, I think, is a really interesting aspect of this accident. The report cites that it was a fairly common occurrence for captains to do checklists from memory, instead of pulling out the checklist and reading it, to do them from memory, and it was perceived as a way to make the operation more efficient for the company. So it was something that a lot of captains were doing. This was not just one captain did it. Probably was one captain that started it, but then other captains or other people saw them doing it and said, hey, he does it that way, and it doesn't seem to cause him any trouble. He seems to be able to get to his destination safely every time. I'm going to do that. And that's the slippery slope of non-compliance and poor discipline, is, yeah, you got away with it this time, so we can do it next time. And it just becomes that slippery slope. First of all, if you get away with it once, you get in that mentality, I got away with it once, I can do it again, and again, and again, and again. And so now the layer of safety of having this checklist and pulling it out and physically reading it to make sure every item's covered has now been lost, because I don't need that checklist. I know the checklist. It's in my head until you get distracted at the wrong moment while you're doing the checklist and miss an item and don't realize it because of your distraction. Checklists are also great because they involve usually both pilots. Most checklists are done as challenge and response, and the Air Tindy checklists were supposed to be done as challenge and response checklists. One pilot's supposed to read them, the other pilot's supposed to respond. So you're both validating the checklist. It's not just one person doing it from memory and maybe missing an item. Even if one person is doing the checklist silently to themselves, I don't like silent checklists personally. I understand kind of the idea behind it a little bit of some airlines like to do their after takeoff checklist silently just because there's a lot of stuff going on. We don't want to miss radio calls and stuff like that, but it takes the other person out of the loop, and that's a big aspect of having a checklist out here. Is you pull it out, you put it in front of you, you read it, the other guy responds to it, you both verify the items in the checklist. All right, just trying to think, like landing gear, up and off, flaps, 0, lights out, engine start levers, or engine start switches, normal, or whatever the checklist items are, but like you're both not just reading it, but you're both looking at it as well and making sure it's been done correctly. So that's part of the beauty of the checklist system. Yes, it's a little bit cumbersome, and when you're doing lots of short flights in a day and you're doing the checklist multiple times a day, I get where people feel like they can take a shortcut. I know this checklist. I know it off by heart. I can do it. I don't need someone to read it to me. I know it off by heart. We can do it, and we can get out of here just that much faster if I just do it from memory. And it's worked great until the day you forget something. You get distracted at the wrong moment. Distraction is one of the pilot's worst enemies, and it's out there everywhere. ATC is a distraction sometimes when they call you at the wrong moment while you're trying to do stuff. Cabin crew maybe might call you. Weather can distract you from flying the aircraft right now. And an incident, a failure in the aircraft, can distract you from the job of flying the aircraft. There's no shortage of possible distractions. Doing the logbook, checking the weather at the destination, briefing up the destination means you're both kind of focused on the briefing more than flying the aircraft at that moment in time. There's 1,000 things that can distract you constantly and take away your attention just at that critical moment when you're just doing that critical task and you don't realize it hasn't been done. And checklists are a great way to try and close up that potential error vector. And I get it. I've fallen victim to that myself in the past. I've wanted to go faster and get things done faster, so I do things from memory, and then I just sort of scan through the checklist. Yeah, that all seems about right. It takes a lot of discipline, but it's so important to do it, because the other thing too is it's not just it's the normalization of deviation. The second I start doing things not following the procedures, not reading the checklist, but just doing it from memory, and I got away with it this time, I can do it next time. But next time there might not be something. This captain had obviously done it many, many, many times. Wasn't his first day skipping the checklist. 100% guaranteed. It wasn't his first day skipping the checklist, and it was kind of condoned by the company a little bit. All the captains a lot of people in the company said, yeah, it's fine, but we don't do the checklist every single day. And the first officers didn't really question it, weren't assertive about questioning it either, so it became normal. And not only normal for that captain, but for a lot of other captains. And no, it doesn't say whether he was the first captain to do it or not, and it doesn't matter. The point is that your actions always have an impact on other people, even if there's no perceptible impact right now. There will be a perceptible impact somewhere down the road. Someone else will see you do this, and they may pattern themselves after you. So it may not be that you have an accident because you skipped the checklist once in a while, or a couple, every second flight or third flight you skip the checklist. You may not have an accident, but someone else may see you doing it and say, hey, if he can get away with it, I can get away with it, and they may stop doing it. And it may not even be them, maybe someone else that they influence, but somewhere in the company this becomes a culture now. Everyone thinks it's acceptable to do this. One person falls victim to it. The fortunate thing for this accident was that everyone did walk away, although it was I think the aircraft was substantially damaged. At the end of the day, everyone walked away. I don't believe there were any fatal injuries. There were minor injuries to everyone on board suffered minor injuries. They did have an off-airport landing. That's the aircraft afterwards. So it didn't. It was not a fatal accident, but it very well could have been. It very well could have been. It's lucky that they were able to land somewhere where the aircraft fuselage remained intact. They were rescued a couple of hours later, and it was not a terrible event, but it was so preventable. It was so preventable, and again, it just comes down to following those checklists. It's easy to give in and not do it, but you've just got to be the bigger person. It kind of brings up just an interesting point too. Of right now, I'm watching a show called The Good Place with my children. If you've never seen it, it's a fantastic sitcom. A very very unique show. Not very unlike kind of any other sitcom. Just in sort of in the setup, the layout. It's hilarious. It's so well done, and it creates a lot of questions. But one of its big core messages is dealing with ethics, and what is ethics, and what do we owe to each other, and integrity. One of the characters believes supremely in his integrity. Will not tell a lie. Does not believe in telling lies. That there's ever justification for telling a lie. What good is a principle? What good is your integrity if you only apply your principles when it's convenient? Integrity is about applying your principles and your belief system even when it's hard. It's easy to do it when it's easy. When it doesn't cause any adverse outcomes, when it doesn't hurt and harm you, it's easy to have principles and integrity. It's very hard. It's following your principles when it's a challenge, when it hurts you, but sticking to your principles anyways. That is true integrity. and it's a great show. It kind of goes into a lot of it's really hilarious, but it goes into a lot of interesting discussions about ethics. And I think about politicians these days and the complete and total lack of ethics most politicians exhibit these days. They have principles and they have beliefs until they're hard, until they're inconvenient. Oh, well, you know, if I say this too loud, I'm going to probably lose the election, so I just won't say it. It's like, well, if it's your belief, you should say it. People should know what your beliefs are, and you should stick to your beliefs. If you lose the election, then so be it. Like, you know, people disagree with you, you know, but I look south of the border and I see the dirty games, the dirty politics that people play south of the border now in the U.S. And I won't say that Canada's immune to this, but I think the U.S. has really kind of gone down this road so far where it's all about winning at any cost. I'll say anything to win. And I look at the case of the Senate confirming the Supreme Court justices. And when Obama was in his last couple of months of office, and there was a vacant seat on the Supreme Court, and you know, the Republicans said, "Oh, well, you know, you're leaving, so it should be the new guy who gets to choose because the new guy will have to deal with him." Fast forward 4 years, there's a vacant seat just as Trump is about to leave office. Oh, well, you should fill it as quickly as possible with your own guy. You know, the Republican Party has no principles left. Their principles flip-flop to suit whatever situation as long as they win an election, and that kind of attitude just really kind of blows my mind, because that to me is integrity. Integrity is what you do even when nobody else is watching, when it's hard on you, but you still do it anyways. That's true integrity. And proper flight discipline is the same thing. It's easy to do your checklist when you've got time and things are going well, but when you're on a time crunch and you've got to get this flight going and you know the weather's coming in and things like that, American politics is messed up. That's putting it mildly. But it's the same way with flight discipline. You know, it's easy to do the checklist when you've got time. When you're 20 minutes early for departure and you've got everything done, you can read the before start checklist now and it's done. But when you're an hour behind schedule and you know you're running into duty day issue and all that other stuff, well, you know, we'll just skip the checklist today because it's too slow and we'll just get going. That is, you can't just choose when to apply the checklist. The checklist should be applied all the time. And the checklist is just an example. Flight discipline, proper flight discipline should be applied at all times, not just when it's easy, when it's convenient, when you have time, but at all times you have to make sure that you're following the rules, the procedures, you're not taking shortcuts. It's so easy to fall for those shortcuts. Checklists are a perfectly typical example of the kind of thing that pilots like, that some pilots will try to skip because they said, I've done it 1,000 times, I know it. It's the one time that'll get you. Anyway, that sounded like a really long rant. But that Air Tindi investigation really kind of it brought up a lot of this stuff. Company culture is huge too, and how the company responds to acts of non-compliance. You know, do they just sort of turn a blind eye? Well, you know, nothing much is happening. We're kind of okay with it. We'd rather you didn't, but we're not going to really bring you any discipline. Or are we going to really kind of drop the hammer on it and say, okay, look, you're going to read the checklist, or you're going to be demoted back to first officer. You know, we want our captains to be disciplined. We want them to act in a certain way, and the captains really set the tone for the whole crew. You know, aviation is a very unique environment where the teams within it have an incredible amount of autonomy. Once takeoff power is set, the captain is the final authority for everything that happens on the airplane. The chief pilot can say whatever they want, and he has no authority left to actually say anything. Once takeoff power is set, the captain is the final authority, and you know, the chief pilot maybe they'll make suggestions. At the end of the day, it's not completely unique, but there's so little ability for anyone else to interfere once the aircraft is in motion. So the captain really does set the tone. If the captain has poor checklist discipline, guarantee the first officer's not going to have much checklist discipline. The first officer is the chameleon. Whatever the captain does, the first officer adheres to it. The captains have very different styles, very different ways of doing stuff, and the first officer will always try to adapt themselves to the captain. Even within the SOPs, there'll be individual techniques. The first officer will usually have to kind of adapt themselves. That doesn't say they can't be assertive and can't bring up points and things, but at the end of the day, it's the captain's ship to operate, and they're going to operate the way they see fit. So But the captain will set the tone. If they have a very lackadaisical attitude, they get in the flight deck. Their shirt's untucked, their tie is half cocked to one side, hair's a mess. You know, they have, instead of having a clipboard with everything neatly on it, they just bring like just a pile of papers, just sort of toss them, and then half the papers go flying. That's going to speak volumes to the way the flight's going to operate. The captain walks in, his shirt's tucked in, his uniform is crisp and ironed. He holds the flight plan on a clipboard. Everything is nice and neat. That's gonna say something very different to the way the flight's gonna operate that day. Before they've even opened their mouths and said two words to each other, there's already been a level of decorum established. It's imperative that the captain set that tone properly, and because the first officers will eventually be captains themselves. Most first officers are eventually going to be captains themselves, and they will model themselves after what they've seen. If the company allows people who like to slack, have a little bit of slack in their jobs, and you know, sometimes we'll follow the rules, but today we're going to kind of cut the corner on that. And then when the first officer gets promoted, eventually he's probably going to operate in that mode. But if the captains are held to account, they're expected to follow the rules not without question, but to follow and enforce the rules. Unless there is a very good justification not to do it. And just because we're running a little bit late or I don't wanna is not the kind of justification the company will accept, and that sets that level of discipline. Some airlines set that level of discipline. They instill in their captains that this is a professional operation. We will follow the checklist, we will follow the rules. If you cannot go without following the rules, you will not go. Plain and simple. And if we have to cancel a flight, we will do it. It's not that we want to cancel a flight. It's not anybody wants to cancel a flight, but we will do it if we can't do it within the rules. Other airlines are like, whatever we can do to get the job done. The rules are great. We got a set of rules over here, but the most important thing is get the job done. And that's often the military way of doing things. And I'm not trying to beat down the military, but the military especially is a very mission-oriented environment. We have a mission. We really need to get it done. People's lives may depend upon our mission getting done. We can just push the envelope a little bit. The trouble with pushing the envelope is eventually one day you're going to find yourself outside the envelope. And yeah, I've been reading a lot of books about this lately, but it's so interesting to read about human nature and culture and CRM. There's so many great books out there. If you guys really want some good reading, if you're really into aviation, you really want some good reading, Tony Kern is I think one of the best writers on the topics of human factors in aviation right now. He's got a number of different books out there. I've read several of them. He's got a great way of writing. He brings lots of interesting stories to kind of prove his points, but he's got a lot of great books that kind of really kind of make you think and see yourself, I think, a lot of times in what's out there in these incidents. It's like, yeah, I see where that person fell in there because I've nearly fallen in that hole too. It's not easy. It's easy to fall into these holes sometimes. You've got to be it takes a lot of discipline. It really does. It takes a lot of discipline not to give in to some of these temptations, to just take a little shortcut just to make things a little bit easier today. Anyways, I feel like I've ranted for a long time about this, so if you guys want to hear about something else right now. I just thought that Air Indy crash was such a... Tony Kern, K-E-R-N. He's a fantastic writer. He's a military pilot, military instructor, and but his books are 100% equally applicable to the civilian aviation world as to the military aviation world. He takes a lot of his examples from the civilian aviation world. The book I'm about halfway through right now is called Flight Discipline. It's one of his more recent books, and it talks about maintaining that level of discipline, what I've been sort of harping on. And I thought it was interesting because the Air Indy accident that I read this report, I'm like, oh, this so harps on so many of the ideas he was talking about with the checklist discipline and everything else. But yeah, he wrote Flight Discipline, Redefining Airmanship. He's written a whole number of books that really kind of, and they're written primarily for aviators, primarily for pilots, not just for pilots. They are written for other people as well. And certainly management in aviation company management can probably take in some of the stuff, and training departments and whatnot. Training organizations can take its information in, but it really is targeted primarily to pilots on how to sort of improve themselves and try to be the best aviators they can be, and what are the hazards and holes to watch out for. Lots of good information. he's a very good author. He's got some very well researched books. I really enjoy reading them. Yeah, I feel like I've yacked on about this for long enough. Let's see, how are we doing here? We're not bad. Where are we? We're about halfway there. Nuclear jet, I think I lost you at some point here. I don't see you anymore. Unfortunately, just past Denver there. So let's see what other potential diversion locations have we got up here. I mean, eventually we're going to get to Des Moines. Before we get to Des Moines, I'm just trying to think. I just like to have like the diversion locations kind of in mind. Kansas City is kind of a big long stretch here without any real diversion points here. I'm gonna replace this one with Des Moines. It's not the best airport in the world, but it isn't. Got some services, and if you draw these 150-mile arcs on here, it just kind of gives you a sense of where these airports are relative to each other. So it's a long way to kind of go in between here. What else is out there? North Platte, maybe? Very small airport, but if you really had to divert somewhere, you could divert somewhere. Halfway between, that gives us some places to look at. And it's just kind of, if anything happens, if any untoward incidents happen while we're flying along, then it just gives us a very quick sense of what's nearby, what are our closest alternatives. Like, I would much rather go to Denver than North Platte, but if we get to the point where we have a smoke or fire situation, you know, and you need the closest airport that you can reasonably safely land at, then you might pick that one. For pretty much anything else, depressurization or engine issues, we'd probably just either keep going on towards maybe, you know, Chicago or something like that, or turn around and go back to Denver. But just having these rings on here kind of gives you a sense of where these diversion airports are. So that's how some pilots like to do it. The Airbus is great because it just has the equitime point calculation, which I'm not sure if this one has the equitime point calculation. Alternate destination. So what do we do here? Let's see. KDEN. When you're on a shorter leg, it's easy to keep track of these things, but when you're in a long leg like this, where you're going for hours, you need to really take some effort sometimes to know where you are and what your airports are, because, you know, our origin and destination 2,200 miles apart. If we have something happen halfway, we need to have some places in mind to go to. So there we go. So direct to Denver right now would be 83 miles. We'd land with 24.2 kilos of fuel. We can put a couple places in here. So we put right past Chicago pretty much. So let's put Chicago on here as well, just for seeing comparison. So Chicago, if we were to try to go there directly right now, it'd be about an hour and 25 minutes away. We'd land with about 18.2, so we definitely have enough fuel to get there. There's multiple different ways to kind of keep your situational awareness about you, but we have pretty much left the mountains behind us now. We've just passed Denver. The mountains are just disappearing off behind us now, and now we've got nothing but pretty much flat land all the way to JFK here. And I don't see any weather out there, so it was past Des Moines. Des Moines we're going to get to at 16:44, so I'm thinking that in about 20 minutes or so, I'm probably going to take my little lunch break from the flight deck here. Just go and get myself something to eat, give my voice a little rest here, and try to be on deck in time to pass Des Moines and deal with the weather. So in the old-fashioned world, we'd just be eyes outside at this point. We'd have our weather radar up, but in the newfangled world we live in, like, most aircraft have internet capabilities. Bring this up here. Most aircraft have some kind of internet capability while they're en route, so I'm going to just go ahead and how can I play this again? The trouble is this loaded so long ago now. I don't have the latest weather radar, so what can I do here? I'm just trying to find a way to force that to reload. I mean, I can even do this. But even this probably hopefully yeah, this forces reload of it. So just to reload the movie map just to see, because in the real world nowadays we have most aircraft have internet Wi-Fi, and most of the time the pilots will have access to that Wi-Fi. A lot of airlines will have a separate Wi-Fi network that only the pilots can connect to, that gets priority over the passenger network, that but only allows certain applications. So weather applications, maybe flight planning applications, performance applications, those kind of things, where but they'll get a higher priority over the passenger traffic so that you can actually see the current weather. So we can do this right now. We can say, hey, this is our flight plan. Downstream after Des Moines, about halfway between Des Moines and KG75 Mike, we're still going to run into the bottom end of this weather here. It's not going to look good. So there's a good chance we may need to defer it here. So you can do tactical long-range planning of a long flight like this using that weather. In the old days, you have to go with what the flight plan had on it. You probably wouldn't have this, but you probably just have something that looks like this. And be like, yeah, here's where the convective weather's likely to be. So by the time you get here, make sure you're kind of looking for convective weather. And that's all you would have. And you just have to use your radar, look out the window, and be watching. But now, and that's not a terrible thing to look out the window and use your radar. But again, we can make tactical decisions. You know, if this sort of thing thickened up right here and closed up big time, we could request an early diversion from ATC down to the south to get right around it instead of trying to fight through. You know, we can do some long-range strategic planning instead of just tactical reactionary planning. And this is one of the biggest things we want to do in aviation. Is we always want to be in this proactive state where we're constantly thinking ahead. What are the next threats, and what can I do? More important than what are the threats, what can I do to mitigate those threats? So, hey, look, there's some bad weather here. Can we go around it? Can we avoid it altogether? No? Okay. If we can't avoid it, if there's a line from coast to coast, maybe we need to consider telling the cabin. Okay, so, you know, guys, in about half an hour, we're going to start to run into some pretty bumpy weather. So if you're doing a service, finish it up, get it done in about the next 20 minutes, and get ready to sit down. Just have everything secured so that when we do get run into this weather, you're ready. Be proactive in any way you can. Whatever you can do to mitigate the risks. That is one of the biggest names of the game in aviation nowadays, is mitigate the risks. What are the risks that are coming up, and how do I deal with them? My biggest risks right now are probably complacency and distraction. Nothing much is happening. It's not very exciting, so we're just going to carry on doing what we're doing, and I'm going to carry on talking to you guys without watching too closely because not much is happening. But there's always a possibility something could fail at any point in time in this aircraft, and I do need to be kind of on the ball with watching it and making sure I'm ready for it. But yeah, distraction and complacency, boredom almost, when you get on a flight this long. The nice thing is talking to you guys at least, and talking about some of these topics I like to talk about. It's really kind of brought up a lot of interesting stuff here, but yeah, again, and I'm also just sort of reaching that point too, where I'm just not sure I have too much more to talk about. I had notes on a couple other incidents. I have to really kind of go searching for them. Yeah, there's a TSB website here. I was enjoying just kind of researching stuff for you guys to talk about here. There's, you know, it's funny they say there's no such thing as any new accident in aviation. It's just the same accidents repeated over and over again in a slightly different version. I don't know if I 100% agree with that. I think there's always, people find new and creative ways to kill themselves. But, investigation updates, anything? One thing I will say that I did notice, let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, anyways, one thing I did notice when I was looking through the list of reports is the vast majority of investigative reports by the Transportation Safety Board of Canada, anyways, are control flight into terrain. The majority of stuff that gets investigated by the TSB is control flight into terrain, and like you're talking like 80+% of their investigations are control flight into terrain. Why are people doing this? And it speaks to what is probably some of the biggest risk factors right now in aviation is control flight into terrain. There is a lot of people flying perfectly good flyable airplanes into the ground. And why does that still continue to happen? We have fancy systems that are supposed to help us prevent these things, Airliners have GPWS systems. In general, we're talking smaller aircraft, so why are people doing this in smaller aircraft? Are they making poor decisions? Why are they making the poor decisions? But yeah, I was looking through the list of reports, and let's see if I can find it here, but it just like page after page of just controlled flight to terrain, controlled flight to terrain, controlled flight to terrain. I basically skipped all the ones that were not controlled flight to terrain, so I'm going to go with release date. So here's just a list of currently active investigations: collision with terrain, loss of control flight to terrain, collision with terrain, failure for course landing, loss of control in flight, collision with terrain, like there's a lot of control flight to terrain happening. A lot. Loss of control, collision with terrain. Lots of, these are all the ones that are not even released yet, so but I was reading through them. Mid-air collision between a York Region Police drone and a Canadian Flyer Cessna 172 that happened in Markham. All sorts of interesting stuff. You can find all sorts of interesting information reading accident reports. And I don't just enjoy reading accident reports, but I have to say, like, I always enjoy Mayday or air crash investigations, depending on which country you live in. It's the same show. I find it's a fantastic show. Generally, things are fairly accurately represented. There is some dramatization to make it a little bit more compelling TV, but in general, things are quite accurately represented. But that being said, I actually encountered something about Mayday just this last week, which I found very odd. I was watching the Mayday episode Hanging by a Wire, which was about the Aloha 247 accident, which was the Aloha Boeing 737 that lost a giant section of the roof of the aircraft and still managed to land safely, but just peeled off a huge amount only, and unfortunately they lost the one flight attendant who was like a 30-year veteran of the airline. But I was watching this episode. I watched this whole episode. It was I do find it a great episode, very interesting. Generally, the technical stuff is pretty accurate in Mayday, I think, which is also what makes it compelling and interesting to pilots, is that it's generally quite accurate. But I then went to read a little bit more about the Aloha 247 accident, and one thing that was not mentioned at all in the Mayday episode was the fact that they lost an engine while they were on approach. And I didn't actually get into the details of the report of why the engine failed, but one of the engines failed on approach. It was not mentioned in the faintest, not even hinted at in the Mayday episode. As if the whole situation wasn't bad enough. You have this crippled airplane that has no pressurization, that has less than stellar flight control performance because they've obviously, had some damage to the aircraft from the fuselage, from the part of the fuselage that broke away. So the controls are not working great. We really don't know how strong the airplane is, and we have to go land it, and the nose gear didn't even indicate down because, again, enough switches, wires, and everything severed by this broken section of the fuselage here. And then on top of all that, to lose an engine on final. And not that I think anyone would plan to go around. This is one of those cases where, like, you're going to land the airplane come hell or high water, because the idea of doing a go-around with an aircraft of questionable structural integrity, certainly putting myself in the captain's seat, I would, once we're sort of on our final approach, we are committed to landing. I am not doing a go-around because I don't know if the airplane's going to survive the go-around. When I bring those engines suddenly from idle to full thrust and start changing the configuration and pitching the airplane up fairly aggressively, like I would do a soft go-around from maybe 1,500, 2,000 feet where I could just pitch up 5 degrees and add some power. But to have to go to full power and pitch up to 15 degrees and all that stuff very quickly, I wouldn't want to even contemplate doing that with an aircraft of such questionable structural integrity. So it's one of those cases where once you start down final, you're going to be committed to landing because you don't know if the airplane's going to survive a go-around. There's a good chance it may not have survived a go-around. They didn't have to do one there. Fortunately, everything kind of worked out very well that day for them, as best as could be expected given the circumstances. But sometimes you've got to contemplate that, like, yeah, a go-around is not in the books. We simply do not have the performance. I watched another Mayday episode with the what was the airline? See, it was the aircraft. I can't even remember what the aircraft was, but they flew up from. They were flying up to JFK from somewhere in South America, and they ran out of gas after they held forever. They didn't approach. They didn't see anything. They got really low on the glide slope. They didn't go around because they were unstable. They came back around and they ran out of gas while they were on final for the second approach. There's cases where you never really want to commit to landing 100%, but there are edge cases in aviation where landing is not an option, where a go-around is simply not possible. Whether it be you just do not have the fuel to do it, or some other situation. If the aircraft's on fire, if there's smoke or fire in the aircraft, there's no go-around. We are landing. You know, if it's not a pretty landing, so be it. But we are landing. We're landing on this approach, plain and simple. There's pretty much nothing that will make you do a go-around if the airplane's on fire. There are these situations. They are edge cases. You certainly don't want to consider them, and you don't want to consider every landing to be permanent. But there are, I think, edge cases, and I think that Aloha 247 is one of those edge cases where you will not do a go-around. There will be no go-around because in that case, I don't know if the aircraft structure can take it. The aircraft structure was holding on by such a small amount of floorboards, of horizontal stringers, that you don't want to put any more stress on them than they're already undergoing. Yeah, anyways, I do love that show. It's a great show. I can't believe there's been as many seasons. They're on to like 18 seasons or something now. There have been that many accidents, I guess, over time. There have been many, many, many accidents. And there's always things to learn. There's always things to learn. Just looking at that Air Tindi accident, I think there's lots of great chances to learn about company culture. And I don't want to throw Air Tindi under the bus because they're not the only operator who was like that, I'm sure, and hopefully they've learned and they've managed to clean up their operation. They were the unfortunate example of what can happen when a company culture lacks discipline in the flight deck. And this is what can happen. And it's very fortunate everybody walked away from that incident, but it could have been a fatal accident very easily. And all for lack of running a couple of checklists. All right, how we're doing? We're just passing over North Platte, Nebraska right about now. So this is that North Platte. Oh, that's it right there. That's the airport right there. And I know because I have landed there once before. I've actually been to North Platte, Nebraska right there. And there's not a whole lot in North Platte, the airport, I gotta say. We diverted in there and they were ready for us. They got us in and out pretty darn quickly. There's not much going on in North Platte, Nebraska. Pretty much the whole claim to fame for this whole town is right there. That is the largest rail yard in North America, I believe, in North Platte, Nebraska. It's a huge sorting point for trains, for aircraft trains from the East Coast to the West Coast. It's kind of halfway between huge sorting points. So I believe it is the largest train yard in North America. That is the entire claim to fame in North Platte, Nebraska. There is the airport right there. Yeah, I've been there before. All right, well, we're slowly getting a few more people watching. I hope I'm giving you guys something to talk about. And I will make everybody a deal here because I really do want to just go and have a quick little lunch break. And I would hate for something to fail while I'm on my lunch break. So if you guys stick with me through the lunch break and are still here when I'm done the lunch break, I will start bumping up the failure rate in hopes of making something interesting happen on the way to New York here. Because we still have, let's see how we're doing here. So we're showing 18:41, so we still have 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. We've been in the air for 2 hours. I've been yakking to you guys for like 2.5 hours now. And I can tell because my throat is starting to feel it when I get to that point, about 2 to 3 hours in of just straight talking, my throat starts to feel it, and I cannot, I cannot talk anymore. I would like to. Again, I love these topics, and I will try to find some good stuff to talk about. But if you guys also have questions out there, one quick point out to you guys that if you are not members of my YouTube channel, I did post a new video just, I guess it was last night, yesterday, finally, that I've been working on for probably the better part of a month now. But I have posted the first of what I hope is going to be a whole series of systems videos on the Embraer. So for those of you guys that have followed me for a while and know and have watched my Dash 8 systems videos, I have published the first Embraer systems videos, just the aircraft general section. But the first Embraer systems video, and this is kind of this is meant to go hand in hand with the FSIM Studios Embraer 175 that's currently in an early access mode, if you will. So you can go pick it up. It's not great right now. I will be 100% honest. It's not a great airplane right now. It is still deep in the development process. There is a huge rewrite happening to the aircraft. Right now, it's the model is very nice. The systems are slowly kind of taking shape, but the biggest problem with the aircraft right now is the flight management system. Is just sort of it's built on top of the Asobo flight management system, which is, as we all know, is not a great system. And because the Embraer has a very distinct and kind of unique FMS system, trying to build it on top of the Asobo one is not working. So the long-term project that they say is about 70% done now is a completely custom-coded FMS. So that is a work in progress. Unfortunately, right now it is not custom-coded. It's just built on top of the Asobo one. It does an okay job. It doesn't do great. A lot of the functions don't work. Things like power selection don't work. A lot of the performance-based stuff does not work. It does the most basic stuff an FMS will do, but it really does not work well. So, but I do believe that the developer is going to come up with a very elegant, hopefully fairly accurate solution. Eventually, it just takes time. It takes a long time to code this stuff. Unfortunately, the studio needed some income to get to continue to see the project to fruition. Uncle Wiki did not get a notification that I was on. You knew I was going to do this anyways. You should have checked. We talked about this like 12 hours ago. Maybe I'll see if I can send out another notification. I wonder if I can force my Twitch. But you know what? I'm not going to send out another notification right now because, like I said, I'm going to probably take a Twitch failed you. Blame it all on Twitch. Because I'm going to probably take a lunch break in about 5 or 10 minutes here. So I don't want to send out a notification now, but when I sit down after lunch, I will send out a notification. So for you, those of you guys that are watching now, I'll ask you to please stick with the channel. I'm just going to kind of put it onto a external view and just sort of you guys keep watch the airplane flying. But when I come back, I'm definitely going to crank up the failure rate if you guys are still here watching. So at least as many people watching as how many failures we're going to have for 10 hours. We still got 2.5 hours to go till we get to JFK. So if we keep that failure rate up there, there's a good chance something interesting is going to happen before we get to JFK. Yeah, I would like to see something happen. It's a nice long flight. It's a good chance for stuff to happen. We've had lots of chances to talk. You missed my entire spiel about. I went into the. We talked about the accidents you want to talk about, and a couple other ones too. So, yeah, you'll have to go back and watch this one I posted on YouTube, I guess. Because yeah, I did have that whole spiel already about that, but yeah, I think I'm gonna just I think I'm gonna take a little break in a couple minutes. But yeah, I did release that first Embraer video, so and I do plan on putting out more of them. The Embraer is not a hugely complicated airplane. It's not the Airbus, and again, I feel like most of the jets these days, most of the airliner jets that are out there these days are all very similar in how they function. They have the same basic idea. They've got a generator on each engine. They've got a hydraulic pump on each engine. They've got electric back. They're very similar. So if you understand any jets, you can pretty much get into the Embraer and understand the basics of it. But my systems videos will go into the specifics of them, and they will also go into dealing with the failures too, of which there are many. Like the Airbus, it has a crew alerting system. It has an ICAS system that will pop up all manner of different alerts for anything that goes wrong in the aircraft. Literally, it's pages and pages. I have the Embraer manual, but at the start of the QRH, there's an index, and it'll tell you which checklist to go to or which section to go to based on the message you get on the ICAS. And that list of messages, which is a pretty small font too, has got to be like 8 or 10 pages long of all the possible messages. Some of them don't have an associated procedure. Some of them are just labeled as crew awareness, which just means something failed. You should probably be aware it failed. There's nothing really you can do about it. Just be aware it failed. Nothing much is going to happen. You're going to tell maintenance when you get to your destination. They're going to do something about it. There's a lot like that, but there's tons and tons of messages that come up. So yeah, that's part of what my systems video will cover. The first one is out though. Aircraft General. It's not. I won't say it's not exciting, but I had to start somewhere. and I redid it, and I also created a new intro to go with it. So my channel is going to have a new intro. It's going to premiere that with season 10 here, but it's already on the front of the Embraer videos as well. So a new little intro for my channel. Just the old one was starting to look a little tired with all the P3D. Take my pennies. Thank you. I think I felt the penny fell on my head from Twitch there. Oh, what was I saying? I've lost my train of thought completely. Lost my train of thought completely. I started with Aircraft General, but yeah, I did do a new intro. Yes, my old intro was looking pretty tired to my videos with the, it was all P3D video clips. So the graphics did not look the best, so I've kind of upgraded now to have all Microsoft Flight Simulator graphics from various aircraft that I've flown. I think it looks nicer now. It definitely looks a little more modernized. Anyways, it was funny because like you'd be watching this video of a live stream of me in an MSFS airplane, but the intro would still have all these Twitch graphics on it. So, or not Twitch. I mean all these P3D level graphics on it. So I felt that for a while now that it needed an update. So this was finally my chance to do it. Anywho. Yeah, P3D intro, that's exactly what I mean. Anywho, yeah, I'm going to take my break now. It's 1:15, so I'm going to probably step away for about 20 minutes, give my voice a rest, among other things, get myself something to eat, and come back, and yeah, we should be passing Des Moines in about 30 minutes, and after that, we'll have to keep an eye out on the weather. You can kind of see it coming on the horizon there. It's not looking terrible yet, but we will have to keep an eye out for that weather on the horizon. For now, yeah. I like that. To be honest, the old graphics and transitions made it feel like a 90s training video, exactly what I would expect from a credible source. Well, thank you. That's not what I was going for, but yeah. I'm glad you feel like I can make old FAA training videos. Not what I was going for. But, yeah. But again, that was like, it's funny, like I've looked at the evolution of my channel too. My YouTube channel has now been alive for like 5-6 years. Like I've looked at the evolution of how I've learned to put together videos, how I've changed how I put together videos, my technique and my skill has improved over time. I look at some of my original videos and how kind of it's crazy to go and look at what I was doing back in the day when I first started streaming. Just for fun, I go back and watch some of my first Dash 8 video that I put on my channel there, and you'll see like you know, P3D graphics. I didn't have GSX. I didn't have Track IR. I didn't have Active Sky. I had nothing back in the day. I had nothing. It was the most basic, rudimentary aircraft. I might have had airport scenery, and that was it. Didn't have chase plane. So many add-ons that got added on over the years as my channel evolved, and everyone sort of got to watch it with me as I slowly added more and more accessories, more and more software that I felt was necessary across my channel there over the years. Now it's fairly polished. I have a pretty good sense of how to run a stream, how to publish a video fairly well. But yeah, I go back and look at some of my original videos, and they were not polished, and they took a long time to develop back then. It took a long time to develop the technique. A lot of stuff I now take for granted, stuff I've learned how to do pretty well, but it took a long time. It's been a long time since this channel started. It's been 5 years. I've put out hundreds upon hundreds of videos, literally hundreds of videos. It's interesting to see how they've evolved over time. Anyways, gotta take my break now, guys. Stick with me. Just put it on pause there, or just put it in the background, and I will be back in about, like I said, about 20 minutes. I'm going to aim to be back in about 35 after, 40 after at the latest. Hopefully with a full belly, ready to do the next 2 hours of flying and get our arrival into New York's JFK. In the meantime, thank you guys so much for watching. I do appreciate it. And let's go to that external view. Turn your volume down. Make it loud. Watch our airplane slowly drift across. Something like that. That's a pretty nice angle right there. Watch the aircraft trek across the scenery here. I'm going to take myself off pause here for a minute, but I will be back in a little bit, guys. And that's pretty nice here. Probably where this is up there so long. That guy. Be back in like 20 minutes. Thanks, guys, so much for watching. We'll talk to you. spoken. Everybody, we are back on stream. Welcome back. Well, welcome back to me anyways. You guys are sitting here watching, which I appreciate. Thank you for not disappearing just because I couldn't wait for 25 minutes, but I definitely needed a little lunch break, and most importantly, I need to refill my coffee cup. Pardon me. My voice is already starting to kill me. I haven't done a little stream this long in a while, and it's a lot of talking. You guys are so needy. Hopefully some nice hot coffee will help soothe the sore throat there anyways. Alright, I'm just going to do this really quickly here. I sent out a little note on my YouTube channel just to see if I can get anybody listening, and I don't know if there's any way for me to I don't think there's any way for me to resend a notification that we're online while we're already streaming. I'm just trying to see if there is, but I don't think there is. No. So, anyway, if there is, I don't know it. I am not a Twitch expert like some people. I don't know the most basic stuff about Twitch. I know how to get it to work. I know how to use the software. I know how to log in. But yeah, I mean, some people, obviously, people make a lot of money off the platform and use it constantly, are obviously very in tune with everything it can do. I am not really at that level. But anyways, let's see where we are here. We are not quite at Des Moines yet, but we are getting very close to Des Moines here. So if anybody's just joining the channel here, we are just a little over halfway from San Francisco to New York's JFK. So we're about to pass over Des Moines, Iowa. Once we get over that, we're going to start turning off towards the north, to the northeast here a little bit. We're going to pass just a little bit south of Chicago here. There is some weather in the Chicago area, so as we start to turn northeastbound, we'll just need to make sure we keep an eye out, make sure that we, if there's any convective activity, we avoid it. We might be above it all, possibly at our altitude, but we just want to see what's out there and make sure we see and avoid whatever is out there. Let's see here. Okay, we got a bunch of you guys watching now. Not a whole ton, but we got a bunch of people watching here. So what we are going to do is we are going to just take a moment here and start dialing up the failure rate here on the aircraft. That's not the right menu. It's PMPG setup, aircraft. Failures, all systems, random. And we're going to get this up there basically to match the number of viewers in the channel. So the more of you watching, the more likely something is going to fail while we sail along here. Pardon me. And if something fails, we will deal with it. If we have to divert on our way to our destination here of New York, then so be it. We will do whatever we have to do to get it done. But let's get the here. There's a 150-mile range around Chicago, and then probably get rid of North Platte. What we'll do is we'll overwrite that with Detroit. It should be right along our route of flight as well. And all we're doing is just keeping an eye out on our various potential alternate airports. If anything untowards happens, you always want to kind of have a sense of what's along your route where we could divert to that would be that would have good services, especially connections for passengers as well. So you know, we could drop into any old airport in the middle of nowhere, and if we had a fire, smoke, and anything like that. But if we have anything that's a less critical emergency, but something that is perhaps time sensitive, an engine failure or pressurization issue, we want to find a place we can divert to where we can probably have maintenance, probably have customer service agents that can meet our passengers and see them off to their next destination. So anyways, doesn't look like anything happened while I was gone. Just a quick look on the other computer here. Anything happened to VATSIM while I was gone? Oh, Chicago Center. We have some ATC. 120.35. And we are literally like 5 minutes away from entering their airspace, so if even that. Perfect timing. Perfect timing getting back right now. So we're going to have some ATC for the next 45 minutes or so. 20.35. There we go. Now we're about to pass Des Moines here in the next 1 to 2 minutes here, so I kind of want to do that fuel check and then give a call anyways. Chicago Center, good morning. Alaska 72, flight level 330.
Alaska 72, Chicago Center, hello, squawk 2232.
Squawk 2232, Alaska 72. We're just west of Des Moines. We got a step climb planned up to 350. Any complaints about the ride at 350?
Alaska 72, you'll be the second pilot I've had today. The other one was way up north. So no ride complaints yet. Got your radar contact 10 west of Des Moines. If you'd like it, you can climb to 35 knots.
All right, we'll take it now. Climb flight level 350. Thank you for the report. Alaska 72. All right, 350 it is. Just do one change. All right, pretty much about to pass it here, so we'll do our time and fuel check here. I can find my, there it is. All right, so Des Moines, here it is. So we're falling a little bit behind here. We're going a little slower than the flight plan. And we do have a, here it is, 1646. Ah, can't type. 1646. Fuel in the tanks is 19.4. So we're falling behind, but we are also, we're also doing really well with the fuel burn here. We now have 1,000 pounds more than we had planned on having at this point. We're 3 minutes later than we had planned on. I could go with a higher cost index, but I mean at this point we're doing Mach 8.0. We're not going to go much faster.
Level.
Roger. We're not going to go much faster than Mach 8.0, to be honest. So I think we're better off. I'm just going to stick to the cost index 100. Just let it ride, see where it takes us. But we're falling a couple minutes behind. It's not the end of the world. It's a long flight. Starting to lose that tailwind there. Yeah, now we're down to 297.42. Yeah, we've lost a lot of that tailwind component we had before. That's okay. Now the important thing is to look outside right now. I don't see convective activity out there. I would have the radar up if it worked in this airplane. But since it doesn't actually work, I mean, I can turn it on, and it can say radar, but it doesn't show you squat. But yeah, we would look to see on the radar in the distance, see if there's anything coming up there. There's lovely 350. MCP, LNAV, Altiquire. There's Alt Hold. She really does kind of hold it here because she tends to overshoot just a little bit there by like 10 feet or so, and then kind of holds in. Settles up nicely. There we go. All right, got a couple more people tuning in, so thank you guys for tuning in. Nothing much has happened yet, but I would like to see something happen too. Might give me something to do other than just simply sit here talking all day.
1222 Chicago Center. Good morning, Squawk 3477.
So I'm going to keep on, just sort of. I'm going to keep looking over every couple of minutes here, see how many people are watching. And keep upping up this failure rate to match it. I can just press the bloody button.
22, radar contact 30 south of Kokomo. Clear direct 5th. Cross 5th at 1000 south on altimeter 3005.
All right. In the meantime, I did kind of look at my phone a little bit while I was eating my lunch there. I did find one interesting bit of news yeah, I thought was more than a little bit interesting. That we have had a change in the most populous country in the world. That as of yesterday or today, China is no longer the most populous country in the world, and that has now been overtaken by India, which has populations of, where did I have it here? I had it up here a second ago, so I had it here. Where is it? There we go. The population for let's see here. The population of China is 1.4257 billion, so 5,700,000.
Ready for push.
Whereas the population of India has now apparently increased to 1,428,600,000 people. G-Cook Scotland, good afternoon, welcome. It's probably almost evening for you now. No, I guess it's still afternoon for you as well. Welcome aboard. So, yeah. China's numbers do not include Hong Kong and Macau, special administrative regions of China, and Taiwan, the data showed. But China is no longer the most populous country in the world. It has now been surpassed by India, which is a crazy number of people still. But I was also reading that there are predictions now that the world's population will peak a lot sooner than it was originally expected. With so many people in India, you think someone would make India airport sceneries for MSFS. Does nobody make any? I swear there's been a few. But yeah, it's not a... it's not. It's a very populous country, but the standard of living, I guess, is quite low. The vast majority of people do not have Microsoft Flight Simulator. The vast majority of people don't have electricity, let alone running an Xbox. But yeah, that Microsoft Flight Simulator is still a very Western-focused piece of software, and by Western I mean like the traditional Western world, North America and Europe. It is not to say that there are not people in other parts of the country that don't use it, and there absolutely are. But it really does have a Western focus. Canada, the U.S., Europe are the three really big markets that I'll speak to that. Like, admittedly, like I stream in English, so obviously I'm gonna appeal to a lot of people in English-speaking markets. But I kind of enjoy every once in a while looking at my YouTube analytics and seeing where people are from. And I guarantee you that it's the U.S., Canada, and the U.K. are usually the top three audience. Let's see, where are my viewers from geography? So 24.8%, almost a quarter of my viewers are from the United States, 11.3% from Canada, United Kingdom at 5.5%. Thank you, G Cook, Scotland, and 4.2% Germany, 1.6% Australia. That's the most. I don't think it'll give me any. It'll give me a few more. France at 0.9%, Netherlands 0.6%, India 0.2%. Hey, India's on here. 0.2% of my viewers on my channel are from India. Have you worked with Indian IT?
Yeah, with 3075 Chicago Center clear to the O'Hare Airport as filed on departure.
Oh, that's terrible.
3,000, expect 6,000, 1 minutes after.
Yeah, I think it's just a question. I think it's really a question mostly of market, and it's not a place that a lot of people think to flying to. It's not a big aviation market either. It's growing. It's growing quickly. Not like China has grown. China has grown to be like an incredible aviation market. But it's growing. But it's still, relatively speaking, it's a very small aviation market for such a large country with such a large number of people. The vast majority of people in India have never been on an airplane in their lives, and probably never will. There's a market for it. Is it enough? Is it enough? Do the Dell customer service not play MSFS between calls? Oh, ouch, ouch on Dell.
414 Chicago Center. Hello, Squawk. Let me get your code here.
Yeah, I haven't had to deal with too many people with Dell customer service lately. I bought laptops from them for years. I liked them at first, and the quality of their product went down over the years, to the point where the quality was not terrible. The quality went down, but the price went up. I did not feel like there was a good value equation at Dell anymore. Their service their products were not great. They start to fall apart after about 2 years. A lot of laptops do, and that might be me too, because like I put a lot of miles on my laptops.
Yeah, 3075 runway 8 right taxi.
I probably, in all honesty, put 500,000 miles on my laptops.
You better set up for the east or south exit.
Shorting them around at work all the time. So my laptops, if I get 5 years out of a laptop,
runway 8
I'm generally pretty happy.
Victor,
I might actually why am I not in? Probably because I did level change instead of. Yeah, because I'm not in VNAV. That's why.
Chicago Center. 7 is with you.
Yeah, I used to like Dell laptops, and I just
the
last one I had really was a bit of a. And I bought my wife one at the same time as I bought my last one, and they were both kind of lemons. They both had really poor performance. I was not impressed. I swore off Dell as a technology company now. They used to make good products, but they've just gone downhill. I don't think they make good products anymore. So my current laptop is an MSI. I'm generally pretty happy with it.
1477 radar contact 25 southeast of Kokomo.
I just had to fix the hinge on it a couple of weeks ago, so I'm starting to get a little annoyed with it. It's now 3 years old, I guess. It's not. It's definitely not brand new, but the mount points on the one hinge broke. I had to rebuild them.
1477 directly to Boone. Boone at 11,000 feet, 300.
Embedded the nuts in there and rebuilt the hinge. So hoping it's going to last now, but I feel like it's not.
1477, that's correct. Directly to Boone now.
I feel like it's not as strong as it was. I don't know. I don't think those nuts are going to hold in that epoxy forever.
11,000, 13. Oh, correction, 1477. Sorry.
Yeah. Like I said, I had laptops. I had Dell laptops for years. I used to like them. I used to like them, but I don't anymore. I think that their build quality went down while their price kept going up. They used to be a really good value, and I just don't feel like that's the case anymore.
Ready to go for runway 13.
Unfortunately.
Southwest 2525, runway 13, taxi via Foxtrot.
Foxtrot 13, Southwest 2525.
Yeah. I don't know. I've sworn them off now. I tend to do that. I've become an old man like that. I tend to when a company really ticks me off, I swear them off forever. And there've been a few companies that have done that, and I will not buy anything from them ever. It looks like there's a little bit of shower activity up ahead there. Nothing crazy, but a little bit of rain showers. I don't think it's going to be anything too. I don't see anything too hectic in there. I would look at the weather radar if it worked. I don't see anything in there that really is like a showstopper. We'll stay on course, but we might need the NTIs, we might need the seatbelts on for a few minutes here. Now would be exactly when I would probably tell the flight attendant to tell them, hey, just so you know, we're kind of coming up to some of that weather near Chicago. It might get a little bit bumpy for 5 or 10 minutes here, so don't be surprised. We'll do our best to we'll do our best to get through as quickly as possible, but probably just secure the carts right now. Just make sure anything fragile, just secure it, tighten it down. I don't think it's going to get too rough, really, but just be safe. Seatbelt sign on probably in about 2 minutes here. Yeah. What else can we talk about? We can talk about the weather. I wouldn't be a Canadian if I didn't talk about the weather.
Alaska 72, the ride been okay for you up there at 35?
Last week was so nice. Almost. Sorry, Alaska 72 again?
The ride been okay for you up there at 35?
Alaska 72, yeah, so far it's smooth. We're just looking at some weather up ahead here. Doesn't look too bad, but potentially might get choppy in a couple minutes here.
Right, Alaska 72, most of the stuff that I'm seeing on my scopes north of Madison, if you do need any deviations, just let me know.
Yeah, right now it looks like we're good, but we will advise Alaska 72 things. There you go, some proactive
25 verifier squawking 4736.
Yeah,
old guy issue
my
here.
God, last week it was like
4736,
summer. There was one day last week where it got up to like 29 degrees. It was like summer. It was so wonderful, and it's
75.
so early. That must have been a record. That day must have broken some records for warmth in April. Yeah, the garden really liked it. I got so much stuff done outside. I was outside like every day. I was walking like 15,000 steps every day just because I was outside doing this stuff, getting patio furniture out, and having our first barbecue, and
25,
tires off the car, just going for walks,
maintain
bike rides,
10,000, runway
hikes,
13,
just
clear for takeoff.
The winter.
Maintain
Even though this
10,000,
winter
runway
was not
13, clear
particularly
for takeoff.
really long, it's just so nice when you get that first batch of really nice
wind is 09 or 012.
warm weather in the spring.
Maintain 10,000, runway 8 right, clear for takeoff.
It's just so wonderful. Sometimes it's so hard to tell when you're going to actually fly into like this sort of hazy and distinct clouds, so we're just going to seatbelt sign on now. And we'll probably just put the engine anti-ice on as well, just to be safe. It's done.
Chicago Center, Delta 1477. Sorry, I just had an automatic disconnect. I think they were having some server issues. I'm back.
Better.
And I guess we should reset our cruise altitude to 350 here. Let's see here. Can I just do it on here? Yeah. That'll recalculate everything for our arrival. 18. That's tough percent. 1845. That got us back to 1845. So be it. Getting a little bit more wind here. It would start to pick up again here. Yeah. Nothing much failing yet. Dang it. I almost want something to fail, just for some interest, something to do. Otherwise, it's a long way. Yeah, it was just such a nice week last week. 29 degrees, it was like summer. Breaking out the shorts and the t-shirts and everything in the middle of the second week of April, it was insane. And then yesterday it snowed. Yesterday it was snowing. And I said it to my wife because I said it every year. It always snows in this part of the country in April, without fail.
Center, Southwest 25,
most of the time it's not usually very much.
1200 for 10,000.
But it always snows in April, and then April, like right from the start, was really kind of above seasonal, and then it just got
Delta 180, you want us on runway heading, or can we go direct to Joel?
Like summer.
Southwest 25, need to go direct to Joel.
It was just so nice to be outside, get the patio furniture out again, have dinner outside. The dogs enjoy playing outside.
Yeah, that's 3075 radar contact, stay altitude.
Failed taxi light bearing. Why does the taxi light need a bearing?
Yeah, 3075 radar, climb maintain 16,000, Grand Rapids altimeter 3011.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Taxi light container clip failed.
Southwest 1222, clear direct Haley, cross Haley 6000.
Haley
hopefully something interesting will happen by the time we come back. Wow, nuclear jet, you left me. I'm sorry. It was very exciting. Did you get back on, or no? Did your sim crash? Oh, that was so annoying. I was watching Nomad Aviator.
You can plan for the RNP Yankee 13 center. If you'd like the Zulu, I can get that for you as well.
Pardon me, I was watching Nomad Aviator stream like 2 weeks ago, and I saw he's in the CRJ. He's going to fly from Detroit to Toronto, and I'm like,
we can take the Yankee for
I got nothing else to do this morning, so I went and did ATC for him, and his sim crashed twice.
We'll plan for it.
He got like 2/3 of the way to Toronto. He got to like about 30 miles back from Toronto, and the sim crashed. He vanished off the radar. I'm like, no. So then he booted up in Toronto and tried to depart again, and I think he got airborne and it crashed again. There's something with the scenery around Toronto that crashed his sim twice. So then he took out the Fly Tampa scenery and was able to fly the flight from Toronto to Detroit. But I feel the pain. I feel that pain for the sim just crashing.
Great here, ATIS Oscar, Kern, altimeter 29er and 9er.
Great controller can't run a computer. Hey, it's not the controller's job to run the computer. They have technicians for that. They have. Takeoff Canada has a whole team of technicians that keep those computers running. All they do is they press the button and talk in the mic. But yeah, I felt bad for him because he was like 3/4 of the way to Toronto. He was like on the star, descending through like 12,000 feet. Boom, gone. I was like, ah, dude. Black screen of death on stream too. There's nothing worse than like getting a sim crash on stream. They should stop talking about it now because we all know what's going to happen if I keep talking about it. But I felt bad for him because I've been there. I've seen it happen. I've
not assigned anything else. Otherwise, in your IFR clearance, you were cleared as filed, so you can just make your turn after following any ODPs if there are any.
Let's see here. Anybody on ATC after? Well, JFK's ground controller's still there. It's been, it's a new guy because it's only been on for 16 minutes, so there's a possibility we could at least have a ground controller by the time we get to JFK. It's not bad. Something anyways. And then we'll have to talk about what we're going to do next, I guess. So here we go with a pilot's life again. I'm going to have to start setting up a new season now, a pilot's life after this flight. I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to stick with Alaska, though, because I'm enjoying flying the 737. There's enough stuff that can fail in it. I really want something to fail. There's enough stuff that can fail to keep life interesting in this aircraft, and I've obviously caused failures myself and issues myself. So, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do next, but I think we're going to stick with Alaska for at least one more season. And then we're going to see about switching aircraft. So things I'm thinking about for switching aircraft, obviously I'd love to switch to someone that operates...
3075, clear direct fire.
And I could even fly the bus for Alaska, fly the 320, but I can't do it until I either get a new a new graphics card that improves my sim performance, or until they release their update that also improves performance. You know what? I have a new friend request. While we're here, let's accept that. Marco Gagnor from Italy, welcome aboard. Yeah, what was I going to do? I was going to look at what are the other bases. So I believe I use Seattle as the hub this time out of for Alaska, but I want to see what other hubs they have, just to change it up. Pardon me. All right, just to change it up, let's find Alaska here. Right. Yes, air everything, air the world. Alaska, there it is. Okay, so let's just check out the information here for Alaska. There's not a lot of people working here. 74 pilots actually work for Alaska out of 261 possible pilots, so it's definitely nowhere near capacity anyways. There's lots of jobs in the market here. So let's see, hubs. Los Angeles, Portland, San Diego, Seattle, San Francisco, and Anchorage.
1477, you're going to Boone, correct?
Direct to Boone.
My first instinct is to say Anchorage, just because that would give us some very different destinations that I've flown from before. My problem with that, of course, is that I don't have any scenery up in Alaska. So...
Yeah, no worries. I'm still heading direct to Boone.
That's a maybe. That's a big maybe. Let's see here.
By the way, the air is a little choppy up here.
And San Diego are kind of the two that kind of stand out to me. So we were based in Seattle. We've done quite a few flights through Seattle, San Francisco, Portland. Los Angeles, the trouble with Los Angeles is the performance. I find the performance is so bad. And it's not that it's bad, but on my computer it's bad. I don't want to go there. So I'm beginning to wonder if maybe San Diego might be an interesting base. of operations for my next month operating for Alaska. I'll have to look and see, like, if there's a good sale on Alaskan airports, it might be worth grabbing some Alaskan airports and flying in and out of Alaska. My sister lived in Alaska, so I know that airline pretty well.
Southwest 2525, clear direct Indy, descend to the Indy 6 arrival.
I would like to. I think Alaska would be fun. It'd be challenging. It's a lot of, again, I think longer legs, like most of these, like, it's hard to get a sense of scale, but, like, you're talking about, like, most of these are 2-hour legs or more, and especially if you come from Anchorage down to the mainland of the U.S., like, you're talking like that's a 3 to 4 hour flight right there as well. So there could be some long stuff in there. But it would be interesting. It would definitely be great scenery. Love the scenery up there.
Is there Delta 1477?
But yeah, I don't have any Alaska scenery, so I don't have the money to buy a whole ream of airports to fly this. So I'm kind of leaning towards San Diego as my next possibility for a base here.
Already, just let me know when you
it seems to go to a couple different places. It seems to go out to some farther places here. I'd have to look. So what have we got for departing Seattle?
ILS 10 Center.
Or not Seattle.
ILS runway 10 Center.
San Diego. I want to see what kind of places we could go. Can I sort by this field? No. That would be useful. Sort by that field. I'll have to play with it a little bit and see what different things come up, because I want to visit some different places. I don't want to keep going to the same airports. I've been to San Francisco a bunch of times now, Seattle and Portland a bunch of times. I don't want this stream to get boring. I want it to be something that it's the same thing over and over again. So, Las Vegas. There's a lot of departures for Alaska out of Las Vegas. Going all sorts of places. Seattle, SFO. I didn't even go to Las Vegas this time around. I mean, I might do like San Francisco and just see like what kind of places I get if I can get some interesting destinations. And there's a lot of like transcontinental stuff too. I'm just noticing that here now. There's a lot of transcontinental stuff. So Seattle over to the East Coast, Miami and Orlando and JFK and Newark and all these places. And that's way too long. Orlando to San Diego, like 1,800 miles. Like, I'm really looking for, you know, the 500 to 1,000 mile trips in the sweet spot. Anything longer than that is getting a little bit too far. So I'm beginning to think that maybe Alaska is not the best airline to work for. And just because I'm trying to keep the stream lengths reasonable. There's a bunch of stuff down here, so I don't know. I will have to play with this. I'll have to finish this up and do some generating for a couple of hours to find out. Yeah, there's lots of possibilities anyways. But yeah, I don't know if I want to change airlines just yet. I'm enjoying flying the 737. I don't know if I have the rating to get into any other 737 operators. I'm still a pretty lowly pilot. I think I'm still just like a 1-star pilot here, right? So I don't know if I have the I don't know if I have the, I think it was luck that I got into Alaska. I've got a pretty good rating overall, but I think it was partly just luck that got me into Alaska. Alright, friend request received. I did do that. And salary income. I made $39 for my last flight. This one's going to make a lot more than $39. Last flight was, what was it? It was Portland down to San Francisco. That was not a long flight. This one's going to make me $3,000.
Direct plot down to 3,000.
The other possibility that I was thinking about too is switching aircraft to the Embraer with the E-Jet if it becomes feasible. Like, it's not yet feasible. It's just not quite polished enough yet, but so probably not this next season, but maybe another season down the road it'll become polished enough to the point where I can operate it on stream and it's reliable enough, accurate enough that we can get to places with it. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but definitely it's kind of a long-term plan anyways. So I'd like to operate a season or so in the Embraer. I think that'd be lots of fun. Treading some old ancient territory, and again, it's regional jet flying, so it's exactly kind of where you want to be. You know, those 1 to 2 hour legs. Lots of 1 to 2 hour legs. We're not talking about like 5 hour long hauls across the country. And I have nothing against them as a professional, but just as a streamer. What am I going to talk about for 5 hours?
25 advise ATIS Echo at Midway, plan the RNAV.
I managed to get about 2.5 hours of talking in so far.
RNAV
3 hours of talking in so far.
For Southwest 2525.
I've kind of sort of run out of topics. Guys, if you've got something you want to talk about, please volunteer something. I would love to have a topic. If you want to hear me spout off on something in particular, try something controversial.
Delta 1477, clear direct Giorgio. That's going to maintain 10,000 and maintain 300 knots.
Yeah, that's my throat starting to run out. Boeing versus Airbus.
I
love it. I love it. You know, and I used to have my mind made up, and now I'm not so sure. Fuel. Yeah, the center tank's empty.
Southwest 1222, cross plot at 3000, cleared RNAV.
Boeing versus Airbus, you know, and that's a never-ending debate. It's a really interesting debate. And I have a strange, fresh take on it now. I am not so sure. I used to say Boeing all the way. Because it was a pilot's airplane. It was designed, you know, for pilots to fly it first, and the computers were secondary. Whereas Airbus is designed for the computers to fly it, and the pilots are just there to kind of press the buttons and make sure the computer goes in the right direction.
2525, clear direct toil, descend to maintain 4000.
Clear direct where again? Sorry.
I don't have my mind made up because I drank the Kool-Aid.
2525, directed toil.
Yeah, okay. I will concede that I drank the Kool-Aid, but I will also argue that if you're going to fly an airplane, you have to. To some degree, you have to drink the Kool-Aid. You have to be ready and willing to accept the airplane you have in front of you. For all its failings, you're going to have to accept that airplane, and that's what I've done with the Airbus. It's my airplane now. I operate it. You know, you can either resent it or you can enjoy it, and you're going to spend a lot of time in that airplane. So, which do you think is going to give you a better quality of life overall if you resent the airplane or enjoy it?
3075 cross fire.
There are a lot of nice things about the Airbus.
Altimeter 29,
the biggest things I miss, and I said this just the other day,
Fire
was I miss having a yoke. I miss having a throttle quadrant that moves when the power changes. Those are the two things I miss the most. Most of the rest of it is pretty straightforward.
9 left or 10 center?
I like a lot of things about the Airbus. I like the protections. I like the...
Let me know when you have Oscar plan for the ILS 10 center approach.
I just like the management system in general. Like, it's very smart. The philosophy of the airplane is don't rush through anything.
Toil, sorry for that. Just couldn't find it in our FMC. Clear direct toil for
Airbus is a modern aircraft. The 737 is a flying museum. Yeah, it is in a way. It absolutely is. But it also still gets the job done. The funny thing is that, especially when you compare the older 320s to the Maxes, the Maxes are so much more fuel efficient. I'm hoping that the Neos are going to prove this. When we start operating XLRs eventually, it's going to prove this. But like for the same length, like for this journey, like
sorry, I forgot what my speed was supposed to be again at 10,000. What was it again?
What, about a 1477 300.
This one here. Hold on.
300. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thanks for checking.
Let's see here. So the burn on this is scheduled to be 28,000 pounds, which is about 16,000 kilograms. The bus will probably burn the same flight about 21,000 kilograms. Like the burn on the bus, especially the older buses, is about 25% higher than the 737 for the same passenger capacity. Basically the same passenger capacity. So the 737 may be a flying museum, but the Max is it's quite a step up over the classic 320s. Now the new 320s, I'm curious to see how those, what the fuel burn numbers are like on those. But yeah, I mean, it is a flying museum, but it's all about the philosophy too. Like, Boeing was a very good company. When it came to designing aircraft. They designed aircraft that were designed to be as safe as they could make them. A lot of this stuff does predate computers. It absolutely does. But they had
25 cross toilet.
They had the right design philosophy. They designed an aircraft to support the pilot, to make the pilot's life easier, but not to override or replace the pilot. Whereas Airbus pretty much designed a machine to replace the pilot as a flying entity. You fly the autopilot. You fly the autopilot, and that's it. You don't really hand fly an Airbus. You don't even feel what it feels like to hand fly an Airbus. Yeah, Boeing got wrecked by its senior management and people died. That is the basic premise. That the merger with McDonnell-Douglas killed the old Boeing company. And I have to wonder, though, a little idle speculation, but do you think Boeing would have been wrecked if they hadn't merged with McDonnell-Douglas? Was it because some people tend to point that finger at McDonnell-Douglas and say, well, their philosophy was shareholder returns above all else. And yes, that's true.
Center, Delta 1477. Quick question: you still have me on scope radar?
There's a point where there was a point in the 1980s where every company of a certain size was doing that.
I was tracking my flight as well. Thank you.
Every company of a certain size became obsessed with shareholder returns and nothing else. Whatever gives me shareholder value for the next 6 months, and that's it. And this actually brings up a great point. And the Oracle of Omaha, what's his name? Warren Buffett the other day said something fantastic. I don't think it'll ever happen, but I think it's fantastic. And he's a big investor. He's a big money guy. But he said that something that was absolutely fantastic, and that is that CEOs of banks that fail should have any and all bonuses and benefits clawed back, even after they've left the position. If the bank fails after you've left because you mismanaged it, and the next guy happens to fail on the next guy's watch, why do you get to run away with all your 20, 30, 40, 50 million dollars worth of bonuses while the bank fails and other people just lose their shirts and lose everything? Hey, thanks for that. Thanks for the points there. Appreciate that.
And then the altitude maintain 8,000, please.
But yeah, his proposal was that bank executives should be responsible for the bank's performance 5 years after they leave the bank, and if the bank fails within 5 years leaving of the bank, they rescind all of their bonuses, all of their stock options, everything gets taken back. Because yeah, these guys they run banks loosely. They don't really follow the regulations. They don't really. They're just trying to show a good return on the next quarter and retire before the whole house of cards falls apart. You know, they're playing a game of Jenga with the banks. They're slowly pulling out one stick at a time. But if they can get away before the whole thing falls over, they get to keep all their bonuses and everything. And then whoever's left playing the game when it falls over is held responsible for it. But it's usually not just one guy that did it. It's often a pattern of mismanagement and greed that leads into it. Pump and dump, like Warren Buffett. What a sensible man he is. He didn't become as rich as he was by not being sensible. But and it's funny because he said, I know it's probably never going to happen in America because everyone just thinks capitalism is the ultimate gift from God. But yeah, I think that's not a half bad idea. Your bonuses should be based on the performance in the future. You can't just pump up the stock value and say, well, yeah, I got the stock value to go up 40% during my tenure, so I deserve a $100 million bonus. Never mind the fact you did it by destroying the company from within, but it looked good on the outside for an extra 6 months until you left, and then all of a sudden somebody else stepped in and the whole thing collapsed. Yeah. It's funny because when I think about that, it immediately makes me think of governments too. Every time, especially in Canada, like the one government gets replaced by another. The old government, everybody makes promises during the election, and then sure enough, 2 weeks after the election, the new government comes in, they look at the books and say, oh, we can't do all the stuff we promised because the books are in much worse shape than we thought because the previous party lied. Without fail, every single government that comes in says the same thing. Oh, we made all these promises, but we can't afford them now because the other party lied about how bad the finances were. And it's the same thing. It's like, well, do we hold them accountable? But the one thing I'll argue with the politicians to some degree, and there are probably some people who will disagree with me on this, but they certainly don't get like $20-30 million bonuses when they retire from politics. At least not directly from the people anyways. They don't get a $20-30 million for walking out the door. But yeah, like you look at all these corporate executives, they just pump up the value, walk out the door, grab their bonus on the way out, and leave a train wreck behind them. And it's not just the banks. Tons and tons of companies this happens to, and Boeing and McDonnell-Douglas. The same thing. Like they were so obsessed with shareholder value and just doing whatever they could to increase shareholder value. Safety was no longer in the cards. The old Boeing philosophy was if we build a safe airplane, people will buy it, and people will be happy to pay money for it. But building airplanes is a very long-term investment, and especially in the 1980s, everyone was after a quick buck. It was very whatever you could do to make that buck for the next 6 months or a year. You know, no one is looking at 10-year time frames investing in building an airliner for 10 years from now. Nobody. How do I justify that to the shareholders? They're not going to see a return, in 10 years. Like, yeah, well, that's how the airframe business works. We'll not see a return for 10 years. Surely public finances are a matter of continuous public record. How can anyone say they didn't know the country's financial position? They are, but they always claim that the books were cooked.
Turn left direct at Monks. Descend to maintain 10,000 and maintain 300 knots.
Every single time there's an election, the next government comes in and says, oh, they were cooking the books, they misrepresented something, stuff was not accounted for properly, blah, blah, blah. There's always some excuse why they can't afford the stuff now, and it's always the previous party's fault that something was cooked. Oh, they were showing a surplus when actually they were running a deficit, but they deceived us with this accounting. They're
Delta 1157 Chicago Center is also with you. Squawk 1655.
Yes, short-termism and shareholder kowtowing is it's not just a serious problem. It is the problem with modern society. It is the ultimate problem with modern society. We live in the age of hyper-capitalism now. Capitalism is a good model in a lot of ways. It should
radar contact 20 east
allow for very efficient use of resources, but we've gotten to this point now. Is he calling me? We've gotten to this point though of hyper-capitalism where we engineer everything to fail at a certain rate at a certain period, and we maximize. And it's not about maximizing the use of resources to produce the most amount of products. It's about maximizing the amount of money I bring in and wasting the resources to do it. There's so much about this modern society that really bugs me, and you know, the environment has paid the price because we can't put a dollar value on it easily, so hence it has no value, so hence it doesn't affect our shareholder value. I hate it with a passion. I work in software quality, and I cease to be surprised at the corporate stupidity that actively damages their company. Oh yeah, you see it all the time. And I was ranting about this at the start of the stream. I was talking about the WestJet Pilots because the WestJet Pilots they voted this week for a strike mandate in about a month. They have about a month until their strike mandate, but they voted overwhelmingly. Over 90% of the pilots who voted, and over 90% of the pilots voted. Over 90% of the pilots who did vote voted in favor of a strike. So there's a very good chance that it's a very strong message, at least sent to the negotiating team, to the bargaining team, to the company. The pilots are serious about getting some improvements after years and years of having the death by 1,000 cuts.
Looks like you're doing it already. Turn right, heading 360.
As the company sort of shifted from a friendly employee-owned company
right,
to a ruthless, hyper-capital operation. And the pilots do not want the airlines to fail. The pilots do not want to go on strike. They want to get a fair deal. The company does well. They want to get a fair portion of it. They want to be paid appropriately for the work that they do. And
confirm Southwest 1222, clear to land.
For the long-term viability of the company, not only do the pilots need to get paid well for the work they do, but they need to be paid enough to attract future pilots into the business. And this is a problem in Canada right now. Is that
right heading 060, join the runway
after years and years of deregulation and slow nickel and diamond, the pilot groups are so underpaid that nobody wants to get into business anymore. UK, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it. I'll try to provide good value for your dollar here. WestJet doesn't feel the same. No, you can ask anybody who works there if it feels the same, and I don't think anyone will tell you it feels the same as it did before. People used to feel like they made a difference, that they contributed to the well-being of the company in the long run, and people just don't feel that anymore. The warm and fuzzy WestJet of the past is gone. It is now a ruthless airline with a ruthless cost-cutting structure, and it's leaving a lot of people in its wake. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So the WestJet pilots have stood up and said that they would like a portion of it, and they would like, they're trying to fight back against the hyper-capitalism that has cut back their salaries to the point where they can't afford to live anywhere near their airports, and we can't attract pilots into the aviation industry. It used to be in Canada, it would take a decade or more to even start working for a regional carrier. Thousands of hours, 5, 6, 7,000 hours before you probably go work for a mainline carrier, maybe 10,000 hours before you go work for a mainline carrier. Now people are getting hired at regional carriers with like 500 hours in Canada. The level of experience is going down. Why? Because there's so few pilots in the market, because everyone knows you don't get paid much to do this. You spend $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 to get a license, to go learn how to fly the airplane, and get a license so you can get a job, and then the first year they pay you $20,000 or $30,000.
Southwest 1364, taxi 13, Skinner via Tango Papa, November.
Most pilots can't live within 100 miles. Most pilots can't afford to buy an airport within 100 miles of the airports where they're based.
Southwest 1222, welcome to Midway, Kilo Echo, Tango
Park. The price of housing has gone through the roof. Everything else has gone through the roof. Pilot salaries have stayed the same.
Coming out of the alley, if you need to go into the alley,
look south of the border. The pay raises are working.
Kilo Echo,
Alpha was right. There's no such thing as a pilot shortage. There's just a pilot pay shortage, and Alpha has been proven right.
1364, inbound traffic giveaways to you.
Now that
1364.
Now that the pilot salaries, like the starting salaries, are getting close to six figures at a lot of airlines.
Another 1477 at Ray, call the tower
20-30% raises some of these airlines have scored in their new contracts. The regionals even more so. Like they've gone from paying their first officers $18,000 a year to like, here's an $18,000 signing bonus for your $60,000 a year job. Yeah, people can go and afford to get their license, and they can usually take that signing bonus and pay like half the debt for their pilot's license right there, just with the signing bonus alone, going to work for some of these companies. It has worked. There were companies, there were flight schools that were on the verge of shutting down in the U.S. because they couldn't bring in pilots. There was nobody interested in the career because it was it's a very hard lifestyle. It costs a lot of money to get into it, and you got paid peanuts for it, especially at the regional end. You spend 10 years at a regional making $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year. As a captain, you might make $60,000 a year for 10 years. You know, by the time you paid to have a family and everything else, like there's nothing left to pay off the student debts that you might still have from getting your license. Now they've turned it around. Now these companies, these training schools are turning pilots away because turning people away that want to become pilots because they don't have enough spots, because all of a sudden the business is so attractive again. Canada has not yet gone down that road, but we're heading that way.
We are going to head to the north side. We'll stick away to the company out the alley.
Another subject, the FAA 1500-hour rule, good or bad? Oh, that is a good one. That is a great topic as well.
We're heading to the north side of the B concourse for Southwest 1222.
I have mixed emotions about it. I do.
I see what you're saying, yeah. Tango Papa Yankee behind the company.
I don't think it's a bad idea. The trouble is, like, how do you measure experience in a pilot? Experience is so subjective. It's extremely hard to measure. Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit over the top. I don't think. Again, I think the market should help be a determining factor, but at the same time, the FAA and the regulations have always set the floor. This is the minimum a company has to do to be able to operate. It's not saying that you have to do this, you have to hire people at 1,500 hours. You can do more. You can have a higher minimum than that if you want. You know, the regulations kind of set the minimum standard. Is 1,500 hours a bit high? Maybe it is, but there are ways around it, I believe, if I recall. I haven't even looked at it quite a long time. It was a big deal when it first came out. I don't think they should reverse it now. I don't think that just because, again, this goes back to principles. I don't think just because we're having a shortage, we have a hard time attracting people, we have to get rid of this rule. That's the stupidest reason to get rid of a rule that I ever heard of. We did the same thing in Canada now. The airlines fought for years and years. Transport Canada tried for about 10, 15 years to change the duty rule regulations to make them a little bit more stringent, a little bit more realistic. Start work at 2 a.m. and you can have a 14-hour day starting at 2 a.m. or 11 p.m. or whatever. Like the old 14-hour duty day limit was just absolutely bonkers. How long it was, and you could start at any time of day, didn't matter, day or night, whatever you were, didn't matter, you could start any time. And the airlines fought tooth and nail against changing it, updating it to be based kind of on science, and they got a lot of their way. They lobbied and they watered down the legislation. It's not terrible, but it's not great. It could be better. But then, about 2018 or 2019, when they finally published this final rule, all the airlines all of a sudden threw up their hands and said, well, the system's going to collapse now because now we don't have enough pilots. We have a pilot shortage already. You can't ask us to enforce more stringent duty rules because we don't have enough pilots to work the schedule as it is. We're going to need 30% more pilots to run the schedule with these more strict rules. And again, that is the stupidest reason not to enforce the rules, because you guys can't attract enough people because you don't pay enough. That's the reason to not have a safety rule in place, because you guys have been fighting so hard against paying people livable wages for so long. And now there's a pilot shortage, and now you're going to say, well, because of the pilot shortage, we shouldn't have the duty rules now because it will require too many more pilots. Again, the stupidest reason to change things is just because, well, now we have a shortage, so now we're going to change. We're going to reduce the safety margins just because we have a shortage going on. That is the worst excuse possible. I mean, in theory, you can do 1,500 hours in a single-engine mom-and-pop aircraft. It won't make you safe in an airliner. Yes and no. 1,500 hours is no magic hour. It's not a particularly magical number that you have automatically got a set amount of experience. But you could spend 1,500 hours, in the right seat of a small regional jet and not necessarily be a very good pilot either.
Number 3542 Roger.
It really is
Clear
about
to
the
Clinton
experience.
Airport as filed on departure
I make the
gain
argument
3000,
that
expect
these days,
5005 after
in
departure
Canada, we have a
60,
problem with
120.35
pilot experience.
130.
We have so many inexperienced people getting into the flight deck because there's not enough experienced people to go in the flight deck. And they haven't had those bad experiences where they've had really bad days, and they, you know, if you get right out of a flight school into an airline job,
turn right heading 350, descend to maintain 10
and you don't run those really kind of lousy operations where, you know, the rules are kind of bent and broken a little bit.
There was an executive somewhere looking for clearance.
Things are not well maintained like they should be.
111 Milwaukee, I-4 Garfield.
And basically, the way I look at it is if a pilot hasn't tried to kill himself at some point before he gets in an airline, he's really value how
cross runway 13 left.
How much this job can kill you.
Back taxi 13 left to Mike.
Yeah, look at the pilot crash with Buffalo experience, but a bad pilot.
Left and we're back taxi Mike.
There's so many people that get in the right seat of a Dash 8 or a CRJ these days
cleared to Rifle County.
That have so little experience in the real world aviation conditions. Like, it's one thing to go to flight school. Oh, it's raining today. We're not going to go flying. Decision made. Well, that's easy. You didn't. Not much risk there, and you don't need to take that risk in a flight school environment. But at the same time, if you've never been exposed to risk, how do you become a good judge of risk? And if you're never exposed to those situations where you almost kill yourself, which most pilots with any level of experience have at some point been on a flight where something went sideways and they nearly killed themselves. And it's not that I want pilots to kill themselves, but it's that sort of mentality that reminds pilots, that teaches pilots that this job will kill you. 100%, it can and it will kill you if you let it. Because in the airline world, we are so pushy. Things are generally so well maintained, and the equipment is so reliable, and the regulations are so stringent between, you know, where we can do approaches and what the weather minimums have to be and all this other stuff. The odds of us actually even coming close to ever killing ourselves up here is pretty small. And not most, but a lot of people get into the flight deck, the right seat of a flight deck of an airliner, and they've never really come close to killing themselves in an airplane before, and they don't conceive of the fact that the job can kill you. You have to come kind of close to that edge at some point to really kind of hammer home that point that if you do not take this job seriously, you can kill yourself and somebody else. And that's the part that scares me the most, is that we don't have that level of experience in flight decks now. We are hiring people with so little experience.
I'm sorry, was that 4-2 Foxtrot ready for taxi?
That have lived their entire career in such a safe, confident environment that they don't take seriously the idea that they can kill themselves. And this leads to that kind of lack of discipline and complacency. Well, you know, we don't have accidents anymore. The engines never fail, so I don't have to worry about engine failures. You know, things never happen, so I don't have to worry about them anymore. We need that experience. Pilots need that seasoning with
runway 13, follow your
something happening, something bad happening that maybe didn't even come close to killing you, but definitely got you nervous, that definitely made you sweat, that made you realize that, yeah, this is a dangerous business, you can kill yourself. And you need to always keep that in the back of your mind. With every decision needs to be based on the very first premise: if I do something wrong, I can kill somebody. What's the safest course of action? No, I didn't hear it.
One of us on that Atlantic ready pack.
And Chicago, sorry, Alaska 72. Did we miss a radio call there? Apologies.
Alaska 72, Cleveland closed, radar service terminated, frequency change, please take care.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry for missing the first time, Alaska 72. See ya.
Thank you for that, Travis. Runway 16.
Well, there goes my ATC for the day, right? I talked to him twice and I didn't hear him the second time. Yeah, again, is the 1,500-hour rule a magical rule that's going to make people better? No, not automatically. But implicit in the rule is that hopefully people will have gotten some experience and will have had a few more chances to have that bad experience, because I find there's too many young first officers in the flight deck that just don't take the job seriously because we've engineered the job to be so safe that they think that there's no risk. There is still risk. There's a risk every day, but we've just got to. Well, that's why we need a co-pilot, absolutely. But that's what am I trying to say? That's the reason why we need at least a certain level of experience. I think getting 200 or 300 hour people in the right seat, because the other thing too is that, yeah, they may not be the captain, but this person in this seat has to be able to fully operate this aircraft by themselves and land this aircraft by themselves anytime. you never know what's going to happen to the guy in the left seat. The guy in the left seat could have a heart attack. It doesn't happen very often, but it could happen. 100%, I need to believe this person has the skill, experience, and knowledge to be able to safely land this airplane somewhere, and make the decision, make the requisite decisions that go along with that. So, yeah, I 100% subscribe to the philosophy that no airline hires first officers. The airlines only hire future captains. You're going to be a first officer for a few years while you learn the ropes and until your number comes up, but we are not hiring you to be a first officer. We're hiring you to be a captain somewhere down the road. Yeah. So anyways, the 1,500-hour rule was a bit of a knee-jerk response. It was kind of necessary in ways. What is that dog barking at? Alright, I have to go see what this dog is barking at. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me 2 seconds here. All right. I'll be taking up a contract at British Airways in a few weeks. I've worked there before. I love it. Yeah. Is it so just a temporary contract as a pilot though? Are you a pilot as well, Hayden? Because I feel like I'm spouting off a lot on my opinion, but yeah, the 1,500-hour rule, it's not a bad rule per se. The number is kind of arbitrary and doesn't necessarily do much. There we go. You know, I didn't even notice we're out of the clouds now. We've left that deck of clouds behind me. We can definitely kill that anti-ice, and we can take that side back off. But how else do you mandate experience in a pilot? You know, other than to say that they've got to have flown X number of hours. Does it make them a great pilot? It doesn't, but it certainly increases the odds that they are a better pilot. The whole regulatory process does not necessarily prove that someone is always a good pilot. I mean, you can pass a ride, but if you can't make good decisions, you may have the technical skills, but if you don't have the good decisions, like CRM is another thing that's extremely hard to measure. How do you measure the quality of somebody's CRM skills, their people skills, their interpersonal decision-making skills? How do you measure the quality of that? You can measure it, you know, kind of subjectively through subjecting them to scenarios and seeing how they deal with it, but you know, can I objectively say that this person's CRM is 35% better than that person's CRM? Like it's still subjective. It's kind of it's good or it's bad, but it's hard to say that it's hard to say that one person's is necessarily better than another. So I don't know. I don't think now is the time to rescind the 1,500-hour rule, just because again, the industry is in crisis. Not unless you can come up with something that is perhaps equivalent, if perhaps a little more practical, a little more what am I trying to say? A little bit more able to meet the same purpose as the 1,500-hour rule. The 1,500-hour rule was intended to make sure that people in a flight deck have a certain amount of experience before they operate an aircraft. Someone's got a lot of opinion here. Kyle J. Tam. Even at minimum 1,500 hours, airlines won't be hiring at that mark. It simply starts them looking at the resume. I feel they're really looking at the experience of the guy with 700 hours. To be fair, the guy with 1,500. There's lots of pilots joining the hiring pool, by the way. G'day. Trying to match my arrival to JFK with yours. Great. Hopefully, if we get enough people heading towards JFK, some controllers will see that and log on as well. So, yeah, exactly it. Like, I don't think that's exactly it. Like the 1,500-hour rule, that's the floor. It's basically it's the same as saying, well, in order to work as an airline as a captain, you have to have an ATPL. Period. That's the floor. you know, there are airlines that in the years past have said, well, for you to work at our airline, not only do you need to have the ATPL that the law requires, but we want you to have a college degree too. We want you to have a university degree as well. It's not part of the law, but we think it makes you a better candidate, and we'll take the ones who have the degree over not. So yeah, 1,500 hours. Yeah, it's an arbitrary number. It doesn't necessarily correlate to anything per se. It's not like you suddenly become magically a better pilot at 1,500 hours, but it is just trying to say that we have to have a certain amount of experience before you can start doing this kind of job. And yeah, and there are ways to cut it back. I believe if you've taken a certain number, if you've done certain multi-pilot courses, I believe you can actually cut that number down. But yeah, you'd have to have a certain minimum amount of experience, and there's no other way really to objectively measure experience. Even when you say, like, the guy's got 1,500 versus 1,700 hours, if I've got 2,000 hours, but like you said, it's all me doing flight instruction, flying around the patch, whereas this other guy's got 1,500 hours, but 500 of them was, you know, flying a turbine-powered airplane, flying a business jet or something. He was in the right seat of a business jet or something. He was doing actual commercial operations where they had to make decisions and do IFR approaches down to minimums instead of working in that sterile flight training environment where, it's kind of cloudy today. We'll go flying tomorrow. We won't go today. You know, whereas dealing with mission pressure. Mission pressure is huge, and how do you respond to that? Anyways, I don't think that the 1,500-hour rule is a bad rule per se. I think it has a good objective. Whether or not it's achieved that objective is a different story. But I don't see a better way to re-legislate it at this point. If you can come up with a better way to more objectively measure experience level and demonstrate that this person has achieved a certain experience level before they get put in the flight deck of an airliner, I'm all ears. I'm all ears for another alternative route, and I'm sure Congress would be as well if you can find out a better way to measure objective experience. Because I've met people with thousands of hours that are not good pilots, and I've met people with hundreds of hours that are good pilots. Some people just innately have that quality. They're good at risk analysis. They're good at decision making. They're good at observation. Some people are not. I look at my children sometimes, and they go through life, and when you're young and you're innocent, you don't have a whole lot to worry about. You don't observe things. I find my kids are not very observant over things around them. Things change around them, and they don't observe it. And I see that in lots of adults too. 100%. I see lots of adults that don't notice things change until you point it out to them. Like, hey, did you notice that? You know, did you notice that this procedure is different? Hey, did you notice that looks different? Oh, did you notice that this is closed today? That's open. You know, people go through life with blinders on, not really observing. And the good pilots will be good observers because they'll need to see what's coming up and be able to hopefully perceive these threats before they really become threats. What I've also heard is graduates going to airlines straight out of a flight college lack the experience of handling SOPs, experience that is earned for a 703, 704 operation. Yeah, that is 100% what I'm talking about. Like, you don't get that. You don't get that practical real-world experience. The flight college is a very idealized place where things happen according to the rules, and there's no bending of the rules because everything's always perfect. Then you go out in the real world. You go work for an air taxi operation or a commuter operation in the real world. And yeah, the rules are still there, but you'll find people who are willing to kind of work around the rules, bend the rules, and is that the way you want to operate your flying? Or you'll find situations that just don't fall under the rules, that are just completely, or maybe, you know, whether you do or you don't, you're in conflict with one rule or another. You're like the US FDA. Well, there's one court ruling that says you have to ban abortion pills. There's another court ruling that says you cannot ban abortion pills. Which one do you follow? You know, you got two conflicting stories. You know, how do you make those decisions? How do you make those choices? Yeah, flight colleges, it's so hard to teach some of this experience. You just need to kind of see it and be really kind of on the receiving end of some bad experiences a few times to really see how to make good decisions. Because yeah, I feel that, and I'm not saying I don't want to put that label on all these green FOs, but we have people with like 500 hours getting in the right seat of Dash 8s and CRJs, less than 500 hours in some cases, getting in the right seat of a Dash 8 or a CRJ, and it may be okay as an FO, but again, you've also got to remember that one of the reasons why the FO is there is just in case, on that very small chance, something happens to the captain one day. You know, whether it be the captain has a heart attack or a stroke or something, or has a bad meal and gets food poisoning. That's happened to me. Or, you know, maybe a bird hits the window on takeoff, smashes the window, and the captain is incapacitated, and the first officer's got to fly the airplane by themselves because the captain's incapacitated completely. That person needs to be fully capable of operating this aircraft by themselves. It's not a big chance. It probably won't happen, but 100% need to believe it. And that is the criteria that all the training captains use. That every training captain, before they sign off a first officer, that's one of the criteria that's going on in the back of their mind. Would I feel safe with my wife and kids, or my mother, or whoever I care about, somebody I care about, in the back of this airplane with this guy and only this guy operating the airplane? It doesn't have to be perfect. He doesn't have to be perfect. But do I feel like he knows enough, he's confident enough, he's comfortable enough that he or she can operate that aircraft without any other assistance or guidance, and at least land the aircraft on a runway somewhere without any other assistance or guidance? Do I feel safe enough that I would bet my family's life on that? And if they cannot say yes to that question, they will not sign that person off. They will find some reason they will not sign that person off. It's not that they're biased against the person, it's that they know 100% that this person needs to be able to do the job. No questions asked, and if they do not have the confidence in that person, then there's usually any number of reasons that they could fail them, and it's not a bias against the person, it's a bias against their lack of ability at this point, and they just need more training to get to that point. I haven't done a fuel check for a little while here, so let's just see here. We're just passing DAF Flu. So let's just pull up. This is one of the last times I'll do this, and probably very soon we're going to have to get to actually setting up for our arrival into JFK here. So where's DAF Flu? Down CFG. DAF Flu, there it is. All right, so we passed DAF Flu. Yeah, we passed DAF Flu pretty much right now. So 46. Yeah, still about 5 minutes behind here. 17:46, and fuel in the tank's 14.1. We are making gas here. We're a little bit up on the gas, but we are falling about 5 minutes behind schedule. It's not terrible. At the end of the day, wind maybe not quite as tailwind's not quite as strong as it's supposed to be. That's fine. Not a big deal. Let's see here. So coming up over Lake Erie, just passed over Detroit. Can I see JFK's ATIS yet? I can't, but I can check it on my VATSIM, and there are a couple people on the ground. JFK getting ready to leave, so maybe JFK ATIS details. There we go. 320 at 14, gusting 20. Miles got at 5,013 degrees, 3006. Approach and use ILS runway 31 right, ILS runway 31 left. No, yeah, ILS 31 right. Oh, sorry. ILS runway 31 right, ILS runway 31 left, departing 31 left, no TAM operator. Remote C on all runways and taxiways. Okay, so 31 right, 31 left. Because they're departing 31 left, I'm going to say we do the ILS to 31 right. So what have we got programmed in here? We've got, I'm trying to do your page. We got the ILS to 31 left programmed in, so we want to get the ILS to 31 right. It's going to be what we're going to plan on here. It's still a little ways away. We're still about, we're still about an hour from landing. But it's been a long time. It'll give us something to do, get set up here. And hopefully we'll get a few more people watching the channel. And I appreciate you guys still watching. Again, I hope I'm not making this too boring for you. I hope that at least my opinions are making some, creating some insights anyways. Yeah. And it's not to say that people shouldn't go to flight colleges and shouldn't get out of flight colleges and go get jobs, but yeah, I find that there's a bit of an attitude that starts to pervade where there's a bit of an invulnerability creeping into the industry where people just believe that bad things are never going to happen to them because the odds of it happening are very slim. It's like automobiles we have nowadays. Like I was watching a news clip the other day, and they were talking about how nobody pulls over for emergency vehicles anymore. Why? Because nobody even is aware. The vehicles that we're driving, that people are driving around now, modern vehicles, are so soundproofed, so comfortable, so warm and snuggly on the inside with whatever customized audio you want to have going on that they don't even hear the emergency vehicles that's blasting their horn, 100 feet behind them because they're so cocooned in their little warm place where nothing ever goes wrong. And they forget that people forget when they're driving cars that they can kill people. And it's the same thing in aviation. People have forgotten that airplanes will kill people if you're not careful because it happens so rarely. Serious incidents happen so rarely. Just curious, did the beacon fluid fail yet? Nothing has failed yet that I'm aware of. I can go and check if I wanted to. I hesitate to do it just because I don't want to see if something has failed. But, come on. Failures. Something did fail. I didn't even know. Something failed and I didn't even know about it. Must not have been anything very important. Alright, let's just do this. Since it was not very exciting and it didn't cause anything very untoward to happen to me here, all I'm going to do is just go in here and just do this. So something else could still fail. I guess the beacon fluid did fail after all. Oh my gosh. Okay, it was the beacon fluid. Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, so let's set this up for an ILS to 31 right. So let's do this first of all. Arrivals to JFK on ILS to 31 right, so we don't interfere with the departures on 31 left. I'll go ahead and put the transition in there. I don't even know what it looks like quite yet. Still no discount, still all in there. Let's see here. JFK 31 right is 10,000 feet long. I think we're going to be okay. Do the flap 30 landing. And, yeah. Pull this up here and just start checking some stuff out and make sure it's all good. So let's get the values for this approach here, and then we'll go back and check through the FMS. Select approach. ILS to 31 right. If I add that to my route, then it's also immediately available here as a chart. So let's get the frequency. Minimums are 212. That should be easy because it's at 200 when it starts. 212, 111.5, and 314. 111.5 and 314. Alright, so we got all those. DME is off the ILS as well, so that's all good. Alright, and then while I'm thinking about it, because I always forget about this until the end, but let's bring this up and let's just make sure we have our approach all set up here. Dry, auto brake 2 should be fine on a 10,000 foot runway. Signals are taxiing, no, we're going to a gate. We'll delay the start of the APU for now. Final sector, no. Threats, birds. 212 for the minimum altitude. The missed approach altitude is 4,000. And the final approach fix height is Lab 1900. So that's all set up now. So FS2 crew will call out my stuff accurately as we do the approach. Alright. Let's have a look at the Lendy 8 arrival here. So starting at the Wilkes-Barre VOR. We go to Geno, expect flight level 230, there's all sorts of things in here. Usually we get them all, so I'm going to program in all the expectations here. So Geno, expect 230, Hardy, Stillwater, Lendy, turbojets expect to cross at 250 knots at flight level 190. 250 knots at flight level 190. And then LaGuardia VOR, and after LaGuardia VOR, then we're back to execute all of that. That's in there. So speed restriction applicable to proper turbojet aircraft capable of operating at 250 knots or greater at flight level 190. So that's us. We can do that. And yeah. You have control.
I have control.
Are you ready for the approach briefing?
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's see here. We got the Lendy 8 arrival into New York Kennedy Airport, plate 10-2 Bravo, 28th of October of 2022. The routing constraints are all as published. I've taken the expect altitudes and I've hardened them up because normally New York Center would give us all of those restrictions. So we might as well plan on them. And without New York Center online, we'll just fly them anyways. It'll just be easy that way. We're planning to then after LaGuardia VOR, we'll vector ourselves south over the Sound, or south over the ocean, and probably set ourselves up for a right base to the ILS to runway 31 right. Probably even set ourselves up for a left base because there's not so many airports over here. We're that close to LaGuardia. Localizer IRTH 111.5 and the final approach course 314. So we got 111.5 and 314 tuned in on both NAV 102. Zulab at 1900 and ILSDA of 212. Touchdown zones at 13 feet. We do have landing elevation set to 0. The missed approach is 1,800 feet. Then the climbing left turn to 4,000. Outbound on the LaGuardia VOR 207 radial to the Mauve Fa intersection at 34.3. No descent path after landing. I get it. Yeah, radar required procedure entry simultaneous approaches authorized features like glide path not coincident. It's a 3-degree slope. Pappy's on the right, and RVR 1800 is the minimum. Should be good. Once we land safely, clear the runway to the left. I'm going to get a gate momentarily here, and let me just yeah, actually, I'm going to get a gate first, and I'll pull the taxi in charts. But we'll clear to the left, and probably taxi Bravo clockwise or Alpha counterclockwise to our gate, depending on which way we got to go. Terrain. There are obstructions to the west of the airport over Manhattan. If we get to 3,000 feet, we'll clear any and all obstructions in Manhattan. Operational. Weather's not much of an issue, so operational. NOTAMs. Let me pull up my NOTAM. As much as I like the SimBrief panel, I find that this is just easier to read. The PDF is a little bit easier to kind of read through. The mono text is just not quite as nice there. So San Francisco, we need JFK. Inserviceable. Inserviceable. Quebec. Standard, tax Bravo. Signs, okay, nothing crazy here. Runways, 4 right, 22 left, closed, left to 1700. That's today. It's already past 1700, so that should be reopened by now. And 31 right, RVR threshold unserviceable. That's fine. It's VMC. We don't need that RVR. Stars, approaches, anything ILS 31 right. I love that they highlight runway numbers and do their flight plans, so it makes it easy to kind of spot what you're looking for. 31 right, ILS for Loc, circling categories, that's fine. We're not going to do circling. And that's it. For the stars, perfect. Okay, love it. Any questions?
No questions.
FS2 crew appears to be stuck. My FS2 crew appears to have gotten stuck. It's not muted. Hopefully it does not start listening again randomly and start doing stuff. Alright, so you can see we're kind of getting towards our destination there. Let's see here. On this route, what else can we have from maybe one more diversionary airport here? There's Buffalo right there.
Checked.
There, she got it. I have control.
2992 set. Passing 35,000. You have control.
Alright, so yeah, I don't know what she was doing there. Alright, so let's do tape off anyways. Guess as good a place as any to stop. We'll just put a ring around that so I know where it is. That's fine. Put Albany in there, but by the time we're getting close to Albany, we might as well continue to our destination anyways. All right. Could you order me some striped paint, please? Guys, play nice in the chat, or I'm gonna have to turn this chat right around. Yeah. While you're at it, can you also order me some mag drops, please? Yeah, need some mag drops. What else do we use to make fun of the guys with? Oh well. All right, there we go. We're already briefed up for our arrival, and we got less than an hour to go. We got 45 minutes. I can't believe we're getting this done, guys. As much fun as it is talking to you, I'm kind of happy that we're into the home stretch. Don't know if I mentioned my return to BA. I was on the phone. Yeah. So you did mention you were going back to BA. Are you a pilot, or are you just are you working for them in some other capacity? Usually, I don't think BA would be hiring too many contract pilots. I honestly don't know. I would assume they're probably unionized. They probably have rules against that. I know. I don't know if it's the same case in other countries, but definitely in North America, scope clauses are huge, defining what work an airline has to give to their unionized pilots. An IT guy software. Okay, yeah. I don't even know if the British Airways pilots are unionized. I would assume they probably are. It's possible they're not. It's a different culture. But yeah, in North America, like the scope clauses of the contracts are huge. They could be sometimes as much as 10 to 15% of the contract is just the scope clause. It could be 10, 20, 30 pages of like, this is what has to be given, what flying has to be given to our union pilots and what can be farmed out. So whether it be the regional flying, so like a mainline airline will have limitations, like you can only have so many regional aircraft, they can only be maximum size, maximum weight, and they can only represent a certain percentage of the overall airline's fleet. So you can't have more regional aircraft operating than you have mainline aircraft operating. In the UK, the pilot union is BALPA, less unionized here, I think. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know too much about the labor issues in the UK. I'll be honest, so I don't know. But in North America, it's everything's pretty strictly regulated. I don't think, I'm trying to think of the largest non-unionized airline in North America, and I can't think of one off the top of my head now because all the non-unionized airlines have become unionized in the last little while. WestJet used to be one of the largest non-unionized airlines in North America. They are unionized now. I believe it was JetBlue was also JetBlue. I believe it was JetBlue was not unionized until recently. Maybe it was another airline. There's been a few airlines that have sort of bubbled up in the U.S. and have managed to remain non-unionized for quite some time, but everybody eventually becomes unionized. And I mean, part of it is just the protections you get from being able to negotiate a contract, something that the company cannot arbitrarily change, and that's probably one of the most important things. Think about non-unionized airlines. I don't believe Flair is unionized. I don't believe Porter is unionized. Airlines can set their own pay rates and such. We have pretty strict rules controlling the power of the unions, thankfully. Yeah, I mean, it's a mixed blessing. The trouble is, like I said, in the era of hyper-capitalism, I tend to believe that over the last 100 years, the cause for unions has become less important. So if you go back like 120 years to like when the labor union movement really kind of was born, I tend to believe that there was a definite need for unions at that time because the governments were not willing to step in and regulate and set safe working conditions. It wasn't even necessarily about pay. It was partly about pay, but it was also just about safe working conditions. 120 years ago, working conditions in factories were terrible, absolutely terrible. And governments didn't want to step in and set anything. So the unions kind of were needed to set those. And then I think kind of through the middle of the 20th century, they had lost a lot of their relevance. Governments stepped in and set a lot of kind of regulations. Again, they set the floor, the minimum safety standards, and they made the safety standards so stringent that the unions became a lot less necessary. I think now as we enter the 21st century, sadly, it's gone back the other way again. We've gone back to the point where, not necessarily inherently in the safety, but definitely just in the capitalist greed, you know, and again, the pleasing the shareholders at all costs. Companies no longer want to take care of their employees. It used to be companies took care of their employees. You go work for Ford or something in their factory, you had a job for life. You had a job for life, you had a pension, the company would take care of you. You do good work for the company would take care of you. And then again, this kind of goes in the 70s and 80s where the hyper-capitalism really started. We're following somebody down there. Where the hyper-capitalism really started, now, you know, companies no longer value people. People are a liability, not an asset, according to most accountants, according to most shareholders, which I think is a very backwards way of looking at it, because without people doing the work, your company has zero value. So somebody in that place must be an asset. Now, not everybody is. I won't say that everybody's automatically an asset, but lots of employees are assets. But companies don't look upon employees as assets anymore. They look upon them as liabilities. Well, I gotta pay for them to have benefits. I gotta pay for them to have a retirement. It's like, well, yeah, you want people to do things for you. You've got to take care of them as well. Treat people as people and not a resource. Yeah, not a resource to be exploited and maximized as much as possible, but treat them as something, because people will do things. There's so much of the intangible stuff you can't measure. The attitude people take towards their customers. If you don't take good care of the employees, that they're not particularly happy about showing up at work every day, then that's gonna reflect on the customers and the way they treat the customers. Maybe not directly, but indirectly. You know, just the general attitude. They're, you know, whether they really go that extra mile to help the customer out, or whether like, nope, I can't help you, and shrug their shoulders and that's it, because they just don't care, because the company doesn't care about them. So I think we've kind of reached an era where the pendulum has swung too far, and where the pendulum has swung back again, and unions are becoming more relevant again. And I'm not a big fan of a lot of unions either. I think pilots unions are kind of in a weird, unique place, because it's a very highly skilled labor force. With a lot of safety issues as well at the forefront, and the unions are often involved in a lot of the safety issues. Yeah, exactly. And I tend to feel like a lot of people treat pilots the same way, as just numbers on a spreadsheet. They're individuals. They have their own wants, their own needs, but I don't know. I feel like we've reached this point, and it's not just me, because worldwide the number of unionized pilots is on the increase again, because I feel like after years and years of deregulation in the business, the airlines just cut anything and everything that they perceive that they can get away with, to the point where there's no joy left in the work. You don't even enjoy coming to work, because every day is a grind, because you don't make a whole lot of money, but boy, they really take advantage of you every second that you're at work. So the fact that the number of people signing on to unions, and like I said, like WestJet just recently became unionized a couple of years ago, because they felt like the company was no longer treating them with respect, that they were no longer being treated as an asset, but as a liability. So their response was to unionize. If there was not this perceived threat from management, and I don't think it's perceived, I think it is maybe not an overt threat, but definitely an implicit threat from most airline management, that we can make your working conditions worse, and we will make your working conditions worse in some cases. If there wasn't that threat, then pilots wouldn't feel inclined to unionize. But yeah, and it's not just pilots. I think a lot of industries, people are feeling inclined to unionize again. I mean, look at Amazon and Starbucks and all these big companies trying to unionize, because they feel like the employers are taking a huge advantage of the employees, and especially in the U.S. These big employers have been lobbying for a long time and are managing to successfully get labor protections undone. Oh, it impedes on business. It's shocking if you go and start reading up on this. The number of states in the United States that are loosening child labor laws, where they are letting children work on construction sites. When I say children, I mean in some cases teenagers, but like younger children too. They used to never be able to do factory work that had limited number of hours. Well, we want to allow the children to work 8-hour days. We want to allow the children to work on construction sites and other dangerous locations. There's a reason why these child labor laws were enacted, and there's tons and tons of states that are now repealing these child labor laws and letting children do more and more work. And why? Because the poor people want their children to work. Well, yeah, why do they want them to work? Because nobody's paying the parents a living wage either. Child labor in the U.S. is on the rise in a big way again. Big business has been lobbying for years now, and they're getting their way. And a lot of Republican governments are starting to repeal child labor laws. And that's the sort of thing that like makes me think that like unions for a long time I did have kind of the impression that unions were kind of a bit of an antiquated notion, that that government protections kind of replaced the need for unions in a lot of cases, but I'm beginning to think that's no longer the case. There is unfortunately government and big business have gotten entirely too cozy, there's all these rollbacks of worker protections, and especially like it floored me when I read that like most that there's in no state I believe are the child labor laws being made more strict, but in a lot of states they're being loosened. Good. Some products are too small to be made by adult hands. Funny, but sad. I think it's sad that it's sad to me that that's even an issue in the United States. 100-something years after people fought to enact child labor laws so children wouldn't be working in textile factories and wherever else they were working, and now they're going back down that road. Well, if the child wants to work in the factory, in a lot of cases they don't want to. It's not that they want to work in the factory; it's that they feel they have to because their parents can't make enough money to make a living. A lot of times, it's children of illegal immigrants, and I'm not necessarily condoning that immigrants should enter the country illegally. I'm not condoning that at all. But just because their parents are in the country illegally and they can't work legally or earn money legally, companies are just taking advantage of it. That's the thing. It's not that what they did was right, but two wrongs don't make it right. Just because they're wrong to be in the country doesn't necessarily make it right for you to exploit their children because of their fear of getting arrested. Back online and ended up somehow in front of you. Oh, that's you down there. Okay. You probably didn't do the step climb. I did the step climb, so I probably lost a couple of knots on the speed. We have a JFK approach controller. I better make sure I'm ready here. Oh my gosh. It's so exciting. We have ATC for arrival. Wow. My bar for excitement is pretty low. I think it's 5 hours of streaming has made me delusional. Well, I think the one thing I'm going to have to do before I actually, before my arrival, is I've got to go use the lavatory in the back one more time because I almost finished off my cup of coffee and it's going right through me. So I'm going to step away for about 2 minutes here, kind of go put a little bit more coffee in my cup, and use the lavatory, and then I will be back on deck, guys. So stay tuned for that arrival. We're going to be starting down here. You can see the top of descent scrolling into view at 80 miles here. So we're going to be starting down in about 10-15 minutes here. So I'm just going to step away for about 3 minutes, go use the lavatory one last time. If you're in front, I think you're in front, then go first. By all means. I'll be right back anyways. Okay, back on deck for the last time. Let's get this flight on the ground. It's be a great time for that massive engine failure. Fortunately, nothing seems to have failed while I was away. And I'm sure you guys would be the first to tell me if something had. You'd probably be making fun of me for it. Yeah, nothing much seems to want to happen on this flight. I did bump it up. Got a couple more people watching. I'll bump it up just a little bit more to see if I can get anything else to happen, but I don't know if anything's going to happen here. We're running out of time, too. I bet you that's like an APU failure or something. Right, one last time, we'll bump this up based on the number of people watching. And we're approaching that top descent point in 40 miles. And approach controller, what's this frequency here? What's the frequency, Kenneth? Heyo. Guess we still got a ways to go here. Still, we gotta get all the way through New York West Center here. 8, 12. Still a ways to go. I think it'll be approaching Sparta there. I guess it's not that far. It's about 80, 90 miles. But anyways, what did I say? 2812. 2812. So we'll have that ready to go anyways, just for when this guy shows up. I was not actually really honestly expecting ATC. I was kind of hopeful, but I didn't necessarily think that we would get any. So I'm pretty impressed that we will have a New York approach controller. We'll get some control all the way to the ground, which is good because New York's also the failure. One of the cables pulled out slightly from the split loop. Oh man. Oh, Tava GT, how's it going? We are keeping well. We are on our way. We're just crossing the Appalachians up there. We're about to start down into New York's JFK, and hopefully the other thing I should probably brace myself for, of course, is the slowdown as we approach New York. Although I found that like it's not as bad in this sim as it was in P3D. P3D flying over New York just ground the sim to a halt. I found this sim, Asobo's done something to optimize it quite well because it seemed it slows down, but it doesn't slow down to an untenable level anymore, which is good. Good day from Manitoba. I have a very diverse group of people watching here. Although again, it plays into my whole Western-centric worldview. Not Western-centric, but my idea that MSFS does appeal to it. But I think it's also because, again, I tend to stream flying in North America, and I tend to stream in English, so I guess that's going to appeal to a certain demographic as well. Sometimes it's hard to make judgments. You know, how many of these things are impact not necessarily because of what am I trying to say? Not necessarily because of demographics, not because of wealth or whatever, but maybe just a different interest. I mean, here's the other thing. Here's the other weird demographic quirk of flight simulation. Maybe it's not a weird demographic quirk, but it is. Not only is it very Western-centric, but it seems like about 50% of the population has very little interest in flight simming. And I'm talking about the female half of the population. If I can, again, go to my analytics, which, obviously it's only one channel and maybe not fully representative, but if I go to my gender, 100% male, 0% female as my viewership. So either I'm very unattractive to the female gender, or they have no interest at all in what I'm talking about. It's probably more the latter, judging from the way my children's and my girls and my wife's eyes all glaze over when I start talking about airplanes for some reason. It's like, what do you mean you don't want to talk about airplanes? It's the most interesting topic in the world, but no, for some reason they just don't want to. So, yeah. I always find that interesting too. What is it about like simulation games in particular, not just flight simulation, but pretty much almost any simulation game that tends to appeal more to males than to females? And I'm not trying to be biased against women and say that they can't enjoy simulation, because there are a few simmers out there that do enjoy flight simulation. There are a few women out there that enjoy flight simulation, and there's lots of female pilots out there as well. But what is it about simulation games in particular that appeal more to men than women? What is it about that? Because women, gaming used to be like a very traditionally male-oriented hobby, but definitely in the last 10 to 15 years, it's very much become almost equal. Women play different styles of games and have different game preferences, but they definitely are spending similar amounts of money on gaming as men are. But yeah, simulation is not a genre that typically appeals to women. Wow, maybe it's too damn geeky. Yeah. Are you telling me there's no female geeks? Are you biased against female geeks? I just. What is it about, you know, simulation, especially transportation? Transportation seems to be one especially that men seem to really get a kick out of transportation, but women, transportation is just a tool, a means to an end. It's not something that they're interested in per se. You know, and how much of that is genetically based, and how much of it is still culturally based on just the upbringing? Well, you shouldn't like this because you're a girl. I hate to say it, but one of my daughters is a teacher that says, "Oh, girls don't play video games," and I'm like, have you met my daughters? Try and pry the video games out of their cold, dead hands. Yeah, how much of the and I think my daughters take very little notice of that particular teacher, and certainly when he says things like that, they know him to be very stereotypical about a lot of things, which are not, you know, a lot of things that are not necessarily true anymore. But how much does that still influence them in the back of their mind? Well, maybe he's right, you know, without realizing they're even thinking that, without even having that conscious thought. There's retard, but they don't they don't have that conscious thought. But maybe just, you know, you get told enough times that girls don't play video games, and you just start to buy into it, and you get used to thinking it and hearing it in the back of your mind, and start to believe it yourself. Men and women are different in many ways. Usually, let's celebrate the differences. See, that's a nice way to look at it too. Yeah, it's just something that I wonder though. As a man raising two girls, I wonder about that. How much have they been influenced by the culture of what men and women should be, what they are allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do? You know, I try not to restrict them, and I've tried not to play the pink room game too often. I remember when we had our baby showers, and everything was pink. When people found out we were having girls, everything in the room was pink. There's not a thing that people bought us that wasn't pink. And I'm like, oh my god, just like, yes, yeah, pink is supposedly the girly color, but what about having a more neutral color? You know, it doesn't have to be just pink. It kind of blew me away, and that you know, before the kids were even born, their cultural, you know, their place in culture was already being reinforced by the people around. So long as no one's putting barriers in the way, it's cool. Speaking of, yeah, here's an interesting one too. Speaking of gender differences, there was a pilots union, or not a pilots union, there was a flight attendants union in Europe somewhere. I think it was a Scandinavian country. I can't remember which one. But they took their employer, they took the airline to court, claiming that the airline was gender biased because the pilots got a different per diem rate than the flight attendants. The pilots got a higher rate for per diems than the flight attendants got. So they took the airline to court and said the airline was gender biased because the majority of flight attendants were women and the majority of pilots were men. And I'm pretty sure that like the tribunal looked at it and said, this is the stupidest thing we've ever seen. There is nothing that prevents women from becoming pilots. There's nothing that prevents men from becoming flight attendants. So there's no gender bias here. It's just simply two different employment groups. It's like, well, you know, should we pay doctors and nurses the same? Because otherwise it's gender biased, because I believe the majority of pilots are the majority of doctors are still men and the majority of nurses are still women, although that's not necessarily a big majority anymore. But is that gender biased because we pay nurses less than doctors? It's a different skill set, it's a different job title. Like that one kind of blew me away, and I'm pretty sure that they just got sort of laughed out of the hearing. But yeah. What would you say the current male-female split of pilots is in the younger generation? I'd still say it's in the range of 90-10, maybe 80-20 at the most. Again, women just don't have as much interest in transportation. There's nothing that says that they can't become pilots, and if they do have that interest, nothing prevents them, and then they are often very successful in their careers. But I would still say that it's still in the neighborhood of 10 to 20%, and I don't really have a lot of direct exposure to the younger generation now because I'm in a bit of an older airline, so you're getting the more experienced people who have been in the career for a little bit longer. But I would still say, yeah, it's on the order of 10, maybe 20% of pilots are women, even in the younger generation coming up. And not that anyone's getting in their way of doing it, it's just what happened. it's just interest. They're not. A lot of women are just not interested in it as a career. And a lot of airlines are trying to appeal pretty aggressively. Later this month, there's a event at the airport nearby that is being hosted by the 99s, which is a group of female pilots that encourages and provides encouragement and even scholarships to women interested in aviation, women interested in becoming pilots. There's actually a there's channel below 230. We got to hit Lendy 190. We're going to call New York arrival here soon. Yeah, they're having an event to just for girls to go to the airport and see airplanes and talk to other female aviators and see if it's something they're interested in, just to try and get them interested. And lots of airlines are behind it because, if there's a pilot shortage and 90% of your pilots are male, if you could tap even, if you could increase that ratio to even 30%, you've got a huge untapped market of potential pilots in women that just have no interest in it. And yeah. I mean, I can see for some women it can be an issue just because of the lifestyle. Being on the road a lot is not easy when you have kids. It's not easy on fathers either. It really is not. You have to have a very, in order to raise a family with a pilot, you have to have a very dedicated spouse. I love my wife, and she's supported me every step of the way, and she understands what the business is like. She's seen it for a long time. She understands what it's like, but it's not an easy business. It's not for everyone. A lot of pilots end up divorced because of the people they're with. I think don't understand how much the business takes from you, how often you're going to be away, for how long you're going to be away, and it's unfortunate. Quick look over here and see if we get close to where this supposedly airspace begins, and give a call. Just about to cross Stillwater here. Call another couple miles here. I can see New York in the distance there actually now. Now that I look outside, you can kind of see, you can kind of see the New York Harbor anyways. I guess that's Manhattan right there. Brooklyn, Queens. You can kind of see where the airport is. So it's coming up pretty quick. I hate to say it, but I bet it has a lot to do with male toxicity, especially traditionally male-dominated fields. Hopefully that will change. I think that probably is part of it. I would like to say that that's mostly fallen by the wayside at this point. 10, 15, 20 years ago, yeah, it was the case. I would say that the professionalism in the flight deck has been kicked up a notch in a lot of cases. I'm not a woman. I can't say that I've experienced it firsthand, but I can't say that I've ever really seen too much bias against women in the flight deck at this point. I won't say that it doesn't exist. I don't think it's prominent. I don't think the people who are involved with it are outliers at this point. They are definitely not the majority. Definitely not the mainstream. Anyone who is involved in intimidating women in the flight deck is definitely in a minority situation at this point. But I can't say that it doesn't exist just because I haven't seen it. I will acknowledge that. I should talk to some of my good female friends and ask them if they still feel it exists or not at all. JFK approach, good afternoon. Alaska 72 with you, 206 descending across Lendy 190.
72, New York approach, thanks. Cross Lendy, level 190, 250 knots.
Cross Lendy, level 190 and 250 knots, Alaska 72.
Correct. Expect the ILS 31 right.
Land the ILS 31 right, thank you. We have Charlie, Alaska 72.
JFK approach, 234, arrival over Stillwater.
American 234, New York, squawk 1054.
Again, I won't say it's never existed. I believe that every woman that I've encountered in the flight deck, I've treated just as a peer. I've treated them just the same as I would treat a male colleague. But again, I won't say that I'm the only person in the flight
Right,
deck, I would say
54
that it
radar
doesn't
contact
exist.
across Lendy at flight level 190.
I think it used to be very toxic. I think it's been reined in, like you said, officially. Does it still exist? Yes. However, again, it comes down to the younger generation just being accepting of the idea.
Alaska 72, depart Lendy on a 180 heading.
Depart Lendy, heading 180, Alaska 72. I guess we're going to start focusing here. One thing I never did was reset the heading after Lendy. 0. Descent check.
Descent checklist. Pressurization, landing altitude is 0 feet. Recall checked. Auto brake, level 2. Landing data.
VREF 145, minimums 212 feet. Minimums 212 feet. 212 feet. Set and checked.
VREF 145. Minimums 212 feet. Approach briefing.
Completed. Completed. You guys hear me? Yeah. Set and checked. Set and checked.
Descent checklist completed.
She's having a hard time hearing me for some reason. I'm biased against this first officer.
Alaska 72,
I honestly think
descend at 16,000, the altimeter is 3005.
16,000 on 3005, Alaska 72. Alright, so there's the turn. There's heading south from 180, 16,000 feet. I'm just going to do a level change here, 250 knots. It's not going to be very fast anyways. And one thing, just before I resume that conversation with you guys, I just wanted to check for a gate because I had talked about it a long time ago, and then I completely forgot about it. And we're getting close here, so let's go, let's see if I can find Alaska flight here. It's done the same route. Find out what gate they go to. I don't even know what terminal Alaska goes to be honest, at JFK. There's one on the way. Arriving at gate 1. Thanks, that's helpful. I don't even know what terminal, honestly. Terminal 7.
American 234, depart Lendy, heading 180.
Depart Lendy, heading 180.
Gates 1 to 9. Okay, see if I can figure out a gate.
New York departure, flare 1614 on the missed approach for runway 31 right.
Flare 1614, New York, roger. Turn left heading 180, maintain 3000.
That's 180, maintain 3000, flare 1614.
Alaska 72, descend and maintain 13,000.
Descend 13,000, Alaska 72. Alright, 13,000. Terminal 7. Alright, so gate 1 and terminal 7. So we're going to go over here on Alpha 1. This is going to be a very short taxi in, actually. I might just change one thing here, which is the changes to do the APU as part of the after-landing procedure. It's going to be very short taxi.
1614, turn left heading 140.
Alright, and what do you say the altimeter was? 3004, I think you said?
That was blocked with Unicom taken, flare 1614.
Turn left heading 140.
That's 140, flare 1614.
American 234, descend and maintain 16,000, altimeter 3005.
Alright, definitely performance is getting a little choppier out here now. I feel like a little bit of speed.
Alaska 72, descend and maintain 12,000.
Descend 12,000, Alaska 72. Speed brake will help get us this down a little quicker here. Yeah, definitely some stuttering happening now. Ah, there you go. That was you in the flare plane. We're gonna give this controller a good run for his money today. I like it. It's nice to see you guys join me, and it's nice to have some traffic too. Sometimes you fly around this network and it's so quiet, especially during the day when I tend to have to strain. It's so quiet during the day. It's nice when there's actually some traffic around. Not gonna be able to stick around very long after we land, just because it's been a long stream. My voice is nearly dead, and I'm gonna have to go get my kids from school soon, so it's important to try and get this done as quickly as I could. Alright, that's... Well, we managed to get it done. We are here, I can see our destination, I can kind of see the gate over there we're heading to.
Alaska 72, descend and maintain 8,000.
Descend 8,000, Alaska 72.
American 234, descend and maintain 13,000.
Descend at 13,000, American 234.
In-range checklist.
Landing checklist. Engine
Cancel
start
checklist.
switches.
Cancel checklist. Cancel checklist. Cancel checklist.
Roger.
Approach checklist.
Approach checklist. Altimeters.
3005 set.
3005 set. Approach checklist
1614,
completed.
turn left heading 040, maintain 2,000.
Left 040, descend 2,000, flare 1614.
Alaska 72, turn left heading 130, maintain 5,000.
Left turn 130 to set 5,000, Alaska 72. Heading 130, 5,000 feet. Let's see where. Just a little off, maybe get level 5,000. All the speed brake in the world is going to help us here. We want to go to low speed, but descend quickly. Get you turned over here at the approach. Not very efficient airspace design here in New York sometimes. I think your FO doesn't like you. Maybe she thinks I'm biased against her.
Alaska 72, maintain 2,000.
Maintain 2,000, Alaska 72. The only reason I'm biased against her is 'cause she's
descend
bad at doing her job.
Descend 8,000, American 234.
That's the only reason. That's the only thing I care about. Do your job. Listen to me.
10,000.
There we go. Do it lights.
Cabin
So
crew, prepare for landing.
some stuff is really making my computer start to stutter here. I have to close some of these extra Firefox I have open here that I probably don't need anymore.
Flight 1614, turn left heading 340, maintain 2,000, cleared ILS 31 right.
Left heading 340, maintain 2,000, cleared ILS 31 right, flare 1614.
Really are just like trying to max rate descend here. Got the flaps all the way out, or the speed brakes all the way out. Flaps 1.
Speed check.
Alaska 72, turn left heading 040.
Left turn 040, Alaska 72.
Who is calling for radio check?
Flaps 1 set.
Flight 1614, towers 19-1, see ya.
Flight tower
Flaps
119.1, thanks for the help,
Check.
flare 1614.
American 234, turn left heading
Flaps
130,
5.
maintain 5,000.
Heading 130, maintain 5,000, American 235.
Alaska 72, maintain 2,000, not sure if I gave that to you.
You did, down to 2,000, Alaska 72.
Roger.
Flaps
Checked.
5.
Yeah, whoever's
Speed
calling is
check.
loud and clear.
Flaps 5 set.
course. We're gonna keep slowing down as we go down.
Flight deck. Okay, thanks. Captain, the cabin is secure.
Thank you.
American 234, turn left heading 100.
Heading 100, making 234.
We're getting there. A long vector around. Back just in time for the landing. Just a nice base leg right now. 3-1 right, New York.
American 234, left heading 090.
090, making 234.
Oscar 72, turn left heading 340, maintain 2000, cleared ILS 31 right approach.
Left turn 340, maintain 2000, clear the ILS 31 right, Alaska 72.
1000 to level.
A little bit early for this turn here. 2000.
2500.
Radio altimeter alive. Cabin crew, take your seats.
1900. Oh, actually, no, we're good. Maldives. Oh, that's Maldives there. Yeah, we're good here. I may have started to slow down a little bit, but yeah, we're farther out than I thought we were. There's Alta Choir. About 215 here. I didn't realize. I was thinking Maldives was the FAF, but Zulab is the FAF, so we actually be 1900 there. So we got about 8 miles till we actually intercept the glide slope. So keep the speed up for a little bit longer. That way, also nuclear jet, you can slide in behind us a little tighter without having to make you slow down.
American 234, turn left heading 040.
Trying to play nice in the sandbox there. If you have the new JFK scenery, no, I do not. I don't have any money in the budget right now for buying new scenery, so I'm a little bit disappointed. I was kind of hoping for it. The other thing too is that I'm a little bit worried about I-9Build's scenery. Just New York is a little bit crunchy as it is. There's a lot of stuff going on around here, and you can see it's a little bit more.
American 234, maintain 2000.
Maintain
A little
2000.
bit more than it was before. So I kind of wish I had. I wasn't even thinking about the fact we were going to JFK when the scenery came out, and then I thought about it and I just don't have the money in the budget right now. But it is one scenery that I would like to have. The default Asobo scenery is not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It looks pretty good. It's mostly the functionality with the gate numbers being completely wacky that I can't deal with it. But most of the rest of it is okay. So we'll deal with it for now. It is something I will think about in the future. So there's VOR Loc. Glide slope is armed. Does help when you're clear for the approach and do that stuff. Screenshots for the approach and the video title cards.
American 234, turn left heading 340, maintain 2000, cleared ILS 31 right approach.
Heading 340, maintain 2000, cleared 31 right, American 234.
Alaska 72, towers 19-1, see you.
Tower 19-1, thank you for the service. Alaska 72. Kennedy Tower, good afternoon. Alaska 72 on the ILS 31 right.
Alaska 72, Kennedy Tower, make sure I'm right, clear to land.
31 right, clear to land, Alaska 72. Gear down, flaps 15. Gear down, flaps 15.
Checked.
Gear down,
Gear down.
flaps 15.
Final approach fix. Height checked. Missed approach, altitude not set. Speed checked.
There's 4,000 feet. Missed approach, glide slope.
Flaps 15 set.
Keep forgetting I have to put the gear down myself. Keep making the same mistake over and over again. Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
Checked.
Flaps 30.
Checked.
Flaps 30.
Speed checked. 1,000
Landing
feet.
checklist.
Not stable. Flaps 30 set.
Landing checklist. Crying out loud. Alright. Flaps 30, green light. Landing gears down. Brakes are armed. Ignition continuous. Landing checklist complete. Shouldn't be doing it from memory, but you're not going to read it to me.
$500 feet.
Tower, America Day 14, rolling up to November Charlie, and Alpha.
America Day 14, runway 31 left, taxi to left on Bravo.
Approaching minimums.
Cross runway 4 left.
Runway 31 left via left on Bravo, Juliet, and Zulu, American 814. Are we able to get 31 left at Kilo Echo?
America Day 14, left Kilo Echo, left Bravo, Kilo Echo.
Alright, left Bravo and Kilo Echo to 31 left.
30. 20. 10.
Tower, good afternoon. Triple 1019, short of Alpha, requesting taxi to runway 31.
Triple 1019, Kennedy Tower, radius Charlie.
Reverses normal.
Left, taxi to Foxtrot, Zulu, cross runway 4 left.
Runway 31 left via Foxtrot, Zulu, cross 4 left, we've got Foxtrot.
Braking.
Charlie Fire Ship, connected.
November 777 Julie, Kilo, comms check.
We're just using up all the runway here today, aren't we?
2 1, the one for the comms check, loud and clear. Who's the other one?
60 knots.
Roger.
Okay, Tower, American 234, 31 right.
American 234, Kennedy Tower, runway 31 right, clear to land.
31 right, listen to American 234.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion of our flight. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until we have
I was waiting.
72, turn left at uniform 3, left on uniform. Where do you enter the ramp?
Alright, left on uniform, and we'll get back to him over the ramp deck.
We'd like to thank you for flying with us.
Delta 3 Heavy, Kilo Foxtrot, Holster Alpha, request check.
Delta 3 Heavy, Kennedy Tower, runway 31 left, taxi via left on Bravo, Juliet, hold short of Zulu, cross runway 4 left.
Left on Bravo, Juliet, hold short Zulu, runway 31 left, cross runway 4 right, Delta 3 Heavy.
Delta 3 Heavy, cross runway 4 left.
Okay, can cross runway 4 left, Delta 3 Heavy.
Alaska 72 will be entering the ramp at Victor Victor.
Alaska 72, taxi on the ramp via Alpha.
Taxi the ramp via Alpha, Alaska 72, thank you.
APU on the buses.
Alright, uniform Alpha to the ramp. Wow, that performance kind of really got shoddy in the flare, didn't it? Alright, so she's got the after landing check complete. Just check the lights. She's got all the lights. I don't need to turn off lights right now. Strobe she's got, yeah, so it's basically straight ahead. It kind of becomes a little bear left to get to Alpha. I can see you there on final nuclear jet. You're just kind of coming into focus there. Yeah. The frame rates. I know. Yeah, it seems like my co-pilot needs some help today. I don't know what's going on. Normally it's pretty good, and whoever I select shouldn't impact at all the audio detection. So I don't know what's going on with FS2 Crew today. The audio detection seems to be really bonkers on it. I don't know, like it sounds like, tell me if it sounds like my mic is bad, but it seems like my mic is working, is transmitting at a normal level. So I don't understand why it's having a hard time. I not enunciating clear enough? Am I not saying the correct words? Flaps 30 clearly enough, I guess? I don't know. Normally I'm talking the same way I think I always talk, but it really is just not working for me today. So we're going to go down there. Gate 1 is the last gate on the right there. Ugh. Yeah, the frame rate here is just horrendous.
American 814, are you ready?
I have entirely too much stuff running. That's part of my problem.
14, left at Kilo Echo, quick takeoff.
31 left at Kilo Echo.
I mean, the flight trackers and everything else. Way too much stuff running sometimes. So we're going to go in here. We actually have to cut to the right just to get over there. Should have taken that other taxiway. It's Alpha 1. I thought I saw something that said Alpha 1 was closed, so I didn't want to get into it too much. And this is why I didn't want to get like the I-9 Bills JFK, because I just feel like it's probably going to be
3 minutes.
Although they may have optimized it. I can't say that to a certainty that they haven't optimized it. So.
Buffalo Whiskey, Whiskey, over at takeoff.
American 234, tanks 3 MQ Bravo.
Why should I change? She's the one with the accent. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. It's weird because most of the time it works fine. Today it's been a little bit janky. So gate 1 is that last one down there at the end, so that's where we're going. Unfortunately, I don't know what it's labeled as far as MSFS is concerned, so I cannot command GSX to work here. Oh well. Lights and doors. Lights and doors. Lights and doors. Lights and doors. Oh, I gave up on you. Flight attendant disarm slides. I think she passed out. She has just been overloaded. The flight was too long, too much time with me. I don't know.
American 814, contact near departure.
Departure, American 814.
JFK and LAX. These are two airports that like you need to have a really good graphics card, and it's just not quite working for me here. And I have too much other stuff running. I've got the flight tracker. I've got vPilot running. FSU IPC to track the flight. Like there's just too much stuff running all at the same time here. So.
Delta 3 heavy, turn right on Zulu. Runway 31 left. Line up runway.
Right on Zulu, line up runway.
Lights and doors.
Left. Delta 3.
I give up on her. You know what I'm just going to do? I'm just going to shut down FS2 crew. I wonder if that's part of what's penalizing my performance a little bit. It's just it's trying too hard to detect stuff. So just do this the old-fashioned way. I need to do it before GSX existed.
Delta 1427,
nice
taxi 31 left.
1427, on short of
Full short of Alpha 1427.
Alright. Rig APU is on the buses. Very good. Seatbelts off. Yeah, I'm just going to do the rest of the flows for her because she's not doing anything anymore. That's off. That's off. Off. Come on, open. Anti-collision light. Off. I think that's everything. I'm so not used to doing it. I did turn the weather radar off a long time ago. Transponder. He's in standby. And I give up on her. Alright, so hold on a second. I'm just going to pull out my checklist here. And I'm just going to read it to myself. Where's my 737 folder? I didn't have it ready because I said, oh, my FO will read the checklists to me. Apparently I was wrong. Alright, so shutdown checklist. We got fuel pumps are off, probe heat off, hydraulic panel set, flaps up, parking brake set, engine start levers cut off, weather radar off, parking checklist complete. Yeah. It's just so much detail in the vicinity of this airport.
1427, holding short of Alpha, Hotel Bravo.
The jetway first.
1427, 31 right on Alpha. Juliet, Zulu, cross runway 4 left.
Lines around, I guess. The last view that Say
Do
hi
we
to the
have
partner
departure
here.
on intersection Kilo?
West morning. Anywho, we are here, everybody. Yeah, got a little janky there, but otherwise
Kilo
it's been pretty good. So thank you guys so much for flying with me, and welcome to New York's JFK Airport. So
Alpha,
it's a
Kilo,
beautiful looking
Echo.
airport. Like at the end of the day, like considering this default scenery, it's not bad. It's not fantastic. It's definitely not fantastic, but it's not bad. There's definitely a lot of detail to this airport, so I like it. And I think that could be better. I definitely think it could be better. I think that, and I imagine that the INI built JFK is better. But I'm worried about performance too, and it's not something I had time to test or even think about. So I went with this, but it's definitely something I'd like to look at. And I think at the end of the day, I think I just need to ramp up my computer a little more. I need to maybe cut back a few of my flights and settings. Most of the time, it's fine though. I also do find that it is these long flights too. When I do a flight that is more than 3 hours, I find the performance starts to drop in the sim. I think there's memory leaks or something, but I find like it starts to get clunkier the longer the sim runs. And when we get up to the 3 to 4 or 5 hour mark, it really starts to get clunky. So yeah, I'm hesitant to get that JFK just because I know the same reason like I did get LAX when it was on sale a little while ago was because like I don't really want to fly there a whole lot to begin with because the performance is so bad because of all the other urban environment is so detailed. So anywho, regardless, guys, thank you so much for flying with me. I hope you had fun. I hope the conversation was worth it. I hope you hopefully everybody learned a little something today, and certainly you learned what my opinions were about certain things. Anyways, I had no qualms about spouting my opinion today, apparently. But it was still good conversation topics. There's lots of conversation topics in this industry. So, yeah.
Wait, 3-1 left, Delta 1427.
Not worth the premium price we paid for it. Yeah, maybe not. It's a decent amount of detail. I think it was more the airplanes I did it for than the airports themselves, but. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you, Nuclear Jet and Kyle J. Tam for flying with me as well here. I'm sorry you're not parked right next to me here, but we'll get the Alaska plane unloaded. And stay tuned to the channel because we will have some more Embraer videos coming your way soon, and we will have some...
Takeoff, 3-1 left, Delta 1427.
We will have another season of A Pilot's Life coming at you in another couple of weeks. Just going to take some time, figure out what I want to do with my next schedules, but then we'll get on with it.
Takeoff at intersection, Kilo Echo, 3-1 left. 1427.
Let me just make sure I haven't forgotten to submit this, because we wouldn't want to forget that after this whole long flight. Not get paid for it. But that's it. Our flight has been submitted, which means we can now generate a new schedule. There's nothing upcoming. It's going to tell me to generate a schedule. So we're going to have to go and look and see what the hubs are here. I kind of want to do like a San Diego. That'd be kind of fun. Random continued trips. I don't know. We'll have to see anyways. But this is the kind of thing we're looking at. Maybe San Diego might be a good base of operations for the next couple of months here. So Puerto Vallarta, but again, we're going to start seeing a lot of the same stuff. Seattle, Burbank, Seattle, Denver we didn't see, but Seattle,
Charlie,
Portland, Burbank, we've seen all that before. I want to see some new stuff, and then there's Boston. Well, that's way too far. I'm not going to Boston back. Anyways, I'm going to play with that for a while, but I'm going to leave you guys for the day. I hope you had fun, and I hope we get to do it again soon. Thanks guys so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed Season 9. Stay tuned for Season 10 in another couple of weeks, and we will get some more flying underway. Stay safe, enjoy the VATSIM network out there, and we'll see you guys all real soon.